A replay of the grand finals of the major.
With 20 seconds, surely it is meant to be here. G2, they need to equalize, but no! Hunter has already made it past here. You're probably not going to be expecting... Oh, but Hunter, what is going on? There is still some time on the bomb. They might be able to. Hunter will find one more kill, and Hunter, he gets every last one. It's a quad, it's a clutch, and it's a third map. What a quad.
Electronic, he has the counter. He's going to swing out, and he's got it. He's delivered Navi into the next stage of the lower bracket.
Elise sprays off. Oh. Sure enough. Oh, Zip, good for the one and the second. Oh, fighting for the third, but the reload's needed. Oh, he comes back. He's on for the ace. Zipix, every single kill on long. What is happening here?
What is that shot?
Oh, he's blind and he still hits it. Victory on the line. Zipix up close, but the stick comes through. What is this round from Fallen?
Oh my God, what a shot. I mean, what a shot after what a shot.
4 teams toppled as now only half of the competition remains standing, and plenty more Counter-Strike carnage on the cards as we head into day 5 here at the BLAST Premier World Finals. My name is Freya, your host for the duration of the event, and of course joining me up here on this analyst desk, YnK to my left, PIMP to my right. We've had some incredibly exciting Counter-Strike so far, and I cannot wait to delve into today.
I agree. I think this tournament has definitely been a joy to watch, a joy to follow. I think we all came into it thinking, dead teams, you know, roster rumors, maybe the tournament and the quality of the Counter-Strike would suffer a little bit, but I think so far it's lived up to all expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday we had that rematch of the grand final of the major, delivered at least on 2 out of the 3 maps, saw some great individual performances. And yeah, I agree with Jacob. You know, we would think it would be a little bit iffy, but so far we had a lot of exciting games.
Yeah, just going back to that G2 versus Navi game, unfortunately history kept on rewriting itself, with G2 unable to take down Navi. And you're totally correct, YnK, in saying the fact that, you know, the first 2 maps incredibly competitive. Really unfortunate to see G2 falling off in that final map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player put up the numbers Nico has on Nuke and still lose the map, like 2.02 rating, and you still lose. It was just incredible. And that was the chance for G2. It should have been, you know, a 2-0, right? But then on the 3rd map, Simple just showed us why he's the best player in 2021 and almost single-handedly took down G2.
I mean, you talk about dead teams coming into this one, Jacob. Liquid certainly not dead yet.
Not at all. I think they look alive, and to be fair, Astralis, the opponent yesterday, looked way more dead than Team Liquid did at any point in that game. Liquid, again, you know, they seem to be thriving in this environment right now. There's no expectations, there's no pressure. Stewie 2K, as we've seen so far throughout the tournament, super ignited, super animated, likes to yell, likes to have fun, and we know the experience these guys have, right? When they're on a stage, when they're in a studio, they just have a calmness to them that not many teams can go up against.
Well, we do need to recap our CS Money play of the day as well, because we will be seeing a Team Liquid player in there. But the question is, where is he placed? Let's start off with play number 3. What have we got coming up, YnK?
In the 3rd place, we have, I'll tell you Freya in a second. Of course, we have Blame F with the Deagle, right? One of the few bright spots yesterday in Astralis' loss to Team Liquid. You thought this was a turning point. It was on an eco. He gets a lot of kills, but still wasn't enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Blame F, we won't see him anymore in the tournament. A guy we will get to see today is NAVI, doing a lot of good stuff. Again here in Mirage, bringing it back from a 2v5 situation, and he's just all over the place. Proactive, movingly around and taking the duels left, right, and center. NAV is playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen him play in a very long time. And
despite a rough loss to Team Liquid, Zipix had a great round, actually 2 rounds consecutively. It was an ace with the USP in the 2nd pistol. This is where you start believing maybe they can do it, but they weren't even close to making this comeback, but it was a nice round from Zipix.
Yeah, I know Launders summoned his Twitch minions to see if there is ever any other pro player in history that managed to get an ace twice in a row. Unfortunately, first try was not able to close it out, but a nice showing from Zip.
Well, not twice in a row, but there was a player who got an ace in both pistol rounds.
Flamey?
It was Flamey against my team at the major in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, maybe
16-14
we should forget that a little bit and take a look at the brackets coming up today.
Don't forget those, 5. I tried.
I'm sure you don't. We're going to take a look at the brackets one more time before delving into today, because we've got our winners matchup cemented, we've got our elimination matchup cemented as well. And I think it's safe to say, obviously, we've been talking about the biggest surprise of Liquid. Do you feel like it was a surprise yesterday for them taking down Astralis, or did you expect that?
Not at all. I expected it. I think Astralis have been looking very poor in this tournament so far. They have their own problems going on right now in terms of rosters, roles, etc. So Liquid to beat them quite convincingly was kind of expected, and I look forward to that game against NAVI, because as we heard Simple say, he wants to win this tournament and he wants to beat Liquid, because he was not not happy after that opening game.
I mean, you could also tell the sentiment, like we all predicted Liquid to win. If you didn't see the games in this tournament, it was the first game on the tournament, I think it would have been 50-50, right? We would have thought, but Astralis just really disappointing performances, right? Even the win against NIP, they barely managed to scrape through, coming back on NUke being down 14-8. So yeah, a lot of work ahead.
I do want to roll it back just 1 year to the last time we were here at the World Finals, because the trajectory started off exactly the same for NAVI, against the exact same team as well, and then facing Liquid once again in this exact same position. But that time it was NAVI to be taking it.
It was NAVI, and I also do think NAVI goes into this game feeling quite confident that they can make the same thing happen again, repeat history. But Liquid right now is a dangerous capacity, because they have no pressure. There's no expectations to them whatsoever. If they go into NAVI and lose 16-5, 16-5, I guess that's what we all expected coming into the tournament. So anything they can do right now to rattle out NAVI and to apply some pressure will make NAVI feel a bit uneasy.
Yeah, and the fact that we're coming into this saying, you know, dead teams, 2 out of the last remaining 4 teams are dead, as it were. So a lot of life in them still.
Yeah, I think it's also a little bit different, right? For Liquid, I don't think the problem is, you know, they're not feeling the pressure anymore. I don't think pressure was the issue for them. I think there's just disagreements within that lineup, and players, you know, to some extent, maybe even disliking each other, right? And they're able at this tournament to put all of that aside and just kind of go for that last hurrah in a sense. And that's why you're seeing and hearing them play, like the communication, it's insane. It's like really, really good. And that's the reason why they're playing so well.
Yeah, no, last hurrah for Vitality coming into this one potentially as well.
Yeah, Vitality, who's right now only getting better and better. And as we discussed a couple of times, maybe there's a couple of guys inside Vitality right now wondering whether or not they made the right decision when they split up this lineup. I still think the lineup had potential. Kyojin, sure, maybe not a player that has the level to be on a top 1 team in the world. He's still not there yet, but the rest of this squad, we see it right now on the server. They may have the best team play in the world of Counter-Strike right now, so Vitality is a team you cannot discredit.
But that's the interesting thing as well. We've heard that it's a management decision coming from Vitality to be shaking this up.
Yeah, mostly, and I wonder if that same management is now, you know, thinking about, well, what do we do really? Do we still go through? I think also if you're looking at some of the changes that are rumored to happen for G2, if they do get rid of one of the French players, imagine just slotting that guy in instead of Kyojin and keeping the same team. Obviously, you know, probably past the point of no return, but yeah, it will be interesting to see how Vitality does in 2022.
Well, the grand final is within touching distance for both of these teams, and both hungry to continue a flawless run through the bracket. It's Gambit, it's Vitality, and it's coming up after this. An untarnished run from Vitality to reach these heights. Their Iron Fist now hoping to deal another blow to Gambit in our upper bracket final. Apex looking like he's had a whale of a time, and I think it's fair to say that Vitality have. Although we're seeing this as the last iteration or the swan song of this lineup potentially, they look like a dominant force throughout the competition here at the World Finals.
Yeah, they played some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen at this tournament, had some really dominant wins. I mean, that opening game against Astralis was just a stomp and really set the scene for Vitality at this tournament.
Well, we've seen these two teams coming together. They're quite familiar with one another. It was only a few days ago that they faced each other at IM Winter.
Yeah, that was a good game of Counter-Strike, a Counter-Strike game that went down to the wire. Apex continued to dance around, not a care in the world for this man right now, and that's the sense you get to see as well when you're looking at Vitality. You see the game against Gambit at IM. It was a very close one, especially that last map. YnK went down to the wire, and Saivu again. You know, that's the difference I feel between these two lineups. Gambit slowly but surely getting better. Vitality playing the best Counter-Strike, but when it comes to the best player on the server, when it comes to the guy who can make the difference when it goes down to the nitty-gritty, Saivu stands. Yeah,
Vitality does have the upper hand in this series, but Gambit is getting there. I mean, you could see an overtime game on the third map. Saivu, the only player with the positive KD for Vitality. Like, he was just the sole reason why they were able to win that quarterfinal.
And that's the thing, when we talk about the positives for Vitality, we're kind of looking at the fact that all the team is stepping up around Saivu. So maybe a little bit of a worry, you know, if Saivu hadn't stepped up in that final map, it might be a Gambit win.
You could say so, but that's the thing for Vitality as well. We're discussing that Gambit is getting closer and closer, but Vitality right now may be playing the best brand of Counter-Strike we've ever seen from this lineup. The last 9 maps they've played, they've won every single one of them. You look at the screen right here, some of them are close, most of them are into the double digits, but you also see to the right side, it's on a lot of different maps. Right now, Vitality seem to be able not to give a damn when they join the server and just win game after game after game, even when they're pressured, even when they go into overtime. Vitality, it's hard to put a finger, and one thing we also have to discuss is the fact that Saivu's not alone in this tournament. Misuta has been playing well, Apex has been playing well. There's so many positive storylines coming out of Vitality right now that it's hard not to be a little bit admired by it.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit confusing if you're not familiar with the storyline surrounding Vitality. We're hearing that this is the swan song for them coming into this. The fact that there will be a couple of players shifted in and out of the roster, potentially pretty much confirmed coming into the beginning of 2022. But you can see in terms of the team mentality, they look like they're having a great time. We just saw it in the player tunnel. It's been that story throughout the end or the tail end of 2021.
Yeah, and we talked about it before. It also shows you the quality of the work that's been put into the team before the changes were rumored, you know, before we got the first rumor coming through, because, you know, obviously you're not putting the same amount of work. If you were a full team, you're still doing like some of the stuff preparing for games and whatnot, but most of the work was done up until that point, and it's high quality work, and it's why Vitality is able to just, you know, keep getting good results. I mean, they won their first tournament of the year last week at IM Winter. So yeah, I think things are looking great. Everything's come together for them. Either they're playing well as a team, or when they're struggling, that's when Saivu has one of his games. So everything's really on point for Vitality.
And the fact that Apex can keep that morale up, that's a huge testament to him.
Yeah, of course, the mood, the energy. I don't know what this guy eats. I don't know what he's doing with his life, to be completely honest. Or what kind of drugs he's on, but it's absolutely insane to see Apex come in every single day with the same amount of energy, and this hour that he doesn't give a damn about anything. He's just joining the server. He seems to be enjoying and living his best life right now, and I know it from when I was playing, right? When you look to your right and you have a teammate who's just always down, or always negative, or always, you know, not bringing a good mood, you also get affected that by yourself, and I would say the same thing goes for Apex. When you look towards him, if you're Saivu, you cannot help yourself to smile, you cannot help yourself to feel good, and I think right now Apex is a big part of the reason as to why Vitality seem to be freed up from all these responsibilities, all these expectations, and playing the best brand of Counter-Strike.
I need to know his Spotify playlist, for starters. And then the second thing, I think also he's enjoying himself more in-game, right? He's gotten some of the roles, or taken some of the roles and positions where you have more responsibility, right? For example, Yard on Nuke, very crucial part of the map, Electronic. NiKo played that position, for example, and he's actually doing well in it, right? So I think he's also not feeling anymore that he's just the in-game leader and has to do all the, you know, boring, like, menial stuff and help the other players. He can actually enjoy himself a little bit more.
Well, we are going to have a chance to catch up with the man himself. Apex had a chance to catch up with James ahead of this.
The last dance for Vitality and Apex is looking better and better, and you're one match away, mate, from the grand final once again. Just tell me, how's the mood in the team? How's the feelings going into this one?
Well, yesterday we had a day off, which was really good for us, as it's the 4th week together as a third tournament. So it just feels good to be close to the grand final. We just want to make everything good, make it happen, and having fun together once again.
Now, when you're talking about having fun, has this kind of situation where you guys start to perform better and you're on this last dance opened your eyes to like the importance of team atmosphere and the vibe in the team?
Obviously, I mean, the coach and also myself worked on that for the last 3 years, having a group like a team instead of having individuals. And that's why Vitality always been like a tough opponent for everyone, because we always were a team, and even though we were in bad moments, we always came back from those bad moments. And it's also because we're a group of people that like each other, that want to perform with each other, and we're able to speak together with any problems. And yeah, that just helped us to be such a good team for the last 3 years, I would say.
And that can be the worry when you hear those rumors, rumbling of roster changes, the fact that it might implode in terms of that team atmosphere. It might be individuals just trying to show off their stuff. That has not happened for Vitality.
Now, I think the timing is a big part of that as well. They're well aware that they have the last couple of tournaments to finish off the year well. You have a Kyojin who is potentially right now playing for a new contract. You have Misuta as well, who's a player that has stepped up massively as of lately as well, maybe playing for a better role in the new team. You know, that's one thing to take into account as well. When you hear the rumors about Dupree, Magic, Sonic coming in, a new coach as well, that is very, very important to stress out as well. Then this guy Misuta must be thinking to himself, what kind of role am I supposed to have in that lineup? But with the way he's playing right now, if you're Sonic and you're watching at Misuta, you gotta give him some space. You gotta give him some I guess space to unfold himself. Well, so Misuta right now is doing a good case for himself.
You also see the difference here between other tournaments, right? So if you're Gambit, you're kind of also hoping for, well, surely he can't keep this up, right? He's supposed to regress to the mean at some point. And yeah, I agree. You could hear from Apex in the interview, you know, we like each other, it's all great. And that's a change that's mostly coming from the outside. It's like from the top down. It's not really the players who initiated the change. And also coming in, bringing in 2 Danes and a Danish coach, right? The cultural differences and the, you know, mentality maybe a little bit. But will they be able to recreate that sort of an atmosphere? There's going to be a lot of challenges ahead for Vitality.
Yeah, I think that's my biggest question personally in terms of these roster changes outside of the players, is the fact that, you know, X has really been building up this team. He's been so instrumental in terms of Apex moving to that in-game leader role, getting Zywo integrated, getting the younger French players integrated. So a lot of questions going forward for Vitality. We do need to touch on Gambit, though, the team on the other side of the server. So in terms of them coming into this LAN atmosphere, because they did sort of get their crowns as kings in that online era, thus far, how are you viewing them?
Not great, you know, not bad, but they're getting there slowly but surely. I think that's the same sentiment we're talking about every single time we bring up these 5 guys to the server, that they have a lot of potential. We saw that during the online era. They can play some fantastic Counter-Strike. They got close during YnK as well. Had they beat Vitality, they could have won that tournament as well and taken the crown. So Gambit right now is a team that is knocking on the door to find that level, but they're not there just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, though, they're still doing fine. They're still remained in the top 5. I think, obviously, if you ask them as well, they would have liked to have won a tournament or 2. But I think they're also realistic about they needed that experience. And we could see them getting better and getting closer as these LAN tournaments have passed. And yeah, I mean, it was just a very, very close game at IEM last week. If they beat Vitality, they have an open road to the final and maybe lifting that first trophy.
And now, after watching G2 yesterday, I know pistol rounds are on your mind, YnK. How's it faring for this
How do you always bring it back to the misery of G2? But yeah, good point. One of the things that these both teams are really good at opening up games and having good game plans, and just straight up in pistol rounds, having really strong players. Here you can see Exile, Shiro, and Hobby. They were like in the top 5 or in the top 10 for the first part of the season from January to August, and you can see the difference. Exile is still pretty close, but the fall off for Shiro is like almost, you know, a 0.4 rating. That's a lot, and 0.1 for Hobbit. And this is hurting Gambit to some extent because, you know, they're not playing from ahead as much. It's getting more difficult against these opponents. You have to win more gun rounds. You have to get back into games. The opponents are playing with more confidence because they're leading, but also because they're playing against you online compared to online. So all these things accumulated are making a difference in these games.
To me, that storyline got even more exciting because you're facing Vitality, as you said, who are also good in those rounds. Kyojin is a fantastic pistol player, so I'm curious to see which team is going to win out that battle.
I think actually for the whole year, Zywo is the highest rated pistol player. So it's just like every round, CT side, he seems to find 3 kills if people just come to play.
Yeah, I mean, give Vitality an inch and they will take a mile at this tournament. We are seeing the map picks and bans rolling in. So far, exactly the same as what we were seeing IEM Winter, I believe. The Vertigo pick coming out of Gambit. Dust 2 expected for Vitality? Yep, there we go.
Yeah, pretty much expected. I think that's going to be the case in this game, and I'd be surprised if we don't get to see Mirage as a third deciding map. I think both teams felt that they could have won that game easier than they did.
We're just so mental, we can go through the whole tournament potentially, or at least until the grand final. and not see Ancient.
What happened? People used to like that map, yeah?
Yeah, but we see actually Gambit here deciding to take it another way, vetoing out Mirage, and that leaves Vitality to decide between Overpass and Inferno. They go for Inferno, probably a good call, you know. Gambit's still a potent team when it comes to Overpass, and yeah, no surprises in the picks, because in that series, as we saw, it was like 16-5, 16-6, the first two maps. Teams were just dominant on their map picks, but we'll see. I'm really interested in this matchup because we saw Blade talk about it as well. Like when you beat a team, play them again, beat them, like you learn, you know how to beat them, but it goes the other way around. When you're losing to a team, you're trying to find ways, what do you need to change to stop losing to that team? And in the end, it comes down to which one of the two teams does a better job at either being a step ahead and keep winning, or finding that thing that you need to switch up and, you know, finally beat your opponent.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. And coming into Vertigo, what are you viewing as what Vitality need to be switching it up? Because it was Gambit that were taking it last time we saw this map.
I think Apex is going to be a key difference in this game. The way he moves around towards A ramp, he can disturb a lot of the play Gambit likes to do. We have seen Gambit play Vertigo in this tournament, and their build-up play, you know, is very slow, very methodical, and one guy who can disturb that a lot would be Apex. So if he can come in there and throw in a span in the work, then maybe Vitality can pull up an upset.
Well, we're going to see if Vitality can continue their flawless map win streak here at the World Finals. It comes up as Vertigo as our first pick. Gambit's coming into this, and we're going to be getting into the action in just a few.
Gambit looking to continue their run as they gain more LAN experience.
Enters inside sight, easy gap within that smoke. Oh, and he turns it around. 3 frags for Inters, gunning for the fort.
But they're up against Vitality, who they've struggled against all year. Even recently at IM Winter, though it was close, Vitality were the ones to seal the deal. Will it be the same case today?
Ooh,
He caught it. He knows. He knows. Oh my God, dude. This guy is something else.
It's Gambit taking on Vitality to decide who will be the first team in the grand final. And I'm starting off on the Gambit side. I've got Groove next to me here. And I guess the thing here is, why is Vitality such a tough team for you guys?
I think, first of all, they're one of the best teams in the world. We have a lot of practice with Vitality before our first match. So we knew each other very well. And in my opinion, they just have a good reading of our tactics. And if we keep in mind that they have such strong players like Zybu, like Shocks, like Epic, so they're very experienced guys. They just have, as I said, have good reading of our tactics. In a total, we have what we have, but the last time we have very close games. So let's see.
Let's see, indeed. And when it comes to this, right, you're talking about the tactics, them knowing you very well. Have you been able to make some slight adjustments since YnK to make sure you can get the win today?
I hope we will surprise.
Ooh, well, I'm looking forward to it, Groove. Thank you very much. Good luck, man, going into the game. As we move on over to the Vitality side, and, well, we keep talking about their last dance. It's been a very impressive dance from start to finish. And I'm kicking it with Masuta some more. He's already ready and waiting for me. You got a smile on your face, mate. Things are going pretty well. How are you feeling before this game?
Very, very good. Very good. Thank you.
And in terms of this, right, Gambit, they are a team that's upset many teams over and over again, but you guys always seem to be able to get the win over them. What is it about them? What is it that is about them that makes that you can actually have such good games against them? Is it just an easy opponent for you guys to read?
Well, all the time we play against them, we winning right now, and we know all they play like they want us to fall asleep during the game, so they're playing like kind of passive, I'll say. And every time we're just reminding like to everyone like they're really passive, so just play like normal and wait.
But it must be impossible for you to fall asleep while playing them because you've got Apex next to you screaming and shouting so much, right?
Exactly, impossible to sleep. And I'm next to him, and sometimes he breaks the table, but all good.
As long as he doesn't break your table, right? Just leave your table. Because you've been playing really well recently, right? Your performance this event is really good. Anything changed for you?
No, I'll say as usual.
Just feeling it?
Yeah, feeling it right now.
Well, you feeling it right now? You feel like the warm-up's been good?
Everything's going good right now. Yep.
Oh, this is going to be a scary Masuta. Masuta, good luck, man. We'll see you soon. It's time for us to get into our first game of the day. It's time for us to decide who is going to be making it to the grand final between Gambit and Vitality.
Going to be a very spicy game that we've got coming up for you here. Gambit and Vitality. Just I think, a potentially very interesting matchup. Gambit didn't sound like they were too confident. Vitality, we know how good they feel right now. Odds are actually favoring Vitality.
Yeah, I guess there's only so confident you can be when Vitality's kind of beating you the amount that they have for Gambit. I don't know. This is gonna be obviously such a fun matchup as well between Shiro and Zywoo. We got those big names. I mean, we know Vitality. We know what kind of level they're coming in and playing with. For me, this matchup is more of like a cool look at Gambit because remember they dominated that first half of the year. And they kind of figured it out in those first like 5-6 months. They've got the skills. They've got the teamwork. They've got the tactics to contend with the best in the world. What they were missing was the experience on LAN. What they were missing is the experience in those high pressure environments that you can't get from playing at home. So the entire second half of the year for Gambit has been how much of this experience and how quickly can we absorb it and be able to learn from it and be able to improve from it. And this is the final test. This is like, the final tournament of the year. This is where we get to see what they've done through all these events building up to this, from Cologne, from the Major, from IEM Winter, from the other Blast events. Like what have you grabbed that is able to make you actually capitalize and overcome this team that has been such a thorn in your side? Gambit's got a tall task and they want to get out of this event getting the monkey off their back, so to speak, with Team Vitality dominating them recently. And we're going to get live into it. And as we said, we're going to decide the first team in the grand finals here at the Blast Global Final. It's Gambit versus Vitality on Vertigo.
Let's go. Gambit, they're going to be on the T side to begin with. Vitality on that CT side. And Vertigo, a map that Gambit usually play very well, but they've had some upsetting losses on it recently. We'll see if they can get back on track and start winning this map just a little bit more. He ran into Saibu early on. Oh, he's quick on the trigger, and Masuta, he's there to follow it up. And now it's a little bit much for Shiro. Eventually, he'll go down to Apex. So it's a favorable trade for that CT side. And the bomb is dropped out there as well. Hobbit, though, sneaking in. He's got the right idea. Doesn't quite get the kill yet, but he'll pick up that one. Inter's coming in for Apex, and somehow it is Kyojin on his own in a 1 versus 2. So after all of the madness, it's actually Gambit in the lead here. Oh, I take it back. Instant headshot, dropping Inters, and now Hobbit is very low on health already. And another headshot. Didn't even need the health advantage there. Apex.
Getting started early today. What a 1v2 to win for Kyojin. Look, that gets dicey. Look how many bodies are thrown at this battle. And here's the thing, later on in the round, you see Shox jump up on the box and overexpose himself. He's probably never thinking in his mind that there's more than 3 players coming from that location. He doesn't think there's any chance that there's going to be like a 4th player coming from that position. And a brilliant 1v2.
Do have one criticism for Apex.
Here we go.
Why did he get rid of the mustache?
Yeah? You missing the mustache?
I really am.
I think the problem is, like, if you're going to rock a mustache and you show up to an event like this and then Scrawny turns the corner.
That's true.
You're just like, oh my god. It's not even really a mustache that I have on compared to this majestic thing.
You just conceded the high ground.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I think I can live with that. Maybe that is the reason. Cyber getting a bit of a return. Apex getting caught down at the bottom of that ramp. And a 3rd one for Cyber. It's pretty good with the MP9, although Inters has picked up the FAMAS and will do some decent work. A bomb plant here would be really cool for Gambit, and maybe a ticket to actually win the round, although that's some good bursting range with that. I'd never figured out how to use the SMG to that range, but somehow these players can. Kyojin will finish off Shiro, and it will be another round for Vitality in spite of a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, that's going to put you on notice, though, if you're Vitality. That's a very strong round from Gambit. 3 kills, a decent entry as well coming through the smoke, and even getting the plant. In fact, Gambit could choose, if they wanted to keep the pressure on, go for some Galils, go for some AK-47s, maybe some pistols with armor so you can have utility. Gambit can still make this a very tough round for Vitality. They're going to do it. Galil's picked up.
Why not?
2-0 for Vitality, but another test coming in, and if you're the defense, you have to have an inkling that this is a possibility based of how well that round went for Gambit.
And in that, I mean, in that last round, the final kill that Cyber gets, he's just getting overrun. Doesn't seem like a lot. What's really the difference between getting a double and a triple? But actually, at the end of the round, you realize, oh man, if he had just gone down there after getting the 2 kills, they could have really been in a lot of trouble. So,
yep.
Good job, you know, making it just that much more painful to actually get up the ramp. 3rd round coming up, and Exile will begin take down Kyojin. I don't think you and I have casted Gambit yet here at the World Finals, but I think Exile is a tremendously cool player to watch. I really enjoy his style. Hobbit will take over as well. Take down Cyber. A lot of spray, but no connection for Apex. And this is real bad news. The pressure that's being applied now for Gambit, it is paying off.
Yeah, twice in a row now they've been able to crack up this A ramp and into the bomb site. Shox is rotating over. Masuta is here. Masuta wants to investigate to see if he can bring this back in any way. Waiting patiently. Molotov to delay the plant, and they're going to boost up. They're hoping this nets them a couple of kills to make this a little bit more doable. Hobbit's ready to come through the smoke at a moment's notice, though, and as it clears, he gets 1. Shox recovers, but now they know where he is. And Exile's going to finish it off. 3 kills in the round. Excuse me, 2 kills in the round.
It's incredible work here for Gambit. I mean, you mentioned it. They saw the weakness. They got the bomb plant in that 2nd round. They realized, you know what? They're not going to have a very good economy. If we just stomp on them a little bit more, they're not going to make it out. So, excellent work. 4th round is coming up now, and it's going to be Vitality with not that much to work with.
Yeah, well, not that much to work with, but one thing they do have is an AWP on ZywOo, and you never know. That could be all you need, and especially if Gambit doesn't expect the AWP to come out this early in the game. But around that AWP, yes, SMG and Deagle's picked up, so ZywOo better have some presence, better have some impact if they want to win this. Looking for the boost in the corner.
It's one of these things, again, where in a regular game of Counter-Strike, if someone had the suggestion, let's buy an AWP around one person and then everyone else doesn't really have anything to work with, you'd be like, no, that's not a good idea. But when it's Cyber, it's hard to argue against. He is just that good, although now he's also in trouble. Isolated back here. Actually does get the shot. He actually hit Shiro right through, and the follow-up headshot from Apex will take him down. That is pretty ridiculous. But he could have been dead. I am actually a little bit shocked that that they didn't put more pressure to try and take him down once they realized that was the AWP.
All you can really do is kind of spam that wall because you don't know where the follow-up player is if you're Gambit, and there's another world in which that spam actually connects. Here we have Kyojin, just the deagle. Shox is a long way away from support, and there's no utility. There's no support nades that can slow things down or delay anything. So Vitality better get a read or better get a feel for this pretty soon because Kyojin's going to be in a lot of pressure. Gambit slow playing it, hoping they can get a pick that allows them access. There's a flashbang coming in, missed opportunity. But Kyojin now calls out numbers. Shox and Masuta rotating over. There's 28 seconds on the clock, and Gambit's going to keep moving forward.
Great Molotovs here on top of Kyojin. Means he couldn't stay behind the boxes any longer. Masuta, he's missing the shots as well. Both Kyojin and Masuta, they just needed one kill there, and it would have been maybe a lot better, but now it's on ZywOo alone. With 13 seconds, I could understand why he wanted to take at least a shot, but he's not going to connect. And now, definitely not much of a chance here. They're going to try and hunt him down. They'll try and stay alive and maybe take some of them with him, but ultimately, they might end up losing the AWP as well. Great turnaround for Gambit. Maybe helped again, I think, slightly by the fact that there were some missed opportunities there. The flashbangs were really good. The whole idea, the setup there for Vitality in the B bomb side was really good, but it wasn't enough.
No, not enough. And you're right, those kills just didn't come out enough. Some opportunities with these deagles on the entrance, but I think it's the utility from Gambit that really turned the tides. The Molotov, obviously the stream of flashbangs over the top as well. Vitality could never find an easy fight.
I like this version of Gambit where they are way more alive. They used to be like a very calm team, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Nefani's always kind of been the vocal one for the team and continuing it here, and it's good to have someone who can infuse a little bit of energy into the squad.
Gotta have someone answer back so that you're not getting yelled at by Apex.
Yeah.
Someone has to take up that mantle. His pistols are back on the side of Vitality, and they are getting chewed up. Mac 10 in hand. Such a risk-free operation for Nefani, even if he gets found. Who really cares? Backing on out. So,
I think one very cool battle we might see in this game, in my mind, that I'm interested in. It's not one that we normally keep track of in the early rounds because so much happens at A ramp, but it's going to be Exile versus Kyojin to start these rounds over towards B. I have to feel like in this kind of a game, I mean, depends on what they've seen from the previous matchups on Vertigo, but you have to probably think Exile is going to have a lot of freedom and a lot of confidence to take fights there. One of the best players of the year. Stack towards A, Vitality has switched into, and it's wrong side of the map. So they're going to swing, they're going to try and clear out this ramp. Hopefully they were pouncing on multiple Gambit players, but it's just Shiro watching the flank and some stat padding.
That battle on the B-bomb side is really hard when you're on the CT side because you're very often alone playing there. Your teammate might be looking towards the middle and can sort of jump in and but really, if you go down, then you can call it out and say how many people were there and all the rest of it, but you're not going to be able to really help your team do much more than that, right? It's not one of those positions where you can easily set up some crossfires because, again, if you commit 2 people hard to the B-bomb site, it means one of those A players will have to hold back in the middle to keep an eye on that, and usually people don't really want to do that. All right. Good shot from Masuta. So we'll see. That could be really interesting to see how Kyojin handles it. Some players are really solid at that B-bomb side defense, but I think they're kind of rare still.
We'll find out in this game. Nice little AK-47 picked up at the end of the round for Masuta. He salvages it, so gets to save a bit of money. ZywOo should not be on an op in this round. And it's 3-2. Gambit with an early 1-round lead.
What a luxury on top of everything else, right? You have the early conversion, you take the AWE from ZywOo, and they can't even afford it in the 6th round. So you're delaying that potential danger that's out there. We all know how hard it can be to play against.
Yeah, as long as possible. Ooh, Shiro looking for the peek, but ZywOo doesn't give him the angle. Just some spam through the smoke to see if anyone's going to jump up onto yellow. Nice dink through the smoke. That's going to be frustrating, and I think he knows it. Nade comes out, but Nefani had already backed off.
Kyojin and Shox both going down. You just brought this up a round ago, and it's Exile doing the work. Having the confidence and the freedom. Those were the 2 metrics that you brought up, and succeeding on all fronts right now. Fire all over the bomb site. Apex actually coming in from the high ground there in the middle, but a late nade will take him down. Still a very good round here for Gambit. Nefani and Hobbit are both a little bit low on health, so maybe a chance for another shot maybe, but they're already backing out. They realize this is now a problem of the economy for Vitality.
Yeah, and I think they're just so far forced out with not a whole lot of tools, just 2 flashbangs to use and a lot of time left in the round for Gambit to be cautious and effective in the way they clear things out and establish some safety. So 4th round for Gambit. And yeah, I mean, this is kind of the tough part. I mean, those 2 kills from Exile are huge, obviously, just essentially win the round right off the back of that. And if he can establish success having that, then yeah, you are going to have to lean Shocks over towards the B-bomb site a little bit longer than you'd probably like. And it could weaken the defense elsewhere. And there's a lot of different ways you can do it. I think this round, Exile had plenty of support. 2 teammates were there with him, backing him up pretty quickly. Previously, we saw him get a pick when he was just solo at the B-bomb site, so a lot of different looks that Kyojin can see.
They've been losing this map both to Vitality and to Liquid, right?
Liquid, they lost it earlier, yes.
So I think this must be a really good feeling right now on the side of Gambit, having had this kind of a lead 4-2 and keeping the economy on the CT side this low. What a luxury.
I like it too, because remember, this map had been so good for Gambit throughout the entirety of the year. Yeah, here we go, the boost up and the follow-up.
Jump.
Yep, that's rough. This map had been so good for Gambit through a large stretch of this year. I mean, coming into your final event of the year, such a big event such as this, put confidence where it's due. Even if you've had some shaky losses on it, overall this map has been great for you. And I like seeing Gambit still keep that confidence in the map and how well they can play it. Just the lone M4 in the hands of ZywOo brought into this round. Timing for Hobbit is everything. Apex can no longer watch this for his teammates, so he's going to be a freebie. And Gambit already well on their way to a 5th. On their way to a 3-round lead.
Yeah, they're doing everything right at the moment. What was their... Didn't they have a... What was the streak on this map? Is it... How many? 19 or something? I
was going to say 19, but off the top of my head, I don't got it for you.
It's always dangerous pulling up facts when you don't know, I guess. Yeah. People will Google it. But something like that. It's a lot. We stopped counting after a while, you know. So, no doubt that they are really good. They did pick the map after all. Also makes sense. That 1 M4. Single point of damage on ZywOo from the nade. They're going to be able to work their way in here. They have plenty of nades to get rid of him as well. Tiny bit of backup being brought over. Shocks, but only for a while. They really want to have someone in front of ZywOo to take some of the attention away. He's going to get only the single kill there on Exile. They will be fine with it.
There was a stretch of 20 games they had towards, you know, towards the middle to late stages of the year where they went 19-1 on the map.
Damn. That's crazy.
So yeah, feel good about it. 5-2. Vitality is going to have those guns back in their hands, including the AWP on ZywOo. So they've got everything they could possibly want. Here we go, round number 8. ZywOo's going to head to peek down ramp. Here's Exile towards the B-bomb site, looking over the smoke, peering for any glimpse, any vision. Apex trying to slow them down from closing the gap in ZywOo's position.
Such a weird fight going on that A ramp all the time because of the smokes. Right now, as you could tell, 3 active smokes happening on the ramp at the same time, and there's Molotovs and spam being through the... It's just a real nightmare for both sides down there. Another smoke to create a bit of a gap. Can he actually see anything around it? It doesn't matter. Apex, he's going to find the right angle this time and will take down...
They've gotten some really cheeky kills over there.
Yeah.
Remember, they had the tag of from ZywOo through the yellow scaffolding. Here's Apex getting a kill through the smoke and now pushing through for damage. He spots 2 more, so he goes down, but at least he's got information. A rare miss from ZywOo, but he's going to be able to get out. Smoke to delay again. This is called Masuta over in support of ZywOo.
Yeah, but they can't really help each other out. It's still both players kind of playing on their own, which is usually, I think, a bit concerning. Exile trying, but this time, if you're keeping score at home, Kyojin will be able to take down Exile, so great stuff. And now... they're kind of shrinking in towards the center of the map, but I mean, they can play that A-bomb as a retake. You're doing that like 80% of the time anyway, aren't you, on A-bomb side? So...
that's a good win for Kyojin, especially at that moment. As that B defender, as that B anchor, you have to expect the fight to come in when those players have gone down towards the A-bomb site. You have to feel like that's the timing for Exile to make his move and give his team some kind of an option. And this round has just slipped away. Inters and Shiro going to save their money and save their weapons. 3rd round on the board for Vitality with 4 players surviving and switching, or actually they have a double op setup.
Wow. Yeah, nice bit of return. We like those close games. I feel like So Vitality not getting completely dropped behind here. Nice attempt at a wall bang there from Shiro. Some art on the wall. Unable to get the actual damage that he needed, but yeah, this is the one that really seals the round.
Yeah, that's the only other way for Gambit to provide an opening is for Exile to get that kill and take the space it provides. Kyojin drops down. He wants to fight. He's almost got it. Exile down to 30. That'll at least make him passive. You have to be happy about that, but ZywOo trying to get away. So many flashbangs. Important trade for Apex, but he has no idea how much pressure is going to be on him. Got to be cautious. Nobody else from Gambit presses the envelope.
There's a world in which Apex is just as flashed as ZywOo is, and they just both go down. Pretty bold play coming out, but they managed to get rid of ZywOo. That's always a good feeling. 4-on-5. That follow-up grenade from Apex actually did do a fair bit of damage, and because Exile is low from earlier, that little skirmish outside of the B bomb site, they are a little bit tagged up here, Gambit. They're going to find Misuta anyway. Good stuff here. Apex still fighting, and he's worried about that. Yeah, he's going to try and put it out. Could have been another Molotov coming in for all he knows anyway. So 3-on-3. Still a minute left. They could call a bit of a freeze here, Gambit, which is something that they normally like to do. But they're going to go straight for the bomb plant, it seems. Not quite the regular plant, because that does get wall banged a lot. Going to try and see if we can offset that by just a bit. Inters is going to be found right afterwards. It's Kyojin who is rotated in from the B bomb side. Able to pick him up. Nice flick from Shiro. Oh, God. Orbit waiting and listening. That's just a fake, but they're going to get the kill anyway, and he will keep spraying. Even if it takes all 30 bullets, he'll get the double kill. And Gambit, what a huge win right here. Yeah,
that is Gambit just straight flexing and bullying this A defense back. They lose ZywOo 1-for-1 with Apex, and they just have to back off into this site. That was so much power behind that initial contact from Gambit, and Vitality wanted nothing to do with it. Big, big round that prevents Vitality from gaining any momentum. Just that lone win with 4 players surviving. Now, thankfully, it gives them the money to buy up in this round, and Shox can still drop an AWP over to ZywOo if they want it. But Vitality's going to be on the edge with their economy again.
6-3. Yeah. Really is the money that is coming back to haunt Vitality round for round here. Timeout being used. We'll see if they can find a way to solve this problem, but I mean it really is a big problem when you're having to either defend the ramp, but even if you like not to do that, the problem is you still need all the nades just to retake the A bomb side once the bomb is down. If you could do that, I mean, I think NIP originally Threat figured out some really cool nades to create some walls for the retake on A, but you still actually do need the nades. So either way, running out of cash is not a good sign for Vitality. Even if they can buy some rifles here, could tell Misuta and Shock still are lacking at least a couple of nades. Apex still trying through the smoke.
No one's really messing with him at the A bomb, so right now this is the most aggressive play on the map for now. Exile. And with this secured and safe at the moment, looks like he's calling some teammates back to him. Looking for the counter reaction after his utility. Misuta's got to be careful. For a moment there, it looked like Gambit was going to try and set up a split towards this B bomb site. ZywOo and Apex still have seen no pressure towards A, which is unusual.
Shox. This is dangerous, though.
Ooh, does he? I think he saw him a little bit late.
Might have realized he was scoping for it for a while there. But it's so dangerous because if you scope it too far up, they might almost walk underneath the scope and you can't really see them. So 6-3, 10th round, and looks like they're actually getting back to that A ramp really late in the round. No, he's been so vigilant at looking down here, but Exile's hard to find.
I think this feels like Gambit is just setting this up as a fake. They're doing the standard utility towards the A ramp. Bomb is kind of shifting back now on Inters' back. Exile has this position held 30 seconds on the clock. NAVI has pulled a 3rd player over towards the A site, so success on this fake. It's just Kyojin and Shox, and they're so far back. But this hit, I mean, 20 seconds left now.
He knows. Shox, he definitely saw him this time. Yep, and he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. He's going to find Inters. That's the bomb down. Some spam coming through, but not enough to really take Shox down. Tiny bit of damage on him. Apex helping out, dropping Hobbit. 7 seconds on the count, and that means they just can't do anything here. You could see some idea what they want to do. I think you're right. They wanted to just fake it out, but once they got stopped on the stairs, they needed to go, and it was way too slow.
Yeah, I think they're hoping NAVI gets at least 1 kill. And obviously that didn't happen, but certainly, again, slow playing that, and when you're throwing that kind of a fake with that much time left in the round, I think you're half hoping that someone from the B bomb site is going to start rotating off and running, or push forward to get a jump on the flank, and maybe you find a mistake in an opening kill in that way, and it just never happened. So round fizzles out, and Vitality live to fight another day.
Wow, they have so much money, Gambit, don't they? Yeah,
they are very rich. Gonna be tough. But Vitality still, there's still time to make it impactful if you can take all the money away. Oh, that's huge. Shiro gets dinked. Again, more damage, more chip damage through these smokes at the B, or at the A bomb site, excuse me.
Yeah, once you get that dinked through that smoke, you know you have to walk away because there's probably a follow-up HE that's coming at some point, so don't want to walk into that. HE didn't do much this time, really kind of bounced over the box, which was a bit unfortunate. Didn't flip any cones either, Jay. That's important to me.
That is very important. All right, leading the way. Up scaffolding, Hobbit and Navani and Inters at the base. Masuuta's contact, immediate dink, and an easy cleanup afterwards. And Masuuta once more. A little bit of an off angle. Smoke is tantalizing. ZywOo gonna start swinging out and peeking. Gotta be careful. You know, there's Inters. He's close up. Apex has him. This defense is perfect. They pounce at the right moment, and Gambit never really comfortable in how they can support each other and stop those peaks. So a 5th round now for Vitality, and an all-important 5th round of all 5 players surviving.
It's so unfortunate when you're playing behind the scaffolding the way that second target of Masuuta was. Because they obviously would like to... They can hear ZywOo running down, so they obviously want to go on him, but at the same time, they have to respect the fact that Masuuta is there. It's actually kind of hard to make rapid decisions if you're Gambit in that moment. You know, you can call it out and say, oh, they're coming in from the ramp, but if you're the player that's behind the curtain out there, not much you can really do about that. Ooh, good shots, but it will be a 5th round on the board for Vitality. Shiro hoping to save it, smoking it up, but they will find him anyway. Good shot from ZywOo. 5 to 6. They have another buy left in them here, Gambit. But after that, it's going to be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, Will. And they're calling a timeout as well. They want to make this round impactful. A couple losses at the end to hunt down that AWP, but well worth it to force the rebuy. And yeah, a great defense at that A site. Round number 12.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great 3-man crunch on that ramp. Kind of hard, usually hard to set up. There is, sometimes when you do that, all that happens is people just die one at a time on the CT side, right?
I think part of the reason why it's so impactful, Gambit, that round chose not to use too much utility in trying to aggress upon those positions. There's no Molotov towards lane that you're forcing someone back, no flashbangs to make Masuuta turn away before you peek it. They're trying to gain a lot of ground with very little, and I think they just got punished with it. 1 round lead now for Gambit. It's dwindled. It's been 2 in a row, 3 of the last 4 in the favor of Vitality. But all 3 of those wins have been rounds that just time out. Plenty of saved weapons in those for Gambit, which is why they've been able to preserve so much money up until this point.
Yeah, that is a good point. Started the setup outside of the B-bomb site. They did 1 boost earlier, not this one, but being creative. Trying to catch somebody off guard, although they're going to lose Fanny before they even really get started.
Oh, this is huge. Oh, they're going to be aggressive. They've got a timing. It's only Kyojin, and he's so blind. Masuuta does turn in time to get 1 more, to get the trade. And Shox has lined up with the op as well. Another flashbang is out. Masuuta does get it. Traded again, but it's all in the favor of Vitality as Apex chimes in.
Shiro, 1 versus 3, and there's nothing he can do either. Shox will take him down. Some war cries are coming out. Apex is getting fired up once again. Great manners to
I know,
take the
I was going to say,
up.
I appreciate it. His teammates probably appreciate it.
Yeah.
I guarantee that was a conversation at some point. Like, listen, Apex, if you're going to yell like a psychopath, can you at least not do it directly into my ears?
Yeah. I'm going to be able to hear something when I'm 40, so please.
Nice round from Vitality. They hustled over here.
No.
Wait, he didn't put his microphone up. When did he put it up? Did he do it like 80% of the way through the craziness? They spotted ZywOo. He's got to fight. And that's a tough spot.
That's amazing. Oh, I love Counter-Strike and LAN. It's just too much fun. Apex will take down Inters. They're out of money on the Gambit side, and it shows. Getting broken down in this round. Shiro doing some good damage, but he cannot win the round. And now Vitality are in the lead, 7-6.
Yeah, 2 rounds remaining in the half. Op picked up for Shiro, Op on shock still. ZywOo can afford one of his. Look, this is Gambit outside of like the first 3 rounds that we saw them have success at A. Like they've been shut down for the most part. Like they've been getting tagged up, they've been killed, they've been damaged through smokes without even seeing anybody. They really don't seem all that motivated to aggress upon that A ramp at this point.
Yeah, you're right. It's a bit interesting. Ooh, and we're back with some B aggression now from Vitality. They did this once earlier, or they did push up, but still. Yojin, is he going to stick around? It's again on that A ramp. ZywOo going to be able to find a Fanny, and good return. Axile saw it coming, realizing that if the orb is pushed up that far, probably there's a rifle to follow it with. So heads up play for Axile to not get completely distracted. Although ZywOo is doing work, he's hitting a headshot as well and follows it up on Shiro. What a madman. This is what we've been waiting for.
Apex ain't even waiting for the end of the round to get in their heads. He's still screaming while it's live. Axile has no idea where anyone could be. A minute for him to just sit here and think. What a round from ZywOo. Quad kill on for the ace, but I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get it.
I mean, it would be really aggressive to go hunting for him right here. 55 seconds.
Ooh, I was going to say it's worth it. There's only 1 round left. Like, your money isn't too big of a consideration, but Masuta's at 500, ZywOo's at 400, so not exactly the most money in the world. You got to be cautious about exactly how many you lose. Question is, does Apex leave him?
Exile. Now you go for the knife. He's been shouting a lot. It's tempting, but nope. Gonna execute him instead. 30 seconds. And now you've got to be real careful here. You take a couple of steps forward, you're going to give ZywOo that ace and his 15th kill. 20 seconds left.
Problem with too is ZywOo want the ace is you don't want to go hunting with that op and pass it over to Shiro into the last round. So
not a good idea.
Yeah, just give it up. And that's the exact thing they're going to do. 10 seconds on the clock. So 8-6. Vitality has gotten control of this game. Despite a rough stretch in the middle of 5-0, 6 of 7 rounds in the favor of Gambit, Vitality has just regained control and running away with it now.
That one's fine. This next sequence is wild, isn't it?
Yeah, this shot on Shiro, because Shiro's already got the angle as well. Or just setting up to post on it.
Yeah. We muted that segment. 15th round is coming up. Oh, man.
Not even the chickens.
No, it's brilliant.
Inters watching for a mid-push. Final round of the opening half. Gambit versus Vitality. Upper bracket final. Winner goes to the grand finals. Loser is going to drop down and play tomorrow against either NAVI or Team Liquid.
Yeah, that is true as well. No easy matches from here on out. It's all going to be real difficult. They're on that ramp. They've been beat up pretty badly on this ramp. You mentioned a couple of rounds ago, and it's still true. They've really been shot through the smoke. They've had to run into the side on that AWP. They're not enjoying life, and kind of hard to play the T side if you can't get the ramp control.
Yeah, very difficult. They've tried a number of different ways of attacking it as well. They've been aggressive, they've been passive, they've done it with utility and without, and Vitality, for the most part, has stood up to the task. ZywOo looking for any indication, just seeing if Lady Luck is with him on that spam. 5 players from Gambit ready to turn this corner. Molotov out. That'll delay things a little bit longer. Look at the clock.
Yeah. Under 40 seconds. And not that many nades left, but I mean, a couple of them are there. Masuta has still got a Molotov somewhere. Could slow them down even further. It's 25 seconds. Gambit, you need to move a little bit quicker than this. They run into ZywOo, but they're still on the ramp, and they're running out of time. This would be a bit of a devastating way to lose the half if you end up just simply running out of time. Been saving a lot too. The bomb is on the ground. Hobbit's going to go down next, and it's Navani on his own. 1 versus 5. He's going to find ZywOo, but it is too late. Nothing he can do to win the round any further. What a great comeback here for Vitality at the end. 9-6 in their favor. They stood tall. They managed to save enough money to get back into the game, and they win the last 6 rounds. So we'll see if they can continue the second half. It's coming right up.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Betway Whose Faces That round 2 between Axile and Simple. Right now, Axile's strong lead, 4 points to 2, but there's still a chance for the comeback. All right, Simple, don't give up. Never give up. Let's just kick it off. Whose face is that? Starting from the top.
But it's easy, I know 2 faces, 100%.
Yeah, it's a good-looking guy, this
the
one.
First one, I say it's electronic.
From the top?
Yeah.
Incorrect. Come on, Axile. Snipe it all. They're all great players, too. I'll give you that hint.
Apex. Oh, no.
Apex?
Yeah.
Wrong.
I thought about him as well, but...
It kind of looks like that. It's a very French haircut.
Yeah. Maybe it's shocks.
No, sir. Come on, man. There'd be like gel and carvings and you know what I mean?
Maybe it's some old haircut.
Sure.
He likes to change.
All right, it is a French Vitality player, though.
Misuta?
No, sir.
Zegu?
Correct.
Nice.
There you go, man. You hit it. Hit the green one for us, would you? Because you finally got one right. You know? All right, so Zaiwu on the top. Follow up, man. Who's in the middle?
Okay, it's me.
There you go.
And then it's Nico.
And then it's Nico. That's 3 points.
Okay. That's easy.
Done. That's one's dusted.
5-4.
Yeah.
So close.
So close. And this is your chance, all right? Final round of Whose Face Is That? Final face as well. Let's load it up.
Okay.
It's a great look. From the top.
Who starts?
Whoever hits the button. Yeah.
It's Jack Z.
Yeah, exactly. Jax, 100%.
Then it's Device.
You said Device for the middle? Incorrect. Okay. Axel, if you get these next 2, it is tied. Okay. No pressure, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, no pressure.
Apex.
Correct. Last one. Get this right, and it's a tie. If not, maybe it's stolen away, man. Your entire career has led to this moment.
With beard as well?
Yeah, like under nose, like mustache and down.
Yeah.
My tip for this one is always, you know, the jersey helps sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's easy. If it's Astralis jersey.
If. Okay, what if it's not an Astralis player?
Zhush.
Correct. There it is. Tied game, 6-6, the shush clutch. That is right, folks. All right, man. Well, there it is. A 6-6 tie between Axile and Simple for Betway's Whose Face Is That? See you guys next time.
You know, I'm going to be so disappointed, Jason, if we don't do one with Doja at one point. Just have to point that out.
Or just put the whole faces Doja.
Yeah. Guess it every time. Just different pictures, all of Doja.
It's got to be all of his different memes though, like each of the like the mustache to chin.
There's a lot of them, so yeah, you go get to work. Oh, this nade. It could be beautiful. They're going to be far enough forward a little bit. That could have been so much more devastating. They should actually be pretty thankful that it's just Kyojin that takes the brunt of it. Second half is here, though, and Vitality, they're on the T side. Gambit are on the CT side. And we're setting up for a bit of an aggressive B hit. Now, Gambit are looking down that A ramp, and they're not seeing anyone. They're not feeling anything, so surely they will go right now, Vitality. Yeah, they're not going to waste any time. Set up the smokes, set up the Molotovs all the way in the back, and just get that bomb side knocked down. 16th round, Axile, he's hiding, but not for long. Shots will find him. Misuta firing that gun everywhere, and he's going to get a kill for it as well. Bomb will be planted, and not a good look here for Gambit.
What a great pistol round from Vitality. That's a stacked bomb set as well. 3 players in the utility just caused so much mayhem, made all those crossfires disjointed. Gambit had no idea how to work with each other in that scenario, and it's just Hobbit very quickly. Convincing pistol round for Vitality. They've now won both in this map. It's going to be 10-6.
Yeah, they really thought that through. In a world where Gambit maybe played that A ramp slightly more aggressively, maybe they actually could have sort of found out earlier. But it's kind of hard to do in a pistol round as well, so I don't really blame them. Good start for Vitality. They've won the last 6 rounds of the first half, and they start off pretty well in the second half too. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We'll count that, I guess. We'll let him have it. And another one. And another one.
You can have one of those in a round.
He had like 4 of them in the first half. He's destroying all the quotas that we've set up for smoke kills. Kyojin is going to lead the way. Mac 10, Apex and Shocks with them as well. Big job for Exile. Hobbit's there as well. A crossfire on the drop. And oh boy, is Vitality in trouble.
Yeah, hold up. That's not meant to happen. At least you want something in return, like a bomb plant happening on the other side. Masuto's going to find one, and they're going to have a chance here to get the bomb down. Nades landing right on it as they try to plant, and finally, they find the headshot. Hobbit took a while there. Shocks on a bit of a late flank. Saibu, though, he needs it quick. He's on his own and already getting taken out. 10-second defuse begun. Shocks will fall, and Saibu, he had to somehow tag him through the smoke. Nafani holding with 6 health left and just trusting in his teammates at the end. Huge return for Gambit. They needed that round desperately.
Yeah, that's a good one for Gambit to grab. Hobbit and Exile just playing with those deagles right ready for the drop, and that's so rough. Look, no Molotov to force Hobbit away, no flashbangs, no smokes, and that makes that crossfire very deadly. Defensive smoke put out as well, so they can swing on the bomb planter. It all went perfect for Gambit this time. Not done with it yet. 10-7. Another buy in the round for Vitality. AK-47 on ZywOo. Couple of Galils. And to the B-bomb site we go early on. ZywOo already challenging up the stairs. I mean, it's a round where Gambit has the advantage, but I mean, this FAMAS versus AK duel at this B-bomb site sucks.
Yeah.
just to be very blunt about it, it's no fun.
You have one mistake and you're just going to be gone. So Exile seems to know that. They have a single Molotov. They're going to throw it all the way in the back, which, I mean, you only have one guess, right? Exile's going to still peek behind it, which I'm a little bit surprised by. Could be in trouble now. He's going to try and see if he can run out of there, and so far so good. He's still trying to escape the bomb site. They've got him locked in once again. How many resources are they going to use to try and just get Exile? There's a chance, and Shocks will take him down. So still a good trade for Gambit.
Oh, Masuta has the information. I don't know if Sheer spotted him on the jump, maybe. Hobbit's on his way back, but this B pressure is not working out the way Vitality would have liked. Trying to take advantage of that duel against the FAMAS, and it all slips away. 2 for 1 over at B. ZywOo's very low. Kyojin is very low. That's a well-managed round from Gambit.
Yeah, there's something interesting that happens in some of these rounds where you have an enemy player that you've boxed in behind, you know, you've got Molotov at one position, you know where he is. If the entire team focuses on just trying to find that person, that can also be real bad, right? Because suddenly you're not aware of flashbangs, no one is looking for anyone else who's coming into it, so... It's
also, remember, this is a round that Vitality force buys into. They kind of have that, like, one set of utility to get that pick, and then after that, you're just kind of hoping he makes a mistake, and you could see them, doing a whole shall not pass thing on the stairs. Nobody wanted to go up and find the duel. Time runs out. ZywOo survives with his AK-47, so he'll give it a second crack at it in round number 19.
All right. 10-8. They're right back in this game. I really changed. Winning that second round will maybe be what makes the difference in the end here for Gambit. If they want to try and get a chance to win their own map pick, that's how you got to do it.
That second round felt like Vitality was like just really trying to build some momentum. They were just like, we won a bunch towards the end of the first half. We've got this pissed around. Let's just establish the fact that we can just run you over and, you know, see how that leads us into the gun rounds. And unfortunately, it didn't pan out that way at all.
No, it really didn't. 10-8, 19th round. Got a single Galil on... I don't know, AK on ZywOo. They could afford the AWP, I'm assuming, so... Still says something about the level of trust that they have in him as a player and as a resource on the team, that they're willing to try and sacrifice a lot for him to just have an output. Nice shot from Shiro. Probably could have justified falling back. He was already on half health. But he gets his say at the end. Oh, Hobbit. That's a devastating position to hold.
It's a money-making position with a MAC-10 in hand. Not moving forward quite yet, though. Still, ZywOo not able to really find any battle he's comfortable with. Gonna go for a boost. Flashbang comes out. Bothers him just a little bit. I want to see this boost. Okay.
In case they were boosted all the way at the back, I'm guessing. You could probably see them. Oh, trying to set it up. But yeah, AWP versus AK. I know Cyber was good and all, but that's a very hard shot to hit. 28 seconds. There's a bit of a chance. He survives at the very least. Masuta and Shox have both gone down in the meantime. The bomb is on the ground, and now Hobbit running up behind him. So Cyber eventually, poor Hobbit, he's waiting that whole time. But on the other hand, it is well played. That's actually a mistake that we see sometimes. If you are in that position, you have such a powerful feeling that if I just take 3 more steps forward, I'm gonna, you know, get the full team spray down kind of thing. But if you do that and you get caught instead, they can just run out, maybe go to the B bomb side. It's gonna be really awkward. Yeah, makes for some uncomfortable situations at times. Good job from Gambit. 9-10. First gun round coming in, and shout out to your boy Kyojin, who dropped an AK-47 over to ZywOo, who did not have the money to afford a rifle. Yeah, I mean, so really getting that AK in the previous round, it's a bit of a downgrade now, but it's just trying to maximize the chances that they could have done something in that last round. And I guess the payoff was really there, but you can understand the logic of it. Kyojin with that deagle, he will go down to Inters. Did get 1 shot off, but not enough. There's no Molotov for Shiro's position. He can sit here the whole time. Nathani is going to get 2. Wow. That's a great double kill with the Galil, and even ZywOo's been spotted as Shiro peeks out, and it's going to be a tough escape. Gambit's not peeking just yet. ZywOo's looking for it over the flames. He loses out on that one too. Triple kill from Nathani, and that'll tie things up, 10-10. No Molotov for Shiro's position, but also no flashbangs to turn the corner or anything. So that was some excellent shooting from Nathani, but also at the same time, there was no flashbang against him. He didn't have to really be worried about anything, just had a good angle. Yeah, Vitality trying to win off the surprise of contact, perhaps. Obviously doesn't pan out. And this round will fizz away. Looks like Shox just wants to save the AK-47 for the next round. The last 2 times these teams played this, it was Gambit beating Vitality at IEM Winter. That was 16-9. And at Pro League, it was Vitality beating Gambit 16-14. That is looking like it could be a similarly close score here. About to be tied up 10-10 with the money not looking that great for Vitality. No, and even some of these rounds early on have not been great. I mean, this round, all 5 players from Gambit are going to survive. The other 3 rounds that Gambit have won in this half have been 4 players surviving. So since the second round, Vitality's only managed to get 3 kills in the past 4 rounds, which, I mean, we saw it yesterday on Mirage in the Navi versus G2 game. At a certain point, when the CT side or when any side really builds up so much money, you're playing the game on hard mode because you're constantly going up against full buys, and Vitality needs to avoid that catastrophe if they want to take this first map. Yeah, they need some real output here. 10,000, you're right, almost 11,000 on Hobbit. They do have a pretty good bank going forward. Vitality, they're going to have it again. Solo AK saved from the previous round. We'll see if they can have a better impact this time than they've had so far in these sort of lone gun situations. They're outside of the B bomb site, setting up something. Ooh. Nade. Ooh. It's devastating. It's an orc grenade. Yeah, really is. Shox. Shout out to the Warcraft 3 mod. All right, another nade. Shox eats that one. Down very low. Still gets the kill. Potentially another headshot as well. And Shox and Kyojin were aiming for Inters, but they've got the pick they wanted with that AK-47. And now you relocate on the map and see what you can get elsewhere. It's caused a huge shift in the defense. Inters and Shiro dedicated to B. Nathani is starting to push and get aggressive, trying to peek in towards mid. It's only Hobbit at the A bomb site, but the longer they take, the slower they take this ramp control, the quicker someone's going to rotate over. You can already see Gambit saying, okay, well, there's no more presence here. And again, they don't have the grenades to get rid of Hobbit, and he knows it. So even if he's alone for a minute there, he just feels probably very confident that he could be back here and at least get a kill, maybe more than that. Timing is pretty good. He's almost got the right idea. 30 seconds on the clock, a jump around, and there's no one there to follow it up. And now they're kind of wedged up against the back. Hobbit, not quite the right position for the nade, but I don't think it really matters here. 20 seconds, Shiro in position to take down Sideward. Hobbit doing more work from behind those sandbags. Shox is on his own, and he will fall. Gambit are back in the lead. 11-10.
Yeah, back in a lead and still plenty of money. Hobbit's at 15,000 before he buys anything. Now 5 straight for Gambit's defense. And another crack at it for Vitality, who really do need to show us something soon. This is getting worrying.
Yeah, they've kind of disappeared a little bit. See if they can find a way to turn it around. I still feel like a lot of teams have a hard time finding anything in the middle here. I mean, obviously, Gambit already showed us how tricky it can be if you can't win the A-ramp battle.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that taking mid is easy, or I think maybe worse sometimes. You can push the CTs back, but you don't know what to do with them afterwards. But
I think the problem is, like, it's a difficult part of the map to take. It takes a lot of resources, and even when you take it, it's like you don't really have any clear, you know, it's still tough to get into the A-bomb site, still tough to get into the B-bomb site. So often mid is just kind of left towards maybe an initial pick and maybe a lurk in some various rounds. But it doesn't seem to be very important on Vertigo at the moment.
They're going to try. Sneaky their way forward. Kyojin, who was playing the B-bomb site, didn't see a lot of action in the first half. Second half has not been too kind on him either. But they've got deep in there.
Yeah, but look how difficult that mid is on the mini map. As soon as a presence is made, Shiro rotates over with his op. Hobbit even rotate over in support. So as soon as you make presence in mid as Vitality, there's going to be 3 defenders waiting for you to turn the corner. Nefani goes down. I think he's pushing down scaffolding, and
yeah,
he's been picked. Apex now knows the position, can't win the fight.
Did the Molotov hit Apex? I think it did, and I think Hobbit heard. That seems like a really good setup for a kill, and there's another spree coming in. Kyojin, the victim this time. Saimu, though, fighting his way back. Oh, a missed shot, and Misuta will take him down. Is that the opening that they need? Inters is still on the site, though, and he will take down Misuta. 10 seconds now on the clock. They need to move right now, or they're going to be 1 death away from losing the round. You don't want to ever be in that position. 5 seconds. Here's a nice pickup. Saimu gets 1 and he follows it up. And once again, he is the difference between Vitality winning or losing a round.
Yeah, what a champion. Zaiwu stepping up, walking up with the planter just to secure it. Able to get the final 2 kills. That's massive. What a great round from Zaiwu. This pick, remember, he gets 1 through the scaffolding as well, through the yellow, right here. Boom. Great reaction. And ensuring that bomb can get planted. 11-11. Now that's step 1. As we've kind of mentioned, a lot of money built up for Gambit. There's this round of a full buy coming in for the defense, and if Vitality win this one, there's going to be another buy after that. And then the losing bonus starts building up, so who knows what you face after that. But still, it's a rough road for Vitality for a little bit longer.
We need translations at some point.
Sounded like he was ordering a meal.
Maybe he was.
He was very casual.
It's Sharks. He's a smooth operator.
At all times. Zaiwu shocks Apex towards B. So, this time applying a little bit of pressure, and Zaiwu even taking a pre-fire shot with the AWP, letting him know that he's coming into this position a little bit blind.
It's like a gentleman's warning shot, kind of like, just so you know, so there's no complaints later, I'm here with the AWP, so if you want to run, now's the time for it.
They didn't take the warning.
No,
He's still got a pick. Inters is in trouble. He's stuck behind double stack. Hobbit has rotated over. Nafany is here in mid as well. He's going to be very, very quick in support. How much does Vitality want to commit at this point in the round? Apex is in a strong position. You can... Ooh, he bails out. He thought the flames would spread.
Pretty good jump, actually. All things considered. Nice nade on top of Saimu. I am so impressed by Inters. Not just not moving so much and kind of sticking to his position, but I probably would have wanted to use some nades. He had a full stack of nades, so the fact that he just tried to time that out, it could have definitely worked. 3-on-3, 50 seconds, and Hobbit, smoke of his own making, trying to play around it, but Kyojin will find him. Heads up, play, and Misuta swings onto the bomb site to take down Nafany. It's now Shiro. 1 versus 3, and at all probably too valuable to throw away.
I don't think Nafany ever knew how close they were. So many smokes and such a slow-paced hit and progress onto the bomb site. He never realized they were about to turn that corner. What a great round from Vitality. Yeah, I mean, it is the warning shot. It's like, hey, I'm Zaiwu, I'm here. And then you still get a pick. Exile leans out a little bit too far.
I think that's very nice. I mean, it's a bit aggressive too at the same time, but I think it's cool.
And that's the problem. With Exile going down to ZywOo, there was no one to give information over to Inters, who's just hiding patiently behind that double stack for so long. You can see there on Hobbit screen as well. Never even saw Kyojin. Kyojin's just taking a cautionary spam just in case someone's trying to work around the smoke just like that. And another timeout is called. Second one for Gambit.
It's cutting it real close right now. There's so few rounds left in this map, and...
Well, at this point, it's jockeying for who controls the money.
Yeah, the trust fund that Gambit had built is pretty rapidly disappearing. And that's an issue. They might have to go get a job at some point.
Oh.
Who wants that?
Ugh.
Did I say something? I did. So it's in gamer world, it's still early. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it?
For me, it is. 5 o'clock. It's normally when I want to wake up.
Okay. You've been awake, but you're not awake.
I went to the gym and everything. I'm so proud of myself.
And you still are asleep.
I know. Maybe that was the mistake to begin with. Hobbit on 21 kills. He's quietly snuck really high up there. ZywOo on 24 on the other side. So, I mean, that's impressive for Hobbit. We didn't even talk about him so much, but he's been doing a fine job right now. They need this round badly on the side of Gambit. Vitality have been let back into the room. They're destroying the furniture, painting on the walls.
Gonna lose their deposit.
That's a very grown-up way of thinking. I'm not gonna lie.
Round 24. Apex.
Permanent marker doesn't come off.
Oh, we've all been there. All right, slow paced. Very passive from both these teams early on. And Vitality looking for a pick at A ramp that wasn't provided to him. And we kind of got the conversation from Groove talking to Banks before the series started is, you know, we've played against these guys. We've practiced against them so much. We've got a great idea. I mean, both teams have a great idea of what the other ones like to do. So in a match like this, where that's kind of a talking point, there are so many mind games that you just can't know about.
Yeah, it's hard from the outside, you're right, to understand exactly why they're making some of the reactions that they are. Ooh, that's a triple threat on the other side. Inter's lucky to be alive. Shox, though, not similarly fortunate there. He's going to be going down. Exile, incredible spray from the back, and he hits the headshot to take down Apex. Such a fantastic piece of work.
Well, we just kind of talked about middle as well, and it's like you can't really... I mean, that's a pretty powerful opening to take control of it from Vitality. So much damage onto one player, and you force him back, and you pretty much have free control of mid, but like, look what happens when you turn. You're kind of worried about a choke point earlier from towards CT spawn that had punished you when Hobbit was there in the second round. You're looking the wrong direction. Exile gets a triple spray down, and you still have Shiro there to deal with as well.
Yeah. Man, if they don't win that round, it's almost the map for Vitality. They could have bounced up to something like 14 rounds.
Yeah, before the Muddy would have been back. That was a huge win for Gambit out of the timeout.
You like to see it. Everyone is really showing up as well for both sides. Kyojin a little bit further behind, but I think, again, he had the misfortune of playing the B-bomb side, which wasn't that active in the first half. And then second half, he's been sent into middle a lot. Is sort of trying to operate that on his own, which, again, is not necessarily that much of a fun task. But let's see. Back towards the B stairs for the minute. Kind of wandering around the middle of the map at the moment here. They don't have any presence. I mean, those smokes that are down on the A ramp, they're going to be gone soon. If Gambit find out, they could be running into trouble here, but there's the timing.
Yeah, they won't really find out because NAVI and Hobbit are just both so passive at the moment. This utility is probably the biggest giveaway just yet. Exile up close, and he's got two. Massive. Through the bullets, he goes down, but no one's prepared for the follow-up peek. And Inters probably should have had one. Molotov is spectacular, though. It's going to delay them. Apex is trapped. He can do nothing but pray that the flames don't spread. And ZywOo is next up to make his move. But look at the rain of fire coming in.
They are just exchanging Molotovs left and right. Flick is not quite there in Apex. I don't know who he was praying to, but it worked out. He didn't actually burn in the end, and he's able to get the kill as well. Hobbit there, finding another one, trying to do it for his team one more time, but Shox, haven't heard too much out of him either. He's been a bit quiet this game, but it's a good headshot to try and get himself warmed up again. Hobbit with the one kill now. Can he finish off what he started? No, ZywOo is out in the open. And it will be another triple kill, adding to the ridiculous multi-frags that he's had already on this map. 13 to 12, and that's devastating to Gambit.
Yeah, and ZywOo is 27 and 14. Hobbit is trying to keep up, 23 and 15. Very admirable, but look at the trades coming in. And Vitality is just so composed when all these Molotovs are ruining their timings. And at the moment, thank God for ZywOo. Devastating, but not quite a catastrophe for Gambit. Again, they're going to ride the edge of almost completely out of money. And at this stage in the game, this would be the real catastrophe if Gambit lose this one.
I was about to say they haven't tried for too much aggression, but now they are. Right in the middle, double setup at different elevations. It's very hard to peek that kind of thing. Even with flashes and everything, Apex probably reaching way too far.
Interesting to see those flashbangs thrown after the double kill coming out from Gambit. They were trying to stay silent in middle to not let them know they were going to attack in that position, and boy, does that backfire. Gambit again, I mean, look, this is the kind of game you want it to be, right? Is Vitality just pressuring them in terms of taking the economy, in terms of taking the advantage, such a strong advantage in the last few rounds, and Gambit just each and every time they're at the breaking point, they fight back so effectively. And if they can keep 5 players alive, that'd be massive. Another one spotted, and Inters doesn't want to commit to the fight. He's got another Molotov to throw out. ZywOo hunting, looking for the follow-up rotation, looking for the support rotation from the A bomb site.
Yeah, this is a one round from Gambit, but if you test ZywOo in this moment, he can win it back. There's absolutely no reason to try and go for it here. Gun barrel showing, and he's gonna find Inters. I don't even know. How is he even able to see anything from behind the spools there? Seems unreasonable. 30 seconds left. NAVI playing right at the edge, and they're running out of time here, Gambit. So Vitality, they're doing a fine job so far, but now it's getting a bit tricky once again. ZywOo's out. Shox is going to fall. Good job on NAVI at the end. He's going to get double on his own, and it's 13-13. We're all tied up once again.
Yeah, it's Vitality with no cash. Ooh, this is a spicy situation for them. That's admirable from Shox and ZywOo in the 2v5. Almost able to make that a dangerous round, but this, here's you're going to see the flashbangs come in just a little bit late.
Yeah.
To no effect.
You can understand Apex mentality in that moment. It's like, oh, if they're falling back or the flashes work, I can recover the round, but in the end, did not play out that way. Some deagles are in play, but otherwise, really solid chance right now for Gambit to get up to 14 and almost make it through their own map choice here.
Can you imagine how different this half could be, though, if Gambit wasn't able to build so much money in that 5-round streak that they had, right? Cool. It's just been every time Vitality knocking on the door of taking it away from them, and they've just barely been able to sustain. And that might be the few rounds that at the end of this game, Vitality's going to look at the scoreboard and say, we really needed that reset.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
A 5-round stretch where only 5 players died from Gambit.
That's such a luxury to work with. Bit of an over-commitment to that fight there for Hobbit. Zero not firing the gun. And they will go and pick up that rifle back there eventually. Too many deagles to fight.
Yeah, but what do you do from here now? Apex at least has an AK-47. If he can provide you a kill, you'd love that. Back to the B bomb site we go. And it's going to take a minute because they've got to walk due to the nature of the map. Axile had fully committed to A, so had Shiro, so had Inters, all of them leaking back. But actually, I think they heard Axile make footsteps, which makes them say, okay, let's go. Let's get in there quickly. Bomb being planted. Nothing to really stop it at the moment. Molotov's going to come out, but too late. And Vitality not yet finding some comfortable post-plant positions. It's all on Apex and Shox.
2 versus 3 now. Really good find for Vitality to even get the bomb down here in Apex. Still alive, still a slight chance to maybe do it. He catches NAVI out in the open, but he can't find the kill. He needed that, and he had every opportunity to. That is going to be really frustrating.
Yeah. He's going to be hating that one. If he gets that kill, it gets very interesting. You're right. 14-13. Gambit just 2 rounds away from surviving this scare on Vertigo.
I mean, if what you're saying is true, that they heard the footstep from Axile, and behind that they were like, okay, let's go, let's make... think about how a tiny bit of information that is to work off of. I mean, they're playing in a round where they can take some risks because they're probably not going to win the round anyway, but I still think that's really impressive. 14-13.
It's also still a risk, even just going off you don't know if that's the rotator or if that's the anchor. It happened to be the anchor, which gave him a free bomb site, but there could have been another world in which a second player was there just ready to wreck him.
Some utility damage on Axile and Apex.
Yeah, doing good work. Exile towards the B bomb side on CT side. Apex playing that ramp at A on Vitality's CT side.
They've been bringing it down to the wire now. 14-13. We are getting really, really close. And again, the money is probably what will be the determining factor here.
I feel like we haven't seen Vitality win a round a day quite yet.
No,
I can't recall one.
We did wait for a long time. We were calling this the A ramp simulator.
Yeah, the A execute simulator.
It's all that really happened, right? Oops. It's not the flashbang they were looking for.
Well, important round for Vitality. They've got a 3-round losing bonus.
Ouch. Nade right on top of them.
They'll get 2,900 in the next round. And as you can see, that would leave them at, what, 3,500 bucks if they don't get a plant.
I'm not going to try and do any math on stream. You're not going to beat me into that shit. I'm a veteran broadcaster. I don't...
Vitality has got to have some success here, and it's towards this A bomb site for the moment. Oh, those nades are just so brutal. Every time they get into a new position, the nade lands perfectly. Apex is brought to 33 without having even seen anyone or fired a bullet. Same with Masuta down to 62. They're going to start progressing up. If they can win this round here at A, that'd be so, so good.
See if Apex could still find a way to be relevant in this round. I feel like that's such an interesting challenge when you're playing Counter-Strike, to still have a positive impact on the round even when you're really low on health, because of course you still can. Masuta taking up a bit of a lead here and moving forward. Do they have more nades for Apex? No, this one is not quite going to find him. But we're down to 30 seconds. They need to move Vitality. Backup may be called for here. Shock's just going to try and see if he can come in and help out. So they're going to have everyone here from the French side. Now, can they crack the bomb side? They haven't had many victories over at A. Maybe this is the one that'll do it. They have the swing. They've isolated Hobbit as well. He's in trouble, and he will get traded right away. But do they know there's still a third man here at Nafani, and he's able to get the spray. 10 seconds left, and Saivu on his own on an island on top of that smoke. Nafani will bring him down. It's a great hold at a 15th round for Gambit.
Yeah, that is a very convincing hold, and Vitality's T-side still just stumped at the moment. And yeah, what do you lean on if you're Vitality in this last round? What do you say has been our most successful start?
That kind of a swing actually looks like it's totally winnable for Vitality. I mean, it's a horrible position to be in for the CTs. The fact that there's a third man here is obviously, that's the real trick up the sleeve, but at the same time, the first two players were in trouble.
Yeah, they needed it. One flash would have been everything they needed. It's tough swing. I mean, look, if that's a one-on-one when you swing, it's one thing. Having two players in that position from Gambit, that starts to get tough. And then obviously Nafani playing over at yellow, able to fall back very, very quickly. 15-13. Gambit has 2 chances to close this map out in regulation.
They didn't get the bomb plant either.
No, they didn't. And, you know, 3,500.
You did it.
I did it.
Get this man a diploma.
Here we go. Round 29.
Kyojin is still stuck at 6 kills. I mean, again, it's hard to play a game like this when you can't make it work. But if he could get one right now, I mean, he could bring his team almost into overtime. So keep that chin up.
All is forgiven if you can have impact when it matters the most. Zaiwu looking for a peek. It's not going to happen, and he's going to start progressing forward. Light on nades. Vitality is going to have to be very... Ooh, that actually missed its mark, and Zaiwu still actually peeks for it and misses the timing. Good kill from Nafani. Who wants more? Apex isn't ready. They're going to spam him right back, but that's great information. That's 2 kills, that's the bomb, and that's the knowledge of at least 2 more as well.
Yeah, that is hard to deal with.
Smoke flash left for Vitality.
And it's the way that is actually set up by the failed flashbang. Just a little too limp-wristed to try and throw it over. It didn't really work out.
Not enough mustard on that hot dog.
No, that's critical. Especially here in the land of hot dogs, Jason.
Stop.
So 3-on-4, actually. It's about to forget about Nafidi there. But look at Exile. He is so far pushed up on the B-bomb side that they're so confident in having this stack over on this side. They've got Shiro looking at the middle. I feel like right now Gambit know everything that Vitality are about to do.
And Vitality can't really... I don't even know if they necessarily will want... Oh, hold the phone. I was going to say, I don't know if they want to use utility because it'll give away where they are, although the spam does that, and maybe it just flat out doesn't matter. This is going to be so tough, especially with this time. Gambit's going to be jumping through these smokes, but they don't even have to. What a spray from Hobbit. Oh, a spectacular triple kill. And that is going to get Gambit the first map, 16-13. They take Vertigo. We're going to get this series underway. We're going to move it on to the second map when we come back for the break. Stay tuned when we find our first grand finalist.
So next up in our World Team of the Year is the IGL. Anywhere that you want to start for this one, gentlemen?
I think this one is pretty tricky. It's hard because also nowadays you look at a lot of teams and you look at, I at least consider it a duo. It's coach plus the in-game leader, right? For me personally, I think Apex has done a really, really good job this year and just in general, and also the fact how, and this is another thing I look at as the in-game leader. It's not just how you play and even the T side and like how your team plays. It's also the leadership aspect, which is very important, right?
Underrated. And I think that's a perfect segue, because that's a very big point that I wanted to make with Cadian as an in-game leader. Because, you know, I don't think anyone's looking at Heroic and saying tactically or strategically they're blowing anyone out of the water, but considering the year that they've had and considering the controversy that they've been stuck and mired in for months on end, I think a lesser team with a lesser leader might have collapsed under that pressure.
I don't think there's a tighter group in today's Counter-Strike.
Yeah, 100%. I want to go back to what you were saying about the coach and in-game leader, kind of the relationship and how important that is, because I feel like that is something that really is going to come up with Boomage as an in-game leader. We've already sort of put Blade as one of our top coaches, if not the top coach of the year. So how do you kind of feel like that relationship works with Boomage?
I think also Boomage is underrated a little bit as the in-game leader. Listen, as a coach, you do most of your work, 95% of your work before the game goes live. You know, you have 4 timeouts and a halftime, and that's it. You know, Boomage has to make those calls. Like,
I do want to bring up Nafani as well, another option in our in-game leader of the year.
Unfortunately, I think he's going to suffer from the same thing that we saw previously with Groove, is that just the accomplishments in the second half of the year didn't quite stack up with the first half of the year, which is always a little bit rough, but I agree. I think he's very important for this team. I think the only real issue I've taken with Nafani throughout this year was a couple of comments and a couple of interviews that he's given before, like big events, like coming into Cologne right before LAN came back, and he was like, yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference between online and LAN. And it's like, I get it, but at the same time, you know, results are going to speak for themselves, and obviously there is a little bit of a difference here that you might have underestimated.
And then last but by no means least, we've got Hampus from the side of NIP, and I think he's another in-game leader that maybe falls into the category of, you know, the relationship with the coach being quite an important.
Well, it's rough for NIP. They had some good events here and there, but you also pointed out some of the weaker T sides. So in general, I think it's mostly because of his individual performances and like
I was gonna say the
fragging power that maybe he's on this list.
So for me, the top 2 would probably end up having to go down. I would say Apex and I would say Boomage.
Would you agree with Boomage?
I don't want to, but I have to.
So we've got Apex, we've got Boomage as our top 2 coming from the in-game leader category. Tune into the broadcast to find out who is going to take that top spot. Gambit's sole map win against the Frenchmen last time they faced, and the CIS squad continued to write the same script. This chronicle concludes 16-13 in what turned out to be a nail-biter. But just like last time, YnK, Vitality struggling to get that momentum on the T side.
Yeah, and we were talking in the pregame about, you know, the pistol rounds as well, and Kyojin with a big 1v2 in the first one, and then Vitality wins the second one as well, and I'm like, okay, it's happening again really in a way for Gambit, but that force buy win was crucial. The guys pointed out in the cast as well, like they went on a 5-round win streak there, built up so much bang that they didn't really, even losing multiple gun rounds, they didn't have to eco once in the second half.
And that was the problem, and I think we may as well dive into it straight away. We had the pistol round we saw from Vitality in the second half. It was a very cool pistol round. You see a lot of utility being brought up, you see a lot of Molotovs flying in, a lot of smokes, and then of course the individual skill of Vitality coming out as well. It's looking super, super good, beautiful, and you think to yourself, okay, Vitality in the first half, you played well, you fought off, you know, a bad start, got into a 9-6 half, and you win the pistol. Just to follow it up with this, you do all the right protocols just to rush in towards the B bomb side. Not a single flash, not a single smoke, not a single piece of utility being used to take the B bomb side, and the consequence is right here in front of you. They lose that round, and as YnK said, from that point onwards, it was Gambit all over the place. I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can play such a beautiful pistol round and then decide to make a call for the second one where you don't use a single piece of utility against a full force fight.
Well, I think Vitality is not a team that does stuff for no reason. I think this must have been them in the preparation that they did, maybe seeing, you know, the Gambit always opens 3A in that round, so they felt if they just swarmed the site really fast, they could probably just overwhelm them and win the round. But yeah, it didn't really work out that way. There were 3 guys almost there. Hobbit hits a great headshot on the jumping player, and everything just falls apart.
But maybe that's just on me, right? But if that's the case and you have a read on that, shouldn't you have a safety protocol in some sense? Like, shouldn't you be able to flash on certain positions or smoke off certain positions in order to give yourself a chance, even though the red is missed?
Listen, I'll just say, like, when you do something more fast in an anti-eco and it doesn't work, it looks horrible, right? And people really pounce on it. But also, these 2 teams played a lot of times. They played Vertigo a ton of times. You probably went through all your rounds, and sometimes you feel like just doing something different that your opponents don't expect is enough, right, for things to work. So it's always, how do you feel like as a team when you approach it? Everyone needs to be on the same page. And yeah, unfortunately for Vitality, it didn't work out this time around.
And we talk about expectations coming into this. Was this what you expected to see posted up from Gambit CT side looking at that second half? Was it exactly how you expected them to play it?
I would say so. They were dominating in that second half, especially because the rounds Vitality were winning. It was some insane rounds from Saivu in particular, some clutches coming out as well. That one round where he went up with the AWP towards the 8 bomb side, he kills the guys through yellow, and he then gets off 3 kills furthermore into the round. So to me, it felt like every time Vitality had to win a round on that T side, they really had to fight for it. Whereas for Gambit, we saw Shiro have a shaky second half, you know, missing a lot of op shots, and yet they were still dominating.
Yeah, I think also when we look at Vitality, they did some cool stuff in the first half. Like, they won the pistol, but then they were losing. Like, they lost 5 rounds in a row. And they had a lot of variety in how they approached that A-ramp area of the map. And you play against a team like Gambit. This was a really cool from Vitality. So usually a team has a really strong default. It's hard to get some early aggression in. But Gambit is great at finishing rounds, so you can't really just give them all the space, right? So you need to find that sweet spot in the mid-round. That's what Vitality is doing right now. So when they're gaining control and they feel they're in a safe spot, they just pounce from 3 different sides. This was beautifully coordinated by them, got all the kills. Shiro was forced to save, and that's the blueprint really across all maps how to do it. And later on a little bit, even Zyvo comes online, right, has a fantastic round here. That was super fast, this 3rd kill with the op, and just shuts them down, and you felt like, okay, everything really is working now. Vitality is firing on all cylinders.
And despite that loss for Vitality, you picked it up there, Zyvo still looking incredibly strong on this map. It's just a shame you were kind of highlighting Apex as potentially being a difference maker coming into this. Shame that the team kind of couldn't step up quite behind him.
Yeah, it's a classic Vitality performance, to be completely honest. Saivu ended up with plus 10, 28 kills and 18 death. No one from the team was nowhere near going plus KD, so the classic, you know, Saivu up here and the rest below him. And when you then compare them to Gambit, right, the bottom fragger of Gambit, Exile, with 19 kills, is the highest rated player. There was so much impact coming from every single player out of Gambit. Every single one of them went plus KD. And again, if you're Saivu, sure, you can make this game close, which he did with a lot of fantastic rounds with the AWP, but you can't do it all by yourself. We saw that with NiKo yesterday.
And it does feel for that Gambit, this whole tournament, they've been pretty even across the board, right? No one is really standing out by a massive margin, and no one is really dropping off, which is a great sign. That's usually how you win tournaments, right? When everyone is contributing. And I also couldn't help but notice just the feel from watching the game. You feel like Vitality is winning these rounds. It's like a 3v3 that they eke out, or a 2v2, right? That Zyvo gets, you know, a couple of great kills, him and Shox in a couple of those 2vx situations. I think for me, the most important round score was 13-13. Gambit makes a fantastic read, plays a double stack on middle, you know, a tower almost, right? And gets a read on Vitality, who's trying to walk out mid, and they just win a flawless round. And there's no screaming, there's no anything at that point, because it's such a clean round. Usually only do it in close rounds. And Vitality has to eco after that, right? So Gambit was almost like silently winning rounds, while for Vitality always came down to the wire.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up, and that's why we talk about Gambit, you know, as one of the most well-rounded teams currently in Counter-Strike. And we do need to get a few words from them. We do have Groove on the line with Banks after that map victory.
I've got Groove with me between maps, and you get your victory on Vertigo, but I want to ask you, because you're always not too happy with certain things, what did you make of it?
So I'm not happy because we have, in my opinion, bad T side. When we just won or lost in shaky situation. So it's our map. We played better this map than Vitality. But anyway, of course, we played 3rd time versus Vitality for last 2 or 3 months. In this case, they knew us for sure very well. So next map, Dust 2, we'll see. It will be 3rd time as well.
3rd time again, but also your Dust 2. I remember at V4, you guys were practicing it a lot, like trying to put some time into it. How confident are you with it? Because it's had some up and downs.
Yeah, it was up and downs after the update in the end of September, if you remember. That is why. Now we are not so shaky in Dust 2, but in my opinion, Vitality, BIG, such teams, they have best Dust 2 in the world. So it's really hard because it's not our favorite map, but for them, it's one of the best maps. So we'll see.
You expecting it to go to 3, or do you think you guys can close it out? You got something special for me?
So no, I never made predict.
Well, let's have to see how it goes, Groove. Thank you very much, man.
Dust 2 next on the cards, and Vitality's pick coming into things. Time for some team talks for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that the assistant coach here is picking up on Kyojin, who of course didn't have a great showing here on Vertigo. The fact that you're on him, you know, you're talking to him and making sure that it's okay, forget about it, focus on the next map is definitely a good attribute right here. He ended up with 6 kills, and 3 of those kills he got in the first 2 rounds. That means that he played 27 rounds of Counter-Strike, only getting 3 kills. Basically, Vitality played 4 against 5. That was also a big part of the reason as to why they didn't get the extra couple of rounds, the extra couple of firepower they needed on the server.
Yeah, and I think that's a legit way to also prepare for a game, or even mid-series. If you see a player, especially a young player, struggling so much, you know, Gambit can just keep it simple, kind of try to hit. I think he holds a long, really do a couple of late A splits, especially early on in the half. You win a round by that, you're almost conditioning Vitality to kind of help him out more, either put Zyvo in the corner with the op, or Apex to lean more towards the bomb side as well as the third guy, and that obviously opens up the other side of the map for you.
Now, Dust 2 on the docket as our second map of this series. Groove not sounding so confident there in that interview, and there's a good reason why.
Yeah, they're facing Vitality, who is a fantastic Dust 2 team, you know, historically speaking as well. Vitality were one of the first teams out there in the world to justify them picking Dust 2 into the best of 3 scenarios. We see it again here coming into this matchup, and overall they just seem very, very sound, very solid when it comes to Dust 2. I think Misuta is a fantastic YnK player. I think Saivu, of course, is fantastic on the CT side. Apex always causing a lot of havoc, likes to make these aggressive plays and go for the info plays, which is somewhat limited when it comes to Dust 2, but he still finds a way. So there's a lot of positives to highlight when it comes to Vitality's Dust 2, whereas for Gambit, it's been shaky. They're not bad on Dust 2, but they're not good either.
I think, although that's true, but I think with some momentum, they can have a really good side, because Gambit's one of these teams, they win the pistol, they start winning, then they're obviously playing the percentages, so they're going to start saving. You have to win a lot of like gun rounds with one op in play, and you know, I want to see Shiro do a little bit more. He was a little bit shaky on the first map. This is his stage now to show us what he's got.
Well, Gambit managing to submit Vitality their first map loss here at the World Finals, but it's going to be a tougher trends to continue coming onto our second ground. It's going to be Dust 2, the Frenchman's pick coming into this, and it's coming up very shortly.
They basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot.
They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win a major, because it was probably Nico's only chance to win one.
I think that the team that could have been around a little bit longer was the C9 roster with Golden, Flusha, Tim, Rush.
I really wish the Cloud9 roster worked out, because I'm obviously fans of Floppy and Zeppa.
But I do think that they were a good team, that they had a lot of potential. If they could have figured out the logistics side of it a little bit better, I think that they could have been good, and I think that they still could have been like a thriving team, maybe with 1 or 2 changes.
My ex-teammate Floppy, like, he's a great guy and he's a great player. It's just I don't think the team got the chances they deserve.
The old mouse sports team, you know, that won the Pro League and all those tournaments, it was really surprising to me that they didn't end up winning more tournaments. You know, they basically went from being the number 1 team in the world to not really winning a lot in the online phase of Counter-Strike. So that was like quite surprising to me, actually.
I mean, the phase roster they had with Karrigan and Guardian, that was a pretty good roster.
I don't know if it's the first phase or the second one that went to the grand finals on the major, on the Boston major. I think it was just a superstar team, and they won a lot of events, but they just didn't win the major, basically. I mean, I think after that the team just went to a slump, but on the paper and on like all the names they had, I mean, they were like a superstar team. And I think if they
manage to win that major, I think it will be like a total different storyline nowadays. It was sad for them that they never won a major. They were really close, but in the end, Cloud9 stole it from them.
I think they were super strong, and if they were like on point and like getting the flow of the game, honestly, they were really, really unstoppable. Like even Astralis in their prime had big troubles against them and even lost in grand finals against them in a couple of tournaments. It's a shame, honestly, that they didn't win.
Great first map to begin this battle with Vitality and Gambit. The odds now in favor of Gambit because they won their own map pick. It was real close, and now we're going to Dust 2, which could be a trouble, I believe, for Gambit. Yeah,
it very much could be, and I also have to expect that we're going to see Vitality be a little bit more convincing in their plays. Like, Vertigo felt, to me, very subdued from both sides. Part of that Gambit's playstyle, I think part of that Vitality just couldn't find a whole lot of success in a lot of the opening plays they tried to make. I think Dust 2 is going to give them a lot more variety in how they can open things up and how they can change pace. I'm excited to see it.
It's a very sort of top-heavy performance from Vitality too, with Cyber obviously doing a lot, but Shox and Kyojin were kind of disappearing a little bit throughout that game. So you have to assume that it's going to be a little bit more, hopefully, all-round coming out from Vitality here on the second map.
Yeah, now Hobbit as well had a great game for Gambit. 27-18 is what he finished with. Saibu finished at 28-18, so those two neck and neck down the stretch. We'll have to see how it's going to play out. Here on Dust 2, we're going to get live into the second map. If Gambit can win this, they've booked a spot in the grand finals here at Blast World Finals. Vitality would drop down to play the winner of NAVI versus Team Liquid coming up later on tonight after this series. And here we go, pistol round underway.
Molotov and a P250 on Shox as Vitality are making their way out onto long. Saibu hoping to catch Axile there, but he is a second too late. Now they've basically conceded all of the rest of the map control to have this long position. And sometimes that's worth it. We'll see if this is going to be one of them. Oh, what a jump pass. Nothing's thrown, just running out, and Axile and Shiro will find a couple of headshots.
Yeah, I think they're trying to mess up the defense and not give the indication the hit is coming. No flashbangs. Maybe you catch someone turned, but man, did that backfire. Shut down entirely. Shox and Masuta left to try and pick up the pieces. Shox has one, but they've been tagged so low. This P250 better sing if they want a chance, and it's just not happening.
No, I mean, you're probably right that it was some sort of meta game play there. We're like, we Molotov out the car, and then they're probably expecting for a flash or something, and then we just go.
We see those plays rarely, once in a while. It's not like it's something brand new, but normally I feel like I see it when there's AKs and it's like a 3-on-3 or something like that. With the pistols, that's much more difficult to manage.
Well, do you think it's you brought this up on the first map on Vertigo, that they've been playing each other so much, scrimming against each other, that maybe it is one of those things that it can only be explained if you understand the details of.
Very well could be.
Of being in some of those scrims.
And also some pistol rounds are just kind of built on that little bit of a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
1-0 for Gambit. Full investment in this round from Vitality. Tech9, CZ, few Deagles. And marching out mid. There's no presence here from Gambit just yet. It's being spotted from the B bomb site. Inter's jumping up on a box and looking for information out the window. So they can actually find a nice timing here. Now the smoke is gonna give it up, obviously. You don't need the jump spot. Oh, what a shot! Kyojin opens up the whole bomb site. Oh, poor little Nafany. SMG, it's all he's got. First headshot is hit, but no way to know the second player swinging from the door, and Shox cutting off rotations in mid.
She's doing a lot of damage to Hobbit as well.
Look at the HP. They can go for this if they know.
That's true, actually. Ooh, the nade. Is he going to catch anyone? It's close, but Masuta, he will stay alive. What a godlike shot from Kyojin to open it. But you couldn't even really see anything up there, and I don't think they realized the health. They're going to start to back on out. Wow, what a return. That's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah, that one Deagle headshot. And just by virtue, remember, of this setup was a heavy lean towards the A bomb site. There was no support player, no rotation close to the smoke and CT spawn. Nobody flying, you know, sending any bullets through that could have slowed down the hit. And yeah, unfortunately, when a 1D comes out towards a window like that, your remaining B defender is in an impossible situation. We're all tied up. Vitality respond quick.
Very well done. Dedication executed. No hesitation in getting onto the bomb side either. So, second round goes to Vitality.
And that's what I mean when I'm talking about Vitality can look a lot more assertive and aggressive. You know, when we saw in Vertigo, you make that kind of initial contact, you still got a long way to go to the bomb site. Sometimes you get stalled out on Ray ramp, sometimes you get stalled on the B stairs. Here, Vitality, this is 2 rounds now, even though they've been spotted, even though they've made small contact, they just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, I mean, you think about taking the B bomb side on Vertigo, where very often you're sort of like, you're boosting to jump a player over, to sit on a ledge, or you're trying to play. It is just a very, very different map for that reason. So this is way, way harder if you're Gambit to try and slow down Vitality and avoid them swinging for some of those fights, which again, all tournament long, it's what we've been seeing. They have been so confident and so smooth in winning some of those battles. So surely that's going to be a feature of this map too. Third round here, and it's a scout on Shiro instead of the AWP. And it's not that better on the rest of them either. Some FAMAS to play with.
And more importantly, lack of utility. So Vitality is more than happy to play this slow stalemate because they know all these smokes that are meant to delay.
They're expecting another B-split, aren't they?
There's just tools that aren't going to be there in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's a gamble. They don't really have any information. It's been quiet on the map for some time. They're just lining up for it at the moment. Apex applying some pressure. That's going to pull Nefani forward. Hobbit goes unchecked. Oh, what a double kill. Uh-oh, Vitality. AK-47's on the ground, and Hobbit's got another one.
That is actually inexcusable. How does he get a triple with an MP9 after his teammate was already spotted? So they... I mean, maybe they didn't know there was a second player there, but surely they would have been very, very keen to check everything out. 20 seconds now, and the bomb is in middle on its own. Hobbit will finally go down, but he won the round for his team, and a shot through the wall. Wow, that is really upsetting.
Hobbit had a triple kill to end Vertigo. He's got a triple kill here to start Dust 2. This is magnificent, and because they've rotated so many players, as you said, to defend against a mid to B split, there's no way that Vitality can focus on Hobbit. There's so many other players they have to contend with. Back and forth, a little bit of jockeying early on here on Dust 2.
Probably going to be putting a pause to any kind of momentum that Vitality would have wanted to play. Shocked had the right idea, but...
I don't think he actually wanted that fight. I think he just kind of realized that is a good fight for him, but didn't necessarily expect it. He didn't really peak in a very convincing fashion. They would love to recover that AK-47, and ZywOo's going to get it, and bails out quickly before the utility reigns in.
It's hard to define sometimes in words what it means when you're watching a player that's peaking with intent, but when you watch the game enough, you can kind of tell, can't you?
Yep.
So I guess it's not an exact science, but you can feel when sometimes someone's just going through the motions. They're like, oh, I'll check here, and see what's up. And sometimes people just...
I just don't think I don't think he ever thought he'd be given that fight. But he's like, well, if I have it, I might as well take it. Kyojin out mid. As Deagle opened things up in the second round. This time Shiro close by and spawn. There's the turn, there's the flashbang through. Great awareness from ZywOo. Even blind, half blind, gets the immediate headshot. That's gonna pull Hobbit towards CT spawn, but he's not fooled. Back to the A ramp he goes, and there's a flank out long coming as well. But again, they think it's the B bomb site. Hobbit's about to get the information. If they can trade him quick, they've got a chance. That's a rifle on the ground and access to the bomb site, access to the plant.
Apex is about to get shot in the side of the head as well. He's holding middle with a scout on his own, but he's so cool if he could stay alive. Even if he falls back, just don't get found. As long as you're alive, they can't really retake the bomb site now. Inters will catch him. That is a nice catch as well, because I think if Apex goes back to top mid and just lives there, it's really, really hard to retake the bomb site. Now it's on ZywOo alone, 1 versus 3, and he's only going to get the one. Inters is on him right away, and a good recovery for Gambit. That could have just as well been a lost round.
Yeah, I think Apex was going for that exact play you just described. Unfortunately, it's, I believe it was Inters that peaked from mid. He could have handled the player in lower B. It's the player at double doors that really ruined his day. 2-round lead, 3-1. Gambit take control.
Now you get 3 kills in that round. You get a bomb plant. Okay.
Some spicy Deagle headshots here early on.
We like to see it.
We love to see it.
They don't actually go force all the way up. They didn't have that much money, but neither do Gambit. So maybe they could have tried to put some pressure on. But the Deagles will have to do.
Problem is, if you invest too much to put the pressure on in this round and you lose it, then you're really starting to hurt your gun rounds moving forward. So content to just kind of sit back once Gambit wins 2 rounds in a row and stabilizes things themselves. Now you've got to save up for the tools and the weapons you need to fight against Shiro's AWP. Slight angle. Slight gap for vision for Shiro.
Surely no way they can flick up if they actually walk up there. Oh, but he can!
That's so filthy. That is so disgusting. A little overextended, gonna get tagged down. That'll bring him back down to reality. But what a shot.
Just imagine with your own mouse on your mouse pad, just it has to be straight up, right? If he goes just a little bit to the side in some fashion, he just hits the wall instead on either side. That is very cool. 50 seconds, Hobbit. A little bit of an open angle here, not all the way against the wall, which I generally think is probably a good idea. If you start that fight and you're up against the wall, you can only go one way, right? You have to swing out for the next one. But if you're that far out to begin with, you have some space you can retreat back into.
Yeah, you can change that angle in a lot of different ways. Whew.
We need slow. I can't even see what's happening. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, what a freak. Well played. 4-1. Don't get stressed too early, Apex. Rein it in, baby. ZywOo boosted up looking for a pick. Shox is gonna back away from the Molotov in Long Cave, and Shiro's got another frag. That's ZywOo dropping down and making the run and failing to get to his destination. Apex is already up catwalk, though, and this timing could be tough to deal with.
Again, taking out ZywOo early on, keeping him quiet, and maybe especially getting that AWP away from him for as much of the game as you can is going to be so important for Gambit here. NAVI, quite far up. Not many chances to escape once you're here. He's going to be committed to it. Deep nade to follow it up and land right on top of Kyojin. Down the middle, though, Shiro hoping to help out his teammate. He wanted to get to Inters in time, but Hobbit is there in the middle as well. Inters, he's going to be able to defend on his own. He's already got the 1 kill. Shox on the other side with about a minute left to try and fight this. Nearly impossible. He is sneaking through the smoke, but I think he must have been spotted. Yeah, Inters knows, and he's going to find the second one. A double homicide, Jason.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Vitality put on the back foot very early on in this map that would send them to the lower bracket finals, 5-1. Excuse me, I guess it's called the consolation finals.
It is. It's some of those turns. I think it's a consolation or consolidation, or I've never, I feel like it changes a lot, or we say it wrong a lot. I'm not really sure.
Here we go, Shiro. Not going to swing out too wide. This time it's Apex with the scout at top mid, but he's moving up catwalk confidently. Masuta, Kyojin, and ZywOo all outside long. Shox gonna try and lead up on Xbox. Shiro not quick enough this time. Apex wants this peek towards railing. He almost got it in the previous round with the AK-47. He's got it with the scout. That's quick. And we know Apex, he's gonna press the issue. Ooh, Shiro was exposed.
Yeah.
But now this long portion of the attack has to work. It's Apex to provide it. From the bomb site, Axile can't get anything, and Apex has done everything that he possibly can. This is disgusting, and I think that's gonna win the round.
I don't even understand. I mean, the first kill is just really, really cool. The fact that he got the one in the pit as well, when his team were probably about to get sprayed down. What a heroic play.
Well, it's also just like the confidence and reading the situation, right? Like, Shox had crossed double doors in mid, and Apex obviously hears the op bullet fire at the doors. So when he gets the first kill, he's like, okay, I probably have like 3 or 4 seconds before the op can challenge me in a really weird situation from the ramp beneath me. So why not just push forward and see what you can find?
Losing a little bit there at the end. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I think you're right.
Leading from the front, Apex going to go down, but he's got his team on the board again. A second round, and one which they probably shouldn't have considering what they invested into.
I actually bumped into Hobbit in the break between the two maps. out of the hallway. And he said the last time they played this map against Vitality, they got beat up pretty badly.
Yes.
But his interpretation of that loss was something along the lines of that they knew what they meant, what they needed to do in that game to win. They just couldn't quite make it work. But they actually had they felt like they had a good understanding of how Vitality played and how to counter it. So
cool.
That's hopeful, right? Like that makes you think, okay.
Well, I mean, just to back that up, it was a 16-5 victory for Vitality last time they played it. So Gambit's already matched their 5.
Yeah, well on the way. They've got some cash. Not as impressive as it was on Vertigo in that second half where they just built a giant bank right to begin with. They are a little bit closer to having to save, but enough to lose a round at the very least. And Vitality, they will need to come up with something a little bit better. I mean, that one round, not last one, but the one before where Shiro outsnipes Saiwu in the middle.
Yep.
That just has such a big impact on how, you know, now he can't afford the AWP again here, so he's going to have to go back to the AK a little bit more. It all kind of ripples out from some of those rounds.
Well, at least he's got long control for his team, even as smoke to give him cover to get into the pit very, very quickly. So long control over to Vitality. And with that loss of map control, Nafani's going to push into lower dark, and he's going to start clearing things for his teammate, start getting information, trying to shrink the map. And he wants to know if there's no one in these B halls, if he hasn't seen any presence in middle, there's a lot of bodies out long that Gambit has to start getting ready to deal with. Shiro, AWP on Catwalk, Axile and Hobbit playing closer to the site and on the ramp. So 3 players here essentially on the defense, but when that smoke wall gets put up, it's going to get chaotic. Hobbit's got full utility to send back as well.
They know everything right now, Gambit. They've checked upper and lower dark. They know what's coming. Can they actually stop it, as well as the big question here? A minute on the clock, and Shox with the... should have been an opening. Apex through the smoke, guesses it, and that is a massive kill. If they don't get that, they probably lost the round already. 50 seconds now, but it's a 4 versus 3. And Hobbit, I don't know how he even gets that one. A flash to set up Axile, and he's going to get swiftly shut down afterwards. Apex and Saiwu left. 2 versus 2 now as Apex gets the spray on Shiro, and it's winnable once again for Vitality. They need this round desperately. A little bit of an attempt for the plant. Gonna be faking it out and goes for it. They double team Nafani. He was not ready for it. He thought they were going for the bomb plant there. And even if Saiwu is low on health, it's Inters. 1 versus 2. He sneaks out, and again they fake it, and again it works.
That's a grinding victory for Vitality in a really weird position, especially Shox didn't get that opening kill on Hobbit, as you said, probably should have been one. But also there was a Molotov towards this position that Shiro's fighting from right now, and Apex didn't hit the window to pick up the bomb and get the plant during it. I thought that was going to make them, put them in a lot of trouble. 3rd round for Vitality as they fight back, and again, just like Vertigo, they've put Gambit at a breaking point in terms of their money. 1 more AWP for Shiro, this time with no armor. 3 players for the defense going to cross over to the B bomb site. Oh, they're going to push. They're going to push. Shox, you better be prepared. Masuta's not. Oh, you're in a possible scenario. Blinded as well, you're going down. What a great moment of aggression. Apex is next up, but he somehow avoids all the bullets.
Shocking that it works out. For a minute there, I think everyone was flashed. Everyone just couldn't see anything. Oh, that would have been one hell of a headshot if he could have picked it up. But it's still a 4-on-3, and that little mission from Gambit works out so well.
What a great round to pull it off as well.
Yeah, right as they're setting up to try and swing their way back into the game. Hobbit, by the way, is 12-4. So...
And he had a phenomenal Vertigo. He was head-to-head. I think he was just 1 kill behind Saiwu. I think he had 27 kills. Saiwu had 28. So putting together a great series, which is so important for this Gambit team as they've tried to build up the experience to convert online performances to LAN. Hobbit has been the constant. And Saiwu going to slow peek this with the AWP, but Inters doesn't have to move. He never has to actually do anything.
They have a Molotov, and he does not have a smoke, so it's a world in which they could burn him out of that corner, but you won't really know where to throw it either. There's the first little attempt. Inters, ice cold so far, and he picks the perfect timing. They're going to be trading their way into a win in this round. Kyojin, 25 seconds, and Nafani down on the low ground with a FAMAS. He's going to upgrade that into something better, and it will be a 6th round on the board for Gambit.
And just like Vertigo, they avoid the collapse, the calamity of having no money, despite being right on that edge. Not yet reset on this CT side, 6-3.
They weren't even really flashed. They just couldn't find him.
No, I mean, he was trying to make himself as small as humanly possible, but once his teammate goes down, like, there's really nothing you can do. It's just going to have to be stellar headshots everywhere you go. First time out called by Vitality.
Can I get that in slow motion?
A lot of frustration for the Vitality guys, and a scenario where, you know, through their last tournament, YnK that they won, and through most of this tournament, they've just looked imperious and nothing stressing them out. Now you kind of, you see some of the cracks forming. 3-round lead for Gambit.
Yeah, they need some of that mojo back. They've been such a jolly team, just crushing people all over the place. But this is definitely harder to be up against.
Apex is hand talking. That's how you know it's serious.
Hell yeah.
With his mouse hand as well. It's legit.
That's when it's really means business. Well, he's gonna try and do more than just some talking down here from the pit. Got to be careful though. They'll have that long control. The rest of them are in middle. When Apex, I've actually seen this play from him before where he just keeps going, and it's hard to see coming. He's actually made it so deep in, but finally going to be found. A bit of an awkward shot while he's shooting the gun. It's full on panic.
He's trying to get him to not be able to shoot him in his little ankles. Oh dear. Hobbit waiting behind the smoke. I don't know what he's going to be happy or sad when that smoke clears, but he's dropped immediately. And now the hit is on. No more slowing. Ooh, excuse me. They do back off.
Again, they've lost control. You see Inters down below, though they are looking for it. So does he have what it takes? That's actually very nearly could have been a headshot there. And Inters will have to back on. I'm still 50 seconds on the clock, so they can do something here.
Well, Vitality know everything now. They've spotted the lower dark, and they've spotted the shots from the M4 in middle. So they know there's 2 on the B side of the map. They know there's 2 on the A side of the map as well. And with that smoke, it tells them someone's in spawn.
But now the problem is they are running out of time here. 30 seconds. They don't really have any nades apart from the one smoke on Kyojin. It's not going to be enough to stop Shiro. Scout, though, will. What a headshot from Simon to bring him down. 4 versus 3, and they could get a bomb plant if they're just a little bit good here. Axile, close enough that maybe he could try and stop it, but nope, not going to be fast enough. And now he's in trouble and probably dead behind that attempt. You're going to try and hunt him? All right. Sign a bit aggressive. Don't throw this round away here, Vitality. Keep some focus, because if you lose this one, that's probably the team morale gone. It's a 4th round finally for Vitality. That got way too close.
Yeah, I did get a little bit spicy, but I mean, Inters was never able to link up with his teammate whatsoever, so that was just a 1v3 essentially the whole time at the A bomb site. Nice win from Vitality, again off the back of a scout. This half hasn't been great for Vitality, but I mean, 2 of the rounds they've won, and now even the second round with pistols and a scout. They had the Apex round with the scout later on where he got the double kill entry. Now again, a scout provides you the opening. The gun rounds, however, haven't been the prettiest.
Apart from how it ended, the kind of play that Apex has made, I've actually seen him do this a number of times before where he sort of goes out long like that. And I think the logic behind it is very often when you lose long on the CT side, you sort of respond by just taking catwalk control, right? You sort of so even if you have 3 people in the A-bomb side, sometimes they'll set up like a flashbang to double take catwalk back. And if he just keeps pushing, it's so jarring when you're on the CT side. You never expect for him to just keep going. You think he's just going to be in the pit, you know? So I've seen it work a number of times for Apex. It's a really cool idea. He's going to be downed this time from Axile, who's pushing through a smoke, and that should have been a win for him. He had the better gun. Definitely was ready. They must come back into this game right here, Vitality. They've got Gambit with their backs against the wall economically.
Yeah, but this has happened so many times, and if you go back to Vertigo, and Gambit pretty much held on each and every one of them. Anthony was tagged on the cross earlier on, so he's going to switch positions and play supportive with 2 flashbangs in CT spawn. Allows some high HP players dedicated to the B bomb site, and Shiro's going to be point of contact here with a scout. Masuta and Kyojin.
They actually have some nades. If they can get past the first bullet here and not get headshot right away. Just the tag so far. They could try to Molotov out this ramp. Just needs 1 good nade. Yep, there it comes. Bounces off, and that limits Shiro a hell of a lot in what he could do. 5-7 has shown up to the fight. Be careful you don't get too close to the ledge. The bomb can actually fall down, and that's where the rounds get real spicy. Bomb is going to be planted here. ZywOo blows up. Nice grenade from Inters. And now Shiro. Oh, did he just get blocked?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That is a problem. That looked like his teammate stood in his way. Inters is going to fall, and it's now one-on-one. Kyojin nearly dead already. Axile looking for a third kill in this round. Oh, but he's shuffling the weapons around, and that gets him killed. He wanted to try and see if he had another nade instead. And Vitality, they barely win that round. It doesn't get any closer.
No, and again, it's not pretty, but at least they've got the victory. They've finally done it. They've finally reset the economy. They've taken everything away from Gambit, something they couldn't do on Vitality, or excuse me, on Vertigo. Yeah, that block, actually, that round didn't even feel like it was in... Gambit had a shot at it until you saw all of a sudden it's in a 2-on-2.
Yeah. Man.
That block might have actually had so much to do with it. Could never get back.
We need some personal space, don't we?
Yep, 6 feet.
Exactly. Gotta keep it away, otherwise teammates end up pushing you into the line of fire. Maybe it was intentional. 6-5. I feel like that's a lot of fortune in some of these rounds going Vitality. They had the Apex Scout round. They had this last one. Probably shouldn't have won it. They're getting some gifts to get back in the game.
Yeah, well, they're fully back in it now. As long as they don't drop this one, which would be a complete head scratcher. It's just a smoke and a flashbang. $500 of investment total for the Gambit team. Mac-10's gonna head out towards long as well with ZywOo, who jumps across over to Blue, and Shox just lays down covering fire.
Yeah, Mac-10's so risk-free once again. Even if there was a full stack out here and they somehow managed to overpower him, what does it really matter?
And Apex, creeping up catwalk, should get at least one freebie, probably two. Shox steals the second, but Apex finds it elsewhere. And this round is done and dusted. It's tied up 6-6. Well done from Vitality fighting back in it. They've won 5 of the last 6 rounds, currently a 3-round streak.
What a sort of weird comeback. I mean, obviously the numbers kind of bear out on that, but it just doesn't feel that way.
No, it's because so many of the rounds have been, you know, the scout rounds that have been just like odd that you don't normally see one. It's because some of the rounds feel like they're not things that can be replicated. But
have we even seen a ZywOo AWP kill on this map yet?
No, he's been sticking to the AK-47. Maybe that changes up, but at the moment I think they're going to be happy with the way they're going. They seem to have figured some things out. Shox, ZywOo, and Apex towards the B halls. Masuta and Kyojin watching for mid pushes, watching for long pushes.
It looks like Hobbit wants to get a bit closer to the catwalk this time. See if he could set something up on that side with Shiro, who's up there. And why not? Haven't been trying too much to do this. Hobbit has been playing it a little bit alone, but sort of a mid-round retake of catwalk can definitely do a lot to help a CT side. They're going to just Molotov it and fall back, so more so it looks like set up for a B split on the defensive side.
Yeah, but oh, there's a Molotov in the B bomb site. This could be huge. If he can place this at the right timing, here it is. It comes out. Shox and ZywOo going to be split. They've got to go through it. Inters following behind. He's got one. Traded by ZywOo, but that might be the important one. It keeps his teammate in the site alive as long as possible. ZywOo with another one trying to crack open the site in Nifani. All behind the smoke. This could be perfect. He's delaying. Needed one, but Apex has got him. The drop down from Masuda is perfectly timed. And Vitality wins.
ZywOo got Hobbit through the smoke, I believe. So that's very frustrating because he was the backup to try and help out Inters at the end of it. Wow, they actually cracked their way through, and it looked like by the time, because that Molotov could have been so devastating, but it looked like he sort of pulled out a smoke right at the beginning and probably got a little bit frustrated trying to find the right grenade there. That looked like it was just a moment of hesitation. ZywOo coming through. Whoop, there's that one, but it's Hobbit out here. Does he see him? He just guesses that he's falling back.
Oh, what a freak.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
That's so unreasonable. Hobbit's going to see that one and just groan a little bit. Put his hands over his head one more time. Back to pistols for Gambit. Vitality in full control all of a sudden. As you said, it snuck up on us.
It really did. 7-6. 14th round, but French are right back in the game, aren't they? Apex getting a bit of fortune out here. Finding the one player and a follow-up is there, but Axile, he can't find the kill. Needed the headshot to make that work, and some good fortune Misuta could have gone down, but Kyojin is there. He's got his back covered, so about to be an 8th round on the board right now. This is a very strange map so far.
Yeah, you got to be happy if you're Vitality.
Yeah.
Good stuff. The comeback maybe felt a little quiet and questionable, but now that they have control, it's there's no doubt they're going to take at least a lead into the second half. Trying to stay alive and fight on in this series, trying to force a third map. Double up setup switched into for Gambit for the 15th and final round of the opening half.
Classic on Dust 2, obviously, so nothing too out of the ordinary there. And in the 15th round, so might as well go all in at that point in time. Pretty much a default spread coming out from Vitality, so Inferno to decide the whole thing if we get there. Couldn't get any better. Misuta throwing that trick smoke, which these days I feel like it's becoming more and more dangerous because people have really started wall banging that a lot.
Still a hard wall bang to hit, especially with the timing of it, how quick players can get away. Shiro's going to back away from the Molotov. That exposes him to the flashbang. Still, nobody can progress on that position, so Vitality's happy with that small victory of forcing the op back.
Now they're going to go double down on long. That leaves Catwalk very open, which, I mean, you can choose to just play that A-bomb side as a retake if you want to, especially if you're double holding long, so maybe it's not such a crazy idea.
Kyojin will have heard Hobbit relocate. Oh, he's going to step in front of the Molotov as well. Oh, this is huge. Hobbit's not looking. No one's checking this out from the B-bomb site. Kyojin, though, stepping back into the flames. Molotov out towards CT spawn again. Hobbit's going to swing with it. Masuta goes down, but Kyojin ends up getting the kill. Mid is open, and Apex in CT spawn to cut off rotations.
Wow, that B defense is going to have to hold on its own. Wait a minute. They go A instead? That's very rare. Normally when you hold CT spawn, that's a sign that you're really going to be leaning B. But this could be huge. Shiro out here. Flash to force him back. The problem is, if you're playing retake, you're expecting that you can probably get that CT spawn position.
One kit on Inters. 2 flashbangs to use for the retake, and that is an all-important kill. The lurker for Vitality is gone, and there goes Nathany. Maybe they never had the information. I thought Shiro would have called it out from the flashbang and a long-range pick. That's the kit that hits the ground. Now it must be fast. 1v2 for Shiro.
Apex is top fragging on Vitality right now. He's doing everything. Shiro fighting his way back, and he's going to get that 1 kill, but Kyojin is still up there. Grenade won't get the kill on him, but the M4 most certainly will. And it's a 7th round for Gambit, an absolutely all-important round here at the end. They needed it desperately, and they are still going to be struggling into the second half. We'll see if they can manage to close it out on 2, or if we're going to Inferno coming up in the second half.
We've got round 2 of Betway's Whose Face Is That between Elige and NiKo. If you guys missed the first one, NiKo was able to clutch out in the second and bring it back to the 3-3 scoreline. We got 2 more faces, and we need to crown a winner here. So, face number 3.
What?
Let's hear it from the top.
Subnix?
Correct.
And then the eyes.
The eyes, that's a tough one. Open floor, anybody's answer. Whoever buzzes first, godsend. Let's hear it. That's the most uncertain press of the button I have ever seen.
I'm gonna say Dumao.
Incorrect. Robert.
Phelps.
Yes. Phelps is the correct answer, which means you've just got to end this one with the bottom guess.
I'll go with Queserato.
Queserato, incorrect.
Okay, I was gonna go with Taco.
Also wrong. In fact, that last player is Australian. NiKo?
Australian, you say?
Yes.
Just go with Liaz.
Liaz is wrong.
I'm gonna go with AZR.
Also wrong.
Okay, I wanted to try it.
Damn,
I don't
guys.
know. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to say actually. Dexter.
Correct.
Thank God.
Dexter is the answer. Final face. Whose is it?
This is insane.
Yeah, very tough one, man. Honestly, Betway threw some twists and turns. This one, you could argue that this should not even be a player that was picked.
Nitro.
Close, but no.
Close.
Yep. He's the hope of North America.
Floppy.
Correct.
Oh.
And it's NiKo's round to play. Who's in the middle? Deep in those eyes, bro.
It's impossible.
No.
I'm gonna try Perfecto.
Correct. Yes. Perfecto. Close it with the final guess.
I'm gonna go with his teammate Bit.
Is incorrect. If I give you one clue, it's gonna come down to whoever has faster reactions. And I think that's what the people want, all right?
Okay.
So get ready. Get ready. This player plays on G2. I heard red.
Amanek. No, Kenny.
Incorrect.
What? I'm gonna go Amanek. I said Amanek first.
Is that official?
Amanek?
Amanek, yeah.
I said Amanek first.
Yeah, but you know, it was the wrong answer. You also said Kenny. There was no buzz in between.
That's what I was trying to check. I was like, did you go with
it gets dirty, man. So there we have it, folks. It's the Betway. Whose face is that? And Elige is gonna just edge things out with the sneaky snipe clutch. Is what it is. Thank you guys for watching.
Second half is coming up. It is cut right down the middle, 8-7 in favor of Vitality as they go into the second half. Now on the CT side, I mean, it really didn't look like they were going to do much, but they did get up to 8 rounds, and Gambit, they got one last round at the end. It's a very even game right now.
Yeah, but even that last round was such a scrappy battle. Some of these rounds have just been so hectic and chaotic. Exile going to get out long first. Rest of his team following up. Oh, this peak is everything. That flashbang is everything, but Shiro's put him down. Kyojin, you're not getting away, my friend. You're going to go back for more, and Hobbit's got that one as well.
Even flashed in. I mean, you can't even really blame him for trying that one, but they were somehow ready. Now, slowing it down. They don't really mind that, obviously, this is going to be completely telegraphed because they have that 5-on-3 advantage, so don't really care about it. Molotov, Apex, praying, but oh, he's forced into the fight. It's like, all right, the fuse is lit. I'm going. Shocks and Misuta. Only headshots will bring this one back, and already missing a couple. You're not going to have many more chances. Misuta's been brought in, but I feel like they needed to hit those long range. They need to stop the T's from getting close, and now that they're here, it's all Hobbit and NAVI at the end. They tie up the scoreline 8-8. Gambit winning the pistol on the second half.
Yeah, these are just great shooting. Even shoots his teammate in the back of the head to start things out. But yeah, this setup, unfortunately for Vitality, flashbang's not nearly as effective as they would have liked, and Gambit's not going to miss any details when you have that kind of a long presence. Yeah, the T side starts to get a bit sketched out. A bit worried. Spidey senses going off everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really blame them for it. They just haven't looked as impressive in spite of the scoreline for what I was expecting here for Vitality. Nice work. Hobbit is up to 18. He is just playing a really cool game right now.
Yeah, he is. Taking one of the scouts away as well. Even the other one falls. Those scouts, the bane of Gambit's existence in the first half. This time they've got no impact. Kyojin and Misuta just cleared out upper B tunnels. Kind of did it.
Tried.
Yeah, they know now.
They're like, oh, someone was there after all. All right. This is playing almost in T-spawn, basically. Crazy. So the bomb will be planted, and it will be a 9th round for Gambit. Question just is whether or not Kyojin and Shox can save anything into the next round. And Vitality are going to be... I'm curious what kind of a CT side they'll play. I mean, when you have someone like Sambu with that AWP, I guess it's tempting to not be, you know, too aggressive, but there are some teams that are pretty good at being fun. Yeah, obviously got to go for the knife here. Oh, it is Shox. He's usually less inclined. Kyojin.
Oh yeah, he was the one that when his teammate knifed someone at the major,
got very mad.
He scolded him. He gave him a decent scolding for the disrespect of the knife. Now we get them all the time.
Yeah. I feel like even Shox probably will jump.
Yeah, I think now he's bought into it.
I think they're going to try and be a little bit aggressive Vitality. Maybe not right off the bat, but eventually, you know, some fun pushes. I mean, even this is something we didn't really see Gambit do, but those pushes into Lower Dark were popular for a while on the new Dust too.
Yeah, well, I think obviously as those get popular, so does the way teams experiment and find new ways to defend against it.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe that's why we're not seeing it kind of stick together nearly as much. But I mean, to answer your question, yeah, I do actually fully expect Vitality to do that at least once or twice, as kind of challenge in middle, a little bit aggressive in middle. Where we didn't see Gambit will do it, it seems like the French will find the courage.
Okay. Some potential maybe for one of those P250s out there. Could have maybe found a target. Shiro, though, will claim the bomb site for his team. And now, I think that's all they need, really. They can go hunting if they want with the MAC-10s, but any danger that might have been in the round is probably gone once they get the bomb plant down. So, looking for that headshot down in pit. Why not? You have to spend your time doing something. You might as well be at range.
It's like a death match.
Yeah.
It was just warming things up. Although Hobbit, as you said, he's 18-10. I don't know if he necessarily needs to be any more warmed up than he is. Exile's going to get it. He even had a smile on his face. It was like a team challenge.
Yeah.
Who's going to get it? All right, well, 10-8. Vitality 2 rounds back, but the guns are coming in this round. The money is kind of right on the edge for an AWP. ZywOo can do it, I think, with light armor.
I mean, I almost feel like he'd do it with no armor, wouldn't he? Just go for it anyway.
Yeah, I wonder.
CT side, I mean, I could even understand the AK on the T side. I'm not even really necessarily opposed to that, but CT side just feels like it's such an obvious choice. And he's just going to go for it.
Bit of a bonus round for Gambit, so at the very least, Vitality need to get a decent amount of kills here. There's a Galil on the board, a MAC-10 on the board as well. That can be upgraded into stronger weapons for free if Gambit win this.
Yeah, now that you bring that up, I mean, suddenly the light armor without the helmet makes a difference.
There's a couple issues that you're starting to see in it.
Yeah, I mean,
you truly, I mean, I would be surprised if thinking about that so much, especially when it comes to an op, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it influences his decision, but I think it's always fun to mention early in a round, because sometimes if you're just unlucky, if there's a run boost to the MAC-10 up there and you're with the AWPs,
Catch a stray bullet.
Yeah, it happens.
Your aim goes diagonal.
Yeah.
Well, he's out towards long for the moment, blinded, taking a shot. Kyojin is here to defend, but can only get the one. That's going to make ZywOo commit into the A bomb site. He's got to start pushing towards Catwalk with the cover of this Molotov, and he's going up against that MAC-10. Apex goes down, and what do you do now if you're ZywOo? You are put on such notice, and this is a dangerous fight. No head armor, remember?
Yeah, he's going to be really, really careful. Man, Hobbit is playing an amazing match of Counter-Strike right now. He is really coming up with a high level. 20 kills at the moment. No one is close to touching that.
Gambit's playing this so smart as well. Look at them, 2 players out mid. Bomb's going to go towards upper B. Masuta's rotated over. He goes down. Good headshot from that MAC-10, and all of a sudden, Shox and ZywOo are rotating over to a wide open bomb site. Gambit have outplayed them, despite the fact they never found ZywOo, although surely here. Does ZywOo clear this? Oh, he does. Of course he does. 2 on 2.
Bomb being planted. Maybe a chance for Shox, but he can't really know who's covering what, and he really wants to wait for ZywOo to turn up as well. If they win this round, Vitality, that's going to be a pretty big surprise to Gambit, no doubt. That shot doesn't connect, but it's not far off either. Bomb ticking. No kit currently picked up, so they need to move pretty quickly right here. ZywOo with the one. Now it's a one-on-one, and he's going to find him with the USP. And they're right on top. He's going to go straight for the bomb defuse. That is such an unlikely win for Vitality. They're up to 10-9.
Yeah, it comes down to Shiro. He's a little bit too trigger happy, taking shots before anyone's really swinging out of the door. Sees the gun barrel, takes an early shot. Does it again with the second follow-up, and that gives the chance for Shox to get the dink swinging into the door and all the space that ZywOo needed. Pressure getting to Shiro just a bit, and that clutch gives Vitality some life. The AWP is preserved in ZywOo's hands.
He actually got that headshot on the first bullet going through the box. It's pretty unreasonable. 10-9, 20th round. Hobbit, again, he's been absolutely incredible out long. Try and do it one more time. Molotovs are everywhere. He's jumping down to the pit. More flames and rifles are waiting for it on the other side. That's hard to deal with, but a good return there for NAVI. It's going to be a 4-on-4.
That's a good aggressive play to find the equalizing kill. Gambit needed that. Bomb rotating back through T-spawn just now to meet up outside of Upper Dark. Exile currently chilling there. Shiro and NAVI out long, as you can see. And they do have 2 smokes, so they can set up a smoke wall for the cross and start faking things out. A little bit of utility can apply that pressure.
Leaving Shiro down here, hoping for a curious Apex on the other side. Nothing happening yet. Oh, but they're gonna force this instead. Looking for the information is Vitality, and getting caught on at least one of them. That is probably as good as it could have gone for Vitality. It could have been way worse there.
Yeah, that's the information of the bomb as well. So Inters has to back away. That 1-for-1 trade is huge. Well done from both teams.
This is some real geek stuff coming out from Gambit. They've managed to sneak NAVI onto the bomb side. Very hard to know if you're Apex right now that actually he's a couple of steps away from getting a bullet to the face. 30 seconds as they start to run out, and I think ZywOo is hearing that. He can hear them running up long.
There's no utility for this cross, actually. ZywOo can punish this. NAVI's going to have to hold someone down in place. Oh, he goes down. ZywOo falls as well. He couldn't get the angle quick enough, and there goes Apex. It's all on Shocks, 1 versus 2.
Ooh, if he wanted to be bold, he could have maybe run to try and get the jump on him there, but the bomb is down. Shiro is holding it, and Shocks, he walked right into it. It's another round for Gambit. This is almost a round that's worth studying. The way that they sort of take long pit expecting a reaction. They're also expecting a reaction up a dark. Once they get that, they use that distraction to sneak NAVI onto the A ramp, and then they call the rest of them back. And it's just, there's so much calling going on in this round for Gambit. That's very, very hard to do.
So much movement, and unfortunately, ZywOo just never felt comfortable with that fight that he had a chance to take. Oh, that's brutal. Probably got a little bit nervous due to NAVI at the ramp that Apex takes care of, and that didn't let him swing out too wide to cover the cross. What a devastating round for it to occur in. Only one M4 in Apex's hands. Nobody else has the money to invest. ZywOo gonna try and kick things off with the Deagle, and he's got it. Double tap through the side of the door.
Did he? I don't think he stole the AK, did he? Not able to. Nope, it was too far back. Frustrating. But still, decent start.
Vitality really just rolling the dice. 3 players in the B bomb set, including the M4. Apex probably just going to hide a little bit if an execute does begin there and bait his teammates. Let his teammates take the attention before he pops up with the M4. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's not heading in that direction. It's ZywOo on the railing that is going to have to deal with this Gambit hit.
Yeah, he needs another headshot to force them back to the B bomb side, but they're already moving out. He's actually somewhat close to hitting that one. Gonna get a chance to reload when he comes back to check. Gonna be a lot more people there, but the backup is here. The M4 has shown up. 40 seconds. Good spray for Hobbit. That might have been what they needed. ZywOo back at it again. He will find a third and a fourth headshot as well. The Deagle is everywhere, and it's Hobbit on his own. 1 on 2. 29 seconds now. Don't fall. Don't give him the ace, but there it is. What an absolute monster.
I think even Apex saying I was ready. I was there. It wasn't even needed. That is so spectacular from ZywOo. This whole round put together. The patience, he's got no tools. He's got no teammates with anything to help him. This is just brute force from one of the best players in the world. He was doing a face-off impression. Listen, ZywOo's a humble guy. He's not going to talk any smack, so somebody's got to do it for him, and Apex is happy to take up that mantle. Kyojin goes down very easily, completely blinded. Apex and ZywOo together to try and pick up the pieces.
Oh, man. What are you saying? If they ever cast Apex in a movie in the future, it's going to be Nicolas Cage playing
Nicolas Cage or John Travolta. I'm fine with either one.
Either one works. Okay. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Vitality still alive in this game, partly due to a Deagle ace being picked up. A little bit of an outrageous moment. 2 on 2 in this round as they trade out long. The bomb has been spotted out there. But ZywOo's in an awkward position.
I was going to say, look at the next challenge. He just had the Deagle ace. That was tough enough. Now he's got to worry about catwalk and long. Big kill. ZywOo, just stay alive a little bit longer.
Oh, he smoked it up.
Yep, Inters is going to drop down. He spots one. He gets the kill. And ZywOo peeks out with it. Took a little bit longer than Inters would have liked. Huge save. ZywOo obviously stepping up massively these past 2 rounds. 22 kills on ZywOo, 25 kills on Hobbit. These two, again, just like Vertigo, locked in battle.
Crazy scenes. ZywOo showing us what he's all about here on Dust 2. And now the pressure is getting the Gambit instead. Taking the timeout, all tied up 11-11. The positive thing, I suppose, is these are some expensive rounds for Vitality, even as they're winning them. So if Gambit had something to throw into this round, I bet they would, but that's not really the case, is it?
That's the problem. Two players survive 2 rounds ago, and just as ZywOo surviving in this previous round. Money tight for both teams. And you're exactly right. I think Gambit would love to be able to invest something or feel comfortable investing something with which to challenge, and it's not in the cards. One of the rare, essentially full saves, just if P250 picked up.
Oh, here we go. We started the second half talking about whether or not they would want to do something like this, Vitality. It took a minute, but now they feel confident. They can probably also guess the economy a bit for Gambit, so they feel like now is a good time to have some fun with the MP9s, and fun was had.
Yeah,
quick though.
A lot of fun was had. Yeah, very quick fun. Too much fun, potentially.
You know what you say when you're having fun, time flies, you know. So.
Good point, yeah. Some of your finest work.
I nailed it. I strung it together.
Off the top of your head as well. Didn't even prepare that one.
No.
Well, 2 SMGs make a lot of bonus money. That's going to help bolster the Vitality funds. The Bank of Vitality. Apex the sole B defender, so look for another setup towards mid. Shox and ZywOo.
If that smoke isn't there, Masuto's probably dead, so nice work from Shox. He's going to keep that MP9 alive from the previous round. They'll take down NAVI. Aggressive moves coming out. Apex going to retreat back into the B bomb side. He's the only defender there, so if they try to hunt him down, it could have been a bit awkward.
I think Gambit wanted to go out mid very, very fast, and that obviously ruins everything. They never expected Shox to be there that quick. What a huge play. 3 defenders to bolster A. Shox close up in mid, and Apex alone at B.
And he's playing real close to this door. We saw Hobbit use the same position, and he got a triple kill for it. And it's really hard to check, even if you want to. Axile, though, showing us how it's done, ducking right under.
Yeah, but look, what happens now? What do you do if you're Apex? He's going to try and push out, hit a timing. Oh, but they spotted him. Now he's forced back in, spammed very low. They know he's on the left. He's not getting out alive. He's got to worry about B as well, and he was certainly going to go down that whole time. There's Kyojin with the kill from middle. That's all important. That allows them to go for the retake if they want it.
And an HE. If they could somehow find Hobbit, that would be...
Molotov into the back into Hobbit's position.
Yeah, they could do that too. He actually almost walked into it. They used the Molotov there, but that's still pretty good. That means they know no one is going to be behind that position. And now, I think they might spot Hobbit already. Axile's going to find ZywOo, and that's probably too much to handle. Hobbit, even low on health. He's going to keep picking it up. Another double kill for him. And Gambit, they slowed down Vitality just as they were about to get back into the game. And now... they just don't even have the economy, do they?
I think if you're going to retake with 2 players in those B tunnels, that Molotov has got to be for B platform. You have to clear that position out for your teammates. You can see how tough it is. Even, as you said, with just 7 HP, a nice, easy headshot position. Yeah. Hobbit can crouch if he ever feels like he's in trouble and just stay alive. Tough round for Vitality, but remember, they had those 2 SMGs, so now they get the big boy weapons out. Op on ZywOo, op on Shox as well.
Actually, they did just have enough money for it. I thought they were going to be a little bit lower. I was worried about that.
Remember, they got all 5 kills with SMGs in the previous round, so there was some cash built up on this team.
Yeah, that makes the difference. Failing that trick smoke, unfortunately. So, could try and play around it anyway, but it doesn't serve exactly the role that you would have wanted there. Tied up 12-12. I mean, this happened on Vertigo as well. And in the end, a lot of what it came down to was really just how much money was left on either team.
It's the same economic battle here on Dust 2. Neither team really securing the economic advantage. ZywOo waiting for a timing. There's the flashbang. He's going to peek with that for sure. Nade comes out from deep. Hobbit. Ooh, good shoulder peek.
That is so scary. Especially against someone like ZywOo. But the down low looks like they want to go for that B bomb side again. This could be either a real good defense because Shox has that AWP, so if you hit a couple of shots with it, that's probably the round done already. But if somehow he loses his teammate and he's on his own with that AWP and they come split for him, that's not a position you ever want to be in.
Well, there's a really awkward hit coming in. If Masuta doesn't deliver, there's the first kill. That's massive because Shox is alone with an op, but they've got the initial 2 kills. That takes a lot of the strength of this hit away, and that one is going to be the deciding kill. Shiro and Axile do respond.
It's too late.
10 seconds. Yeah, Shox just needs to hide behind the box and not do anything, and there will be no success in the round, although, Axile, these kills are huge. Remember, we're talking about this, the end of this map in an economic context. Any frag they can get is massive, and that one after the timer is huge as well. Axile stuck on $1,200 with no round bonus.
Yeah, we really are keeping a laser focus on the economy right now because it does make a big difference. 12 to 13, but Exile made it expensive, and in turn it cost him too. So he's going to be on a Tech 9 along with a couple of other players on his team. 26th round here. Double AWP on the side of Vitality. I mean, they needed those opening kills. Masutra and Shox both getting an opening each.
Watch for a timing at the B bomb site. 4 players are here. Hobbit's in middle.
Yep. Smoke is up, but that's not necessarily going to slow them down. In fact, they might just use that as a bit of a pocket to try and get out onto the site itself. Apex. Again, the opening goes the way of Vitality. And that's really discouraging if you're up in the hallways here waiting to pop onto the bomb site. You needed that last player down there, and it's Hobbit of all players as well.
Between losing Hobbit and then also just the amount of smokes that are just stalling out this B hit, you start to feel like a... you know, like you're screwed, like you have no options, like you have no map control, you have no information, and with all the utility being chucked by Vitality at the B tunnels, you feel like they know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, they're gonna try for it anyway. They're all here and they don't really want to try to crush the map. Good trade and an even better one right there. It's Apex to the smoke. He got one of them and he will pick up Shiro, and oh my god, he defends the bomb site on his own. Triple kill on him. He's so fired up right now.
It's angry now. It's turned angry. Before he was doing the Wild West. He was pulling the double guns on you, but now he's pissed. What a round from Apex, and thank God for him, because ZywOo missed a couple of sitters that you'd expect him to normally hit, and Apex is here to pick up the pieces. 14 to 12. 24 kills on Apex, 23 kills on ZywOo, but there's 27 on Hobbit.
Yeah, that's also why it was so significant that they got him early in that last round. Able to pick him off right away.
5 of the last 6 rounds going to Vitality. 6 of the last 7. Or excuse me, 6 of the last 8.
That last round from Gambit, if you are reviewing that in this, you know, in a timeout, you must be saying to yourself, well, wait a minute, we actually traded really well to get into the bomb side. It's just that Apex got a triple kill from outside of it. But, I mean, that's some decent evidence that you could do it again.
Well, the question is, are you going to call that as your final round? You know, they're saving here with that kind of force buy investment in the previous round. This one, in theory, should be going to Vitality. And then you're sitting at 12 to 15. Do you make that call with the entire map on the line? It's a shooting gallery for Vitality. Shox' AWP rings out. New position, new angle, new kill.
Able to slow it down and close them out eventually. Apex will pick up one more there. 15 to 12. Yeah, that's a good question. What kind of call do you actually make when everything is on the line like this? They need 3 in a row at the moment. Not at all easy. Apex, he's up to 25. He's overtaken even ZywOo at this point at 24. I mean, he is playing a very, very cool game. Good to see Apex back up some of all that shouting as well.
Remember, this streak, this streak that kicked off 6 of the last 7 going to Vitality was ZywOo's ace with the Deagle. That's all they had. It got them started down this path. He had a clutch in the round following the ensuing round. And ever since then, it's been all Vitality taking complete control.
You see how Shox jumps past, gets spotted, then goes back around to the CT side and peeks from the same angle that, you know, if you're a Shiro in that moment, you could see he was set up for Shox peeking to the left instead. Good kill on Kyojin though from Exile. Out long, spraying him down through
the door.
Yep.
That's not ideal. Apex is going to have to switch over to Car. That leaves ZywOo on his own. And this could be dicey if Gambit turns this corner, is able to force ZywOo back. It looks like NAVI wants to just go for the straight up peek. The timing is perfect as ZywOo's dropped off. A little bit of a shift in the defense happens before the hit comes in. It's Exile to lurk long. Enters NAVI and Hobbit for the main thrust of the hit.
They get Apex, they can isolate ZywOo, and that might be enough. Great trade, and yep, it brings him right off the corner. Exile not going to delay that one. Takes him down with a headshot.
So quick from Exile as well. Yeah. The timing on when he chooses to make that, because you can slow play it a little bit more. You can wait until ZywOo's taking some shots at the players crossing into the A bomb site, but he's ready to pounce as soon as the kill comes out. As soon as ZywOo starts to consider going back, he's already peaking, and ZywOo's not even thinking about it. 15-13.
And Vitality, no, this is about the money. They need to win one of the next 2 rounds. So keep these guns alive.
Yeah, and I think this should seal it as well. I think with the money that they're going to have after this round ends, they're going to be able to buy for the final 2 rounds regardless of what happens.
Wow, that was, again, really well done. They lost that opening kill. I've got to say again, that the way that Shox handled that fight in middle was really creative stuff. Not often that you see people want to challenge on that CT side, but he definitely bamboozled him just a bit. This is the second peak, but at that point, he's already jumped past, and as Shiro's reloading, he's back around to that same side. Kyojin, yeah, that's how they got back into the round, but yeah, this is really good work. 13-15, looking for overtime is Gambit. If they can pick up another couple of rounds.
Oh, ZywOo's been tagged. Tagged as he jumped across. Down to 30 HP. Now he's gotten off and he's at the B bomb site. He can't just post up back platform if he wants it, but that's a huge and dangerous weapon for Vitality that might have to play some situations more passive than he'd like. Kyojin and Shox to defend long. And Apex at the A railing.
No real catwalk control for Vitality. Some space here for Gambit to start to make a bit of a move. If they win this round, there is some buy that can happen on Vitality. They're not going to immediately fold in that sense. But it won't be perfect either.
Depends how many weapons they can save if it comes down to that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Shox would love this pick, but there's so much attention on Catwalk. He feels like he's got to get back. Apex is in some trouble. So is Shox. So this lurk from Exile. Oh, this could be so deadly. He's here for so long, and I think he's calling his teammates back. We've applied so much pressure to A. I have control of mid. We can drop down into a mid to B split, but not anymore. Not anymore. And actually, Gambit, because they've given up the cat attack, they've got no more utility for this round. They might have just outplayed themselves out of this map.
Yeah, they thought they had the big advantage. Ooh, is that the key to get back in? That could actually be a big difference here. Apex, random shot. This is so dangerous. He's got shot behind him, but he's going to fall off the ledge.
Oh, no.
What an incredible risk being taken by Apex, but it seems to be paying off right now. NAVI and Inters, though, back in the mix. 13 seconds left, and they can't stop the bomb. That's what they were running for as well. They give it all up in the round. 14-15, Gambit. One step closer to overtime.
I think even with that risky play from Apex paying off, spamming through the smoke, getting that kill, losing the position of the railing, of being able to defend against the site, you give them access, essentially. You're fighting from a disadvantage on that ramp. That's a huge piece of control to give up, but also the push from Kyojin. Little unnecessary out at long, and Gambit's been given a couple of mistakes, in my opinion, that get him right back into the round. That could have been it. 15-14, one final chance for Vitality, and this time they got to do it with scraps. A lot of this run has been by virtue of the double op setup. They don't even have the money to get one AWP.
Well, they're going to be kicking themselves if they end up going into overtime and maybe ultimately losing the map in the series, just because of a couple of small mistakes in that last round. Exile started to get way up there with Hobbit. He's up at 21. It's good to see someone helping out Hobbit a bit more. No shot on that timing. Heavy presence out long for Vitality in this one. Not expecting any kind of a fast B play. They've managed to win that B play a couple of times, so maybe they're not so worried about it anymore. They're going to be falling back in from long. Vitality, just in case there was a rush, they would have been ready. Turns into a pretty default type setup after the fact, though. Gambit not wanting to do anything crazy early on here. And the same is true for Vitality. We've got just a return to normal for once.
Ooh, Apex, big risk. This is one of the 3 M4s. Peeking up for information, spots nothing. Close to double doors now. Kyojin just hiding a goose, and there he goes. A little bit too curious. That's the middle of the map opened up. You've got a Deagle and an SMG and 2 M4s. Not a whole lot to pull this round back in your favor. And if this turns into a mid to B split, Masuta and Shox have to do it all.
Even worse, they've got no grenades. They can't slow anything down. They can't Molotov a window.
They're just posturing.
Yeah.
This is still going to be a catwalk hit.
Trying. Inters is selling it. He's selling it a lot, in fact, but Shox will take him down. Gambit, careful now. 4-on-4. Still a deagle at that angle. Kyojin, he just needs one good headshot to make this work, and there is one of them. Axel, he gets a return kill. Kyojin, not good for a second. And it's still a 2-on-3 here. Shox and Masuta, they've upgraded from the M4, from the MP9 into the AK, but not sure it's going to make a difference now. Shox is on his own, and Vitality, they had the opportunity. They had every chance to close this one out. Now Shox will have to do it on his own in a 1 versus 3, and he's already being flanked. Axel is looking to shoot him in the back here, and he's waiting for him. He doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have any nades. Not even... He can't even find anyone right now, and he goes down. It's overtime. Gambit, they managed to hang in there just long enough, and now they're shouting back, and I can't blame them. What a release.
Yeah, hung in there just long enough, and I have to say, I think that Vitality had 3 rounds to close it out. I think some critical mistakes in these past 2 rounds. That one from Apex, like hunting for information in middle, just walking through the double doors, and also just the previous round before that was Kyojin's push towards long. Gambit's gonna love that. With Apex going down, you have a passive setup at the A bomb site. No one's watching long. It's only a matter of time before Axel is able to just kind of crunch on the bomb site, get a free kill on ZywOo, and that whole setup gets blown up. So a lot of this game has been in the context of the economy and who's got the advantage, and a lot of that doesn't matter anymore. 3 rounds of overtime starting right now. Kyojin and Apex out towards long. Everyone's got money, everyone's got guns and utility.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, maybe that'll be a favor to Vitality now, as they've got that double ult back in play. That did do some good work for them. Ooh, Masuta out on a mission. Doesn't quite get the headshot that he needed there, but it's still pretty frustrating if you're on the side of Gambit to just know that maybe you have to go back and check that and spend some time. Yeah, they're going to be doubling up on that. That's probably 10-15 seconds of time that they could have been using somewhere else. Gonna force ZywOo off of that ledge.
Uh-oh. Here we go again. Missed shot from Shiro, but Inters has it.
Wow.
Another 4-on-5 for Vitality to recover from, and Axel and Nafni already have control of mid together. Mid to be split coming in, and you can see the Vitality defense. Apex is scrambling to come help Shox, but oh, what a tough clear. He's got it. He's got it, and Shox has 1 kill at B. If he can survive a little bit longer, relocating. Hobbit's out mid, but Apex has disappeared. He's actually going to commit to the B bomb site, and this hit has been stalled out.
And now ZywOo's in CT spawn as well. Not so easy for Hobbit. He does get flashed into it, but Apex, he can't get the kill. I don't even know how Hobbit survives through that. 24 seconds, no scope from Shox. It's not enough, and Shiro will take him down. Kyojin so far away in this, and Gambit, I can't believe they turned this round into a victory for themselves. That is actually very impressive. Kyojin will get the 1, but I mean, even with the overtime cash, probably not worth it here.
It's 4 straight for Gambit now, and I think towards the later stages of this half, and now that, we have overtime, these kind of slow, progressive, like strangling hits on these bomb sites, like don't even feel like full executes, are really making it tough for Vitality to figure out where to rotate, where the next fight is going to come from. Really difficult for them to be coordinated at the point of attack. And Gambit's taking the lead.
It is just very much how I think anyway about Gambit's style, right? I think it's one of the reasons why it is so frustrating is like it is at the attack, but you're not really seeing all the symptoms of it. It's a little bit late, and then it kind of happens again, and oh, it must be very, very upsetting to be up against. And they even got the openings that they needed. I mean, they actually had the defense pretty well done. I mean, Apex probably 9 times out of 10 wins that fight against Hobbit in the middle, and then
especially considering the game he's having, it's tough to see him miss that fight like that, because that was huge. And Shox was alone in the B bomb site in all that chaos for so long. Vitality 1 round back. Remember, their T side was nothing to write home about. Good kill, good pick from Vitality, but they need to capitalize in this 5-on-4.
Yeah, nade onto Nafferty, the lower dark position. Another nade. And Axile falls victim to the other AWP, which on Shox.
We haven't said his name too much, but oh, actually hold the phone. Nathani's going to go down. The impact Axile's had from the long position, he's played a very good half, and just by nature of that position on the T side, sometimes it's just going to be one, sometimes it's going to be 2 kills. You don't often just get a rattle off 3 or 4 kill rounds because you're just looking for the one impact kill.
Yeah,
that blows up the defense of the 8 bomb site, or the one late flank that gets you the one critical kill on railing. But he's been effective in that role.
Oh, but really wants it, but that was too quick. I agree. I mean, he was playing a good game on Vertigo as well. No one's been catching up to Hobbit, which in itself is just super impressive. But
at least on his T sides, he's been going at Kyojin on both maps. Remember, it was Kyojin defending the B side on Vertigo. He's Kyojin defending Long A here on Dust 2.
Yeah. Inter's not much you could do in a round like this. They don't really need the money from a bomb plant. He can't really do enough damage to Vitality either. So, highlights. Get yourself a little some good one taps to make the people excited. Misuta will take him down. Good round, probably a little bit of a confidence building round even for Vitality.
I don't even know if it's confidence building, but it's one of those rounds where you have let out a deep sigh of relief.
Yeah, true.
It had been 4 in a row for Gambit, so especially in overtime, putting a stop to it quickly. Shox' vision just came back in perfect time for that. Here we go. 16-16. Last round before we switch sides in overtime. Double op setup for Vitality. A B-rush. Oh, we're going to get a B-rush. Look at Misuta. Good pick in middle, but Masuta's got everything to do, and they overwhelm him. He would have never expected it, but it's ZywOo here, and he's delivering a couple of kills.
They've done everything right. They've actually done everything right here, Gambit, but the fact that they've lost a couple of players already this side was just devastating. Now he's boosted up. Looking through those doors on top of the smoke. What a flashbang to take down Apex. And so far, nothing's been given as ZywOo. He tries for that flick, but once the game isn't rewarding him for it either. 3 on 3 now. And that bomb is freshly planted. Still plenty of time for Vitality to try and angle for one more kill. At least have the man advantage going in. Retaking this B bomb site. It is just not easy. Out of needs, more or less, on the Gambit side to see if they have a little bit more. Another headshot from Exile, doing fantastic work, and it's a 17-16 finish at the end of overtime. Gambit now well on their way to taking down Vitality in 2 maps.
Well, Apex or Shox, one of them needed to have impact on that flank in upper dark to make that retake really feel doable.
Yeah.
Especially with how fast-paced that B take is. There's so much utility that Gambit's able to use to stall out the retake. They needed that kill onto Exile, who has a spectacular round. He gets Apex here. He heard him running, which is why the pop flash was so effective. He gets Shox, and he also found the entrance on Misuta. So we want to talk about the impact of Exile despite not necessarily having one of the crazy stat lines. He just delivered big in that round. 25 and 22 for Exile.
And it's a return to that, I won't necessarily say weakness, but they had some success trading kills in the B-bomb side in regulation. They go back, they rediscover it in overtime, and this time it works, and they sped it up a lot, right?
Yeah.
Way quicker.
They'd had success, but they hadn't always closed out the rounds, and then obviously in overtime it works a couple of times very well. So here we go. Vitality need 3 if they want to win the map. 19 is the magic number.
Yes. Just 2 for Gambit, though. They can get the long control if they want. That's not going to be an issue. Which is, I mean, I feel like Gambit has actually generally been letting Vitality have long whenever they've felt like it. There's not been a lot of fights going on down here.
Okay.
They just, as long as they can have that A plateau and Hobbit is up there, he's been doing really well.
I feel like there's a lot of unforced Molotov damage there. Kyojin down to 52, Misuta at 80. But long control is theirs, and Shox is lurking in lower dark. Gambit has complete control of Catwalk between Hobbit and Exile, so Shiro can be pretty confident whatever fight he wants to take, but the set piece is going to be deadly.
If they get the bomb down, Shock's position suddenly becomes worth 10 times as much. But if they never get the bomb down, then he can't really help out his team. So it all hinges on that right now. 26 seconds. They're getting delayed once again. Definitely getting a bit close. They take down Hobbit. That's one of the big problems that they faced in regulation. And this time, Misuta landing a headshot, but he goes down trying to escape. That's unfortunate. But now that the bomb is down, you can see Shox maneuvering himself into a better position. just a couple of seconds away. They do go back and check. Heads up play, and Shiro, he got the kill on Apex. What is going on? 4 on 3 now. And that bomb is about halfway there, but there's still time for Gambit to bring it back on those shocks, and Kyojin, he continues to spray. Absolutely well done. And Shiro, he cannot win this round. 1 versus 3. He's up on the bomb side, but without any nades or anything else, they're going to be on him. And a Molotov on top to make absolutely sure. Tying up the scoreline is Vitality, and it's only fitting, only justified. Kyojin getting that last headshot.
17-17. What a great take from Vitality. As you mentioned, using all the space that Gambit is allowing them to have at long. Gambit playing pretty much retake from Catwalk. And Vitality's happy to get the bomb plant and play the post plant from there. Good transfer from Kyojin.
Yeah.
Well, one of these teams is going to have a chance to win this map in the next round.
Or it's always double overtime.
Or there's double overtime.
We can
do it all day.
We can indeed. Masuta taking a bit of damage. I was going to say, I think the critical thing in that last round was taking out Hobbit early on.
Certainly. Apex in middle. Rest of his team heading towards upper dark. They still haven't discovered NAVI's position or been able to handle him. A lot of damage done. Apex is going to turn the corner. Nothing suspicious about that smoke, except NAVI's hiding in it. And now the B-Hit has to move forward. 2 players here. Shiro's going to take attention, and Inters can chill. He can bide his time. ZywOo does eventually trade him off and punish him, but it's a 2-on-4, and it's heavily damaged Vitality players.
You're on Gambit right now, you got to be thinking, please don't get shot for the smoke by ZywOo. That's the only thing you really want to avoid here. 2-on-4, bomb goes down. Gambit don't really care about that. They just need to set up this retake, and it is so doable. See the AI predicting their 85% chance. It's ticking down as the clock keeps going, but very, very good odds for Gambit to get into this retake. A little bit of a Molotov to try and slow them down into the window. Masuta with the spray, but it's not connecting. And ZywOo's on his own. He's going to get overpowered. Switched out for the AK, which makes a lot of sense. It's 18-17 Gambit. They are at series point.
Yeah, and looking good as well. They seem like, at one point, it seemed like there was a lot of stress and frustration, and that seems to have subsided. Gambit is feeling real confident at the moment. 18-17, just 1 round away from winning this series 2-0. Vitality has won the last 3 series these teams have played head-to-head, and Gambit desperately looking for revenge. What a way to do it, while at the same time booking yourself a ticket in the grand finals. Let's see what they've got. Here we go. Vitality trying to force double overtime. Remember, there's a real potential. The team that loses this series has to play NAVI in the next match for elimination, and that's not going to be fun. Liquid's in that battle as well.
Yeah, nobody wants to face NAVI. They are tearing through the lower bracket to try and get back into the grand finals. Looking very good once again. This is it for Vitality. If they screw anything up here, they're going to be facing NAVI. Ooh, NAVI. Good kill, and what a follow-up as well. A rare AWP on him, but a great double to start this with, and that makes things almost impossible for the French.
Yeah, it's actually, this is just going to feel like if you're one of these 3 players, and especially if you're Shocks or Masuta, one of the dead players, like this is just going to slip away. Praying for your teammates, 3 versus 5. And if you don't win it, the map's over. The series is over.
Surely, the only thing on your mind is, please, ZywOo, have one of these rounds. The fact that he's alive, that must give them some kind of hope. 50 seconds on the clock. A little bit of noise in the middle. Will signal where that AWP is going, and they can guess who's carrying it as well. 40 seconds now. They have 2 smokes and a Molotov and a flashbang on the side of Vitality, but there's 5 people alive. So 3 HE grenades left on Vitality. So even that could be a little bit frustrating if you're trying to get the bomb down. Are they really going to try and run boost their way in? Yep, there's the jump over, but Apex is dead. Good headshot in return from Kyojin. He takes down Exile. 20 seconds. Oh, they're running out of time and running out of players, and this may be the end of the road here for Vitality. They try and get the bomb plant down, and Shiro, he's not crazy enough to try and go for any kind of a jumping play. He knows they have the lead right now, even if it's just a 1-man lead. ZywOo up here. Very low on health already. The pressure is on. No scope. Not going to connect. He goes down. And Kyojin is on his own and being hunted from every angle. It's going to be the win for Gambit. 19-17 as they bring down Vitality in overtime and win it on 2 maps.
They've finally done it. They've overcome Vitality. What a great win. And the charge is led by the veteran Hobbit with a spectacular series for Gambit to lead them into the grand finals at the BLAST World Final. That's beautiful stuff, and they had to force overtime. They had to come back 3 rounds back in regulation to get us into OT, and they complete the comeback from there. Tough loss for Vitality. They're going to be frustrated. They're going to see a lot of mistakes, but I think, obviously not knocked out of the tournament just yet. They've still got their head in the game. They've got another match tomorrow morning.
Not knocked out, yeah, that's true, but definitely more mistakes, a little bit more frustration than what we've been seeing from the last couple of days. And I agree, seeing Hobbit at the top of the scoreboard on really both maps is just a cool return to what, what we all associate with Gambit on some level. 33 kills on Dust 2. 27 kills on Vertigo. He led the way on both maps. That's some really spectacular stuff. 60 kills. 60 kills across 2 maps. Shout out to Hobbit. Well played. We've got James ready for an interview down on the stage.
Nafani, you guys have finally taken down Vitality, and well, what a way to come back on Dust 2. How does it feel?
It's feeling really nice. I don't know. It was like our 4th match with them, I guess, or maybe even 5th. So it's nice to feel when you can won such a good team, and we're happy with that.
Now, you guys have been working on your Dust 2 for some time since it's turned into the new version of Dust 2, right? I'll go back to V4. You guys were struggling on it against many teams. What was the difference today?
I don't know. We just played really well. Shiro made a lot of good calls, and I don't know. Everyone was good today, so that's why we won Dust, I guess.
But what was it like, right, when they hit 15 and you had to kind of make this comeback into it? What were you saying to the team?
I don't remember at all, to be honest.
You were shouting too much.
I mean, I say something for sure, but I don't remember what.
Well, it definitely worked, mate. You've made it to the grand final. You've done it for all this LAN experience that's coming through. Do you feel like this is it now? You're going to end the year on a high and take the whole win?
We will see. I can't predict something big, but we will do our best, I believe.
I'm sure you will, Nafani. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Revenge for the side of Gambit and a well-earned spot in the grand finals here at the BLAST Premier World Finals. They're getting some sweet revenge on Vitality after being iced out by them at IEM Winter. That was a good look for Gambit to end it out.
Yeah, I feel like it was a matter of time, these teams are just both too good, they're too close, that Vitality can just keep beating them time after time after time. At IEM, it was a 19-17 win for Vitality on the 3rd map, and Gambit gets them back here.
We missed some firepower from Vitality. I think that was the defining factor for me in this game. Of course, it's no secret that ZywOo will go plus KD in a game like this. But Misuta, a player we've highlighted so much throughout this tournament, a player that has been playing fantastic Counter-Strike as well, he went nowhere in this game, went -17 in total over 2 maps. So when you only had that, 1-2 punch where it's only one guy punching, you need that secondary star coming in for Vitality. And you saw it right here, 19-17. That was a very close game. So with a bit of more firepower coming in, I think it would have edged it out to Vitality, at least for a 3rd map.
Yeah, we talk about those punches, and I mean, a big blow that was dealt by Vitality, that ace from ZywOo with the Deagle was absolutely beautiful. Looking at it, we thought that was the point, that they were going to be closing it out.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit had to overcome a number of difficult situations and, frustrating rounds to lose in the first half. I mean, they lose the 2nd round, they lose another round, to a half-buy where Apex gets just 2 kills with the scout. But they even save after that. They're aware, and then on top of that, in the 2nd half, I mean, this is just masterclass from ZywOo, really. Not much you can do to prevent something like that. And I think Gambit is aware as well. These rounds are going to happen. When you play against Vitality, ZywOo's going to have a couple of his rounds. But I think you look at this tournament as a whole, right? Other teams are winning games. NiKo, incredible individual performances. Simple in that 3rd map yesterday against G2. ZywOo for Vitality. While quietly, Gambit is just winning games as a team more than anything else. I hear Hobbit did a little bit more, but the lowest, performer isn't really that low for Gambit, and that's why they're the first team to book a spot in the grand final.
100% agree. It feels like Gambit is getting better and better every single time they join the server. I've said it a couple of times throughout this tournament, but experience is key. And I think winning one of these games, as you said, YnK, having 3-4 rounds that should have gone their way, that didn't go their way, and still winning the game, that's a sign of class as well. So if Gambit can iron out those mistakes, maybe they'll be ready tomorrow for actually going for the trophy. Now they're in the final, so you cannot discredit them, you cannot discount them. I think Gambit is getting close to a point where they may be ready for a championship.
And now Gambit is one of 2 teams, the other one being Team Liquid, actually, who is facing NAVI in the next game, who have a positive, series win record against NAVI, and seeing how they've been a little bit shaky this tournament, you know, finally maybe they can make it happen here at the last LAN of the year.
Yeah, and that's what was really impressive about Gambit coming into this. We had a lot of questions transitioning from this online era coming onto LAN, and they are the first team to book a spot in that coveted grand final, only one step away now from lifting that world final trophy. But this next matchup, this is going to be a spicy one, Pimp.
It is. NAVI against Team Liquid. We saw it in the very first game of the tournament. Surprisingly enough, Liquid ended up winning that 1-2 to 1. But I think Simple, and I think NAVI has something to say about that. We are having a very great game on our hands, Freya.
Yeah, Simple was saying he really wanted this rematch coming into the World Finals, and we are going to be getting it, YnK.
Yeah, it was also, you know, it's hard enough to beat NAVI once, but 2 times in the same tournament in a span of a couple of days, you know, that's going to be even more difficult. I think Liquid is aware of it, but I think they're also quietly confident that they can have a repeat performance.
Yeah, we've just seen a confident Liquid coming into the World Finals, but they're going to have to deliver the pain one more time for NAVI. The world #1's a top-ranked team coming into this, 1 step away from elimination. We're going to see if Liquid can do it once again after this.
Hi guys, Esek here from NIP, and I'm here with my sworn enemy, Apex, who I lost to yesterday. Anyways, we're doing some CS Money skin scribble, and yeah, let's see how good we're doing. Even though that looks more like gray, but it's mainly black, but like...
Orion?
What?
Orion? Orion?
No.
No.
Let me try and see if I can help here.
Is it a T-Rex?
And then...
Something else? I don't know. So shit at that. The good one though.
Yeah, thanks. It's a Cyrex. Very iconic thing right here.
The hole?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm so good! Red thing. Sorry man, let's do like this. It's really blue.
And then like at the edges, like down here, it's got like a fade of purple. I don't know, like a thing here as well. I don't know, it's like, it looks somewhat like this.
No way, I don't.
Decimator.
It's full black with the red.
Yeah. Okay, just, what is this?
Line.
What's the color?
Red line.
Oh, there we go.
It's old one, so you should know.
Vulcan?
No.
Frostside?
No. It's really old one.
Frostbite?
No, it's really old. It's older than that. And just imagine that back in the days.
Black laminate? Blue laminate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Tiger Tooth?
Yeah, man. So good. What is this?
Banana.
Yeah. You're good. I will help you, but I'm not sure about my drawing. Something that goes in the trees. I don't know the English. I know the English, but I don't know how to draw it.
Birds? Oh, monkey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the name, and then there's no something else.
Monkey business.
Yes, you got it.
Oh!
Imagine it's orange, okay?
Okay. Asmel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay.
Let's go. I used to use that skin a lot. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
The grudge match with it all on the line. We're rolling back the clock as NAVI and Liquid once again will lock horns. And for one last time, this is going to be the last time we see one of these two teams in 2021. And Simple, he's getting the rematch he wants. And a fired up Simple YnK, that is a scary, scary prospect.
Yeah, and I think he was absolutely the opposite of that in that opener, really. That was, I think, the one time this year where Simple Electronic and Bit ended up with a negative KD. You know, that definitely helped Liquid and was one of the reasons why they won the game. But I said it every single time, Liquid legit outplayed them that game. It wasn't a fluke. They were just the better team in that series.
I love the sass that Stu is giving. We've seen a lot of sass on Twitter from him. I'm hoping he can just deliver it inside the server, though.
I think he's been able to.
Oh, no. Well, so Liquid are going to win this.
I mean, it's
guess
also like,
we could just end it there.
Fallen is the worst guy to put there to do that. He's just never going. He's such a nice guy, right? He's never going to try to, like, you know, be a badass there. But Boomich, man, I didn't expect that. Yeah. I thought he was the same. I got surprised.
Apparently not. Got inspired by Stu 2K yesterday, but I agree with you, Freya. I hope we can bring the spice to the server as well. I'm sure Stu is going to be loud in the studio. I'm sure he's going to yell at Simple. Question is if they can pull up another insane performance. What we saw in game number 1 was insane from Liquid, but as YnK said just before, to pull off that, you know, not only once, but twice during the same tournament, not a lot of teams have been successful with that against a team like NAVI.
Yeah, and you can see, as we said previously, you know, one of the 2 teams that have a positive record against them, and actually pretty dominant when you think about it, right? 3-1. I think that's why coming into the previous game, the opener, right? They were confident that they can have the upper hand despite the situation in the team, right? Just feel that stylistically maybe they can match up well against them, and that, you know, Stewie said it, he feels like they're their kryptonite at the moment.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about NAVI in depth. I want to bring up BIT as one of the case studies coming into this because we have seen a little bit of a dip in performance from him.
Yeah, this is like more how a rookie should be like, or how his stats should look like. He's just been out of this world in 2021 for NAVI. One of the big reasons why they were able to elevate themselves to the next level. I mean, look at that, just the fall final, the major. These are like ratings that Nico has at tournament, just to put it in perspective. And here at the fall final, you know, going down to 1.04, and you can actually, you know, translate that to NAVI as a team and how they're playing mostly on their T side.
Yeah, they're lacking a bit of that firepower. They're lacking a bit of that, you know, flair BIT came in with. He's not having a bad tournament. He's just having an average tournament for the sake of BIT. And, you know, I do feel a little bit that it showcased, you know, the exact same thing we saw with NAVI a year and a half ago before BIT came into this lineup, that when he's not playing well, when they only have Simple and Electronic, it's not the most sound fundamental team in the entire world. They do rely a lot on their individuals. We've seen that in this tournament as well, that, you know, a team like Vitality, I think their team play, their synergy in between each other is stronger than on NAVI. So having BIT playing at this level, that could cost them a problem against Team Liquid. You know, if you have a Stewie shutting him down, or if you have a Stewie getting into his head, then is it enough with just Simple and Electronic? It used to be 50% of the time, but that's not really good enough if you're the best in the world.
Well, I think NAVI did still only lose that one game. So the fact that they're still winning games in this tournament despite that is a good sign for them. And here you can see it, like it shows in the stat sheet, the round win percentage, 10% off. These are on their T sides, and multi-kills down by 20%. That's where BIT contributes a lot, right? Because he's a rifler as well, so efficient. And that's hurting NAVI, you know, a little bit in that extent. But I also think that the best team in the world, right? Obviously, you have to play well as a team and everything, but you always have that X-factor player, and your players are the ones who in big games elevate you and win you games, right? That's what we saw from Simple yesterday. We see it from Zywo. We see it from Nico, right? And that's also what Gambit, if they're going to win this tournament, they're going to have someone in a big moment, you know, have some really, really strong rounds, and we'll see who in Liquid today can be that guy who's going to step up to the task.
Yeah, I do like how you phrase it with the BIT angle as well, though. This is kind of an exponential year for BIT. Nobody expected this to happen, and we definitely can't put it all on one person to be putting these results for NAVI. But I'm kind of wondering, just in terms of what we've seen from Simple as well, because we saw him going absolutely lights out on one of the final maps in their last series as well. And it's been an interesting conversation to kind of listen to some of the interviews that James has been doing, and him having some frustrations about the communications of the team, kind of echoing what we saw at the beginning of 2021.
I think, I think you're right. You can see NAVI is a bit flustered. Again, yesterday when they played against G2 as well, there was a case to be made. They could have lost that game 2-0, and that would have been a disaster for NAVI. Blade has even said it, you know, they're running out of their fumes right now. The energy is relatively low within NAVI. It's been a long year. They've been winning a lot of tournaments. The major was this, you know, tournament where they put all eggs into one basket and really made it happen. The NAVI, we saw the major was a NAVI no one could touch. So it's to be expected that the level is maybe not as high right now. But again, when you talk about a guy like Simple, I think when he's in an elimination game like we see now, especially against G2 yesterday, we saw on the third map, he's just turning it up, right? He has an extra gear to go into. So I'm not really worried for NAVI in this case. Yeah, they may not be in their best shape right now, and yeah, they may be a little bit flustered in terms of communication, but when we get down to the nitty-gritty, when it's the third deciding map, you can always count on Simple to show up.
Yeah, they definitely have the stamina coming into these
and I think also, you know, I like what Blade said. It's been a long year. They put a lot of preparation before the major. They've been trying to, like, you know, sort their schedule out so they have enough gas left in the tank for this last turn. I think it actually does help them, the fact that they know this is like a revenge game, right? And Liquid has been beating them for the most part of this year, so that can give you that little bit extra, right, to just really zone in and to be focused and to get to Sunday, really, which is what NAVI is trying to do.
Yeah, and you picked up on the individual aspect of this matchup and touched on Liquid there. What are you hoping to see, maybe a replica of the last time these two teams faced?
To be honest, like, it was just Liquid playing really well as a unit, not doing anything crazy, right? Just playing their own game, doing it step by step, and just being better than NAVI. If anything, you can point out to that Inferno Decider and seeing how they switched it up on their CT side, and they were really disruptive, and they didn't give any room to NAVI to do their own thing. So that's, I think, the blueprint, even in this game, right? You have to try to be annoying, have to try to be disruptive. You can't sit back. I think it's going to be tougher for them to execute that, because I think NAVI is going to play better individually this time around.
I agree, and also something we did discuss last time around, and it's not to take any credit away from Team Liquid, but we did see a NAVI where not a single player went plus KD. When does that happen? When you have Electronic, Bit, and Simple on your lineup. It's not reasonable to think that's going to replay itself, so I think Liquid will have to play even better than they did last time around. You saw Grim have a rough game, you know. Didn't matter because there was so much synergy in between the players. There were so many players contributing. Fallen, another guy we have to address a little bit, I feel. He's been having a tough time in Liquid. He's been receiving a lot of criticism, but I think in this tournament he's found an awful lot of impact compared to what we expected. So there's some positives to drag out of Liquid right now, and I'm pretty sure that they right now themselves feel that they can go into this game with no expectations whatsoever and play freely, and that's where we've seen Liquid have played their best Counter-Strike in 21.
Yeah, literally once in a blue moon that you don't see a single one of the NAVI players stepping up to the plate. I like that you pick on Fallen there, because we saw in the game versus Astralis that he actually really stepped up in some really crucial moments. Are you kind of looking at him as a key difference maker coming into this game?
He has to be on the server. He has to join the server first and foremost, but he has to be, you know, he has to be an influence on the server. He's playing an AWP role that in Team Liquid has never really been utilized. It's never really been around the AWP, but if he can have a decent game, he's never going to put up the same numbers as Simple. He's never going to match him on the server, but if he has a presence on the server, can be just a little bit productive and avoid making some of the mistakes that he used to do a couple of months ago, where he's a little bit slow on the rotations, maybe taking some old angles that you can't really do in modern days Counter-Strike. I think Simple and Fallen can have a decent duel.
Well, we have got the map pick and bans rolling in here. We have seen these two teams already going head-to-head. Are you expecting any changes in this veto?
I would expect NAVI potentially to veto out Inferno. I don't think they necessarily need to change their pick and go for Nuke over Dust. That's up to them. Yeah, they just go with the same thing. I think for Liquid as well, they did get stomped by Gambit on Overpass, but you know, I think when you look at the pool as a whole, I think they have to go for it here because they wouldn't get it otherwise as a third map. Maybe an maybe an Inferno pick because it went so good the last time around, but now that the veto changes as a whole, right? So the third map now is going to be Nuke here. Or actually, Liquid has the last ban. They're going to veto out Nuke. And we get Mirage, but I think that's better for NAVI this time around. Mirage and Inferno is better than Overpass and Inferno.
I agree. I look at the map pool right here in front of me, and I think realistically speaking, yeah, we've been impressed with Team Liquid so far in this tournament, but looking at all three maps, you know, I would say NAVI are favorites to win them all.
To be honest, like it probably, Mirage would be the decider, right? I think whether the Liquid picks Inferno or Overpass, NAVI bans the other map in the second phase. So I guess they just thought, okay, we really want to have Inferno, so if we can't get both, let's just do Inferno. I think that loss to Gambit really hurt them and hurt their confidence.
Yeah, going back to that Dust 2 pick, as we're going to be seeing that first on the card, the second map in the series, the last time these two teams faced. Any specific things you're looking for from either side of the equation?
I mean, I hope Liquid can carry on the form we saw against Astralis. You know, there was a decent performance on Dust 2. Overall, you know, when you talk Liquid and Dust 2, I think you said it yesterday, YnK, the fact that Dust 2 has had an update recently. Liquid is in a period where they haven't been practicing for a month, 2 months, so it's very limited how much time and how much theory crafting they've had on the map. So to me, there's no doubt that NAVI are heavy favorites when it comes to Dust 2. I think if Liquid wants a shot at winning this series, if they want a shot at repeating the success from the first game, Inferno is the key factor for them. Of course, Dust 2, there's a chance as long as Counter-Strike is on, but realistically speaking, I don't leverage them many chances.
It can only be a matter of, you know, NAVI has a slow start or something like that, and then, you know, Liquid shuts them down early on and it takes over the game from there. But it does feel like if it's going to be a Liquid win, it would have to be in a 3-map series, right? Like winning Inferno and then on Mirage somehow finding a way to win as well.
Yeah, just looking back at the history between these two teams, the last time they faced, it was just a real struggle for Liquid to kind of get any room on that T side as well. It looked like really solid from Navi closing that one out, obviously pushing it to that third and final decider map. Anything you're looking for from Liquid coming onto that T side specifically?
Well, I think for them, it would help them. You're not necessarily even the pistol round, but an early momentum type of a round, right, where they win a force buy, and then outside of that, the difficult thing is Navi is one of the best teams at that city-sided aggression. You're throwing the smoke into suicide, just constantly keeping you guessing, throwing different setups your way. So I think they need to have success with a long rush if they go for it with a good spawn, right? So if you do that, then you kind of force Navi to respect that a little bit more and then can't go for those plays on mid, which opens you to default a little bit easier, which is Liquid's most natural style, really.
One thing that's interesting for Team Liquid is the fact that Elise is the worst rated player when it comes to Dust 2. Usually the star player on a lot of different maps, but on Dust 2, Fallen is the highest ranked, Elise is the lowest ranked. So to me, if Elise can play well, there's a chance for Liquid to make it competitive.
Well, before we do jump into this series, we do have a few words from James with some of the players on the stage.
At the BLAST Global Finals earlier this year, we saw this exact matchup in Navi taking on Liquid.
With 20 seconds, surely it is meant to be here. G2, they need to equalize, but no! What in God's name is happening?
Navi took the win and went on to win the entire tournament, but Liquid have already upset them in this event. Can they do it again? That's what we're about to find out.
What is happening here?
What is that shot?
Oh, he's blind and he still hits it.
What a shot. I mean, what a shot after what a shot.
It's time for the rematch between Liquid and Navi, and this is a spicy one. And, well, I've got a man with a lot of talk that's been going on, a lot of shouting and screaming over these last few days. Stu, you ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm ready for this one. It's probably the best way to end it, honestly. Who else to face but Simple for the last game, possibly, of the year?
And when it comes to this, right, obviously you've been bantering them across social media and stuff, having fun with it, but you as a team are one of the only teams that's been able to challenge them a lot this year. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think that's just a question for Simple, honestly. I think maybe he has something against these players and he can't get over it, and he can't really find the rhythm against them.
Ooh, so something from the past we're talking about here.
That's not for me to talk about. I wasn't on team with Simple, but from the head-to-head, I think they have the numbers against them, so we'll see if we can keep it up.
And do you feel like the pressure's seriously on them right now?
We don't feel pressure at all, honestly. We're just trying to have fun with the last tournament and the last match. We'll just see how it goes, honestly. We're having it on the fly, just trying to have fun with it and keep it going.
Well, it seems like the pressure's all on Navi then, mate. Go on, get yourself ready. We'll see you later on. As Liquid are in a good position for it. Stewie giving us a little bit of the banter across it. As I make my way over towards the Navi camp, all focused down and ready. Blade can't escape me this time around, though he's already sat in his mode talking to Boomich on these last bits. Blade, I'm going to try grab you again. There we go. Blade, rematch time. I know you like your preparation. I know you like to make sure everything's perfected with these guys. Anything special? Oh, because it's you. You're Mr. Perfection.
I think the game will be different.
I hope so, you know. You don't want it to be the same result as last time. But you seem very calm. You seem very cool with it all. No worries, no nerves, because Stewie's been talking a lot of smack.
I usually don't pay attention to such things, so it's fine.
It's fine. So this is going to be what? A nice little easy 2-0 for you?
No, I think we need to respect them.
You need to respect them. Well, they don't respect you, mate. So maybe just go let Simple off the leash and, you know, just dominate.
I think we don't need to repeat.
You don't need to repeat.
Like they did, because, I don't know, we want to show good attitude.
I'm sure you will show good attitude. You always do. Blade, thank you very much for your very few words. It's time for us to get into Liquid versus Navi once again.
A very respectful Blade there heading into this matchup, but some spice from Stewie. Do you think Liquid can do it once again, Pimp?
I think it's going to be tough. I have to side with Navi, but I hope for a close game.
I think Liquid needs to find a way to frustrate Navi in-game, right? That's their way in, but I have a hard time seeing them repeat it, though.
Well, they definitely frustrated Navi last time around, but can Liquid do it again? That's a question that is on everyone's lips, and we're going to be finding out how it goes on the first round of Dust 2 after this.
Team Liquid and NAVI set to unfold yet again here for the Blast World Finals. Man, we had Blade keeping it real cool. He said, I listen not to those things. Doesn't look like Stewie's able to get underneath the skin of the coach of NAVI, but what about the players, man? It's a big chip to knock down NAVI coming into this event. Nobody expected it, and yet here we are. It's a lower bracket final rematch.
I think the odds are backwards.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, that's NAVI versus the best team in the world.
You know, last World Final in 2020, it was actually Liquid to beat NAVI at the start of the event.
Yeah.
And then go on in the lower bracket final to lose there. This is literally history repeating itself from 1 year ago.
Whoa. Don't get ahead of yourself. We haven't made the history
You're
yet.
right. Sorry. I am assuming that NAVI are going to win this. But I think that's a safe assumption.
I mean, NAVI probably don't even believe they can.
I don't know.
You know, after the loss that they experienced versus Liquid.
All right, you set this up. You tell me why Team Liquid are going to win this rematch.
Liquid loved playing against NAVI. That's always been true in history. And at this tournament, we've seen a Liquid that's playing well because we know that things might be ending soon. And that little bit of pressure that's been alleviated, the time they've taken off, it's solved the issues that they've needed to solve. Clearly, they have the tactical depth and everything. Outside of that, they've been playing well enough to be able to take down a team like NAVI and already have proved it. So the fact is, if this was just a match during a period of time where Liquid were dominant, they'd be able to play close versus NAVI. And at this event, they already proved they can beat them. I think that's no matter what. I mean, I don't really see how the game won't be close, even if, jokes aside, NAVI are the favorite team. NAVI are going to be playing a lot better than they were on day one. That was a very classic NAVI experience to see them play like that.
A little throwback.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, Bit's not ending this tournament with a 1.04 rating.
You don't think so? You think it's going up from here?
It's going up. He's taking the elevator.
You said that, but you also said Liquid should win, so that would mean it would go down.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just a stupid team that won't be carrying.
Oh, yeah.
Bit's going to farm the hell out of Liquid, but still lose.
It's been a little bit of time since we had this kind of shaky NAVI start to an event, but yeah, it is a throwback to what used to be.
Everything's a throwback.
It feels that way.
Team Liquid are a throwback.
Yeah. It's cool to me that we are kind of, I feel like I haven't said the last dance once in the last 5 years of casting, and now this last month and a half.
Dancing these days.
Everybody's dancing, baby. We got money on the line, tons of it. And you know what's really great too is not only do we get this awesome form from the 3 best players in the world right now, but as everybody's going out this rotating door that is Counter-Strike's rosters, we get a hell of a show. The Counter-Strike is great, it's action-packed, and it starts yet again between Liquid and NAVI right here, right now. Dust 2 for the Blast World Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's buckle in.
I just thought of a funny tweet. I was going to plug the stream and say, is this Liquid's last game of 2021? And then I was like, wait a second. Why don't I say, is this NAVI's last game of 2021?
It could be, but I doubt it. What do I know? I'm just a play-by-play. Electronic solo outside long A. Did you just plug a tweet before you tweeted it and now you're writing it out?
Yeah, I'm gonna get people in the stream.
Okay.
If I don't tweet, how is anyone gonna watch?
That's all right. It's an inflated sense of self-worth. We get the utility over the top of the catwalk. Here comes the push from Team Liquid, the first fight of this best of 3. And a leash. Well, they're going to get it going. Holy hell, 3 kills for him, Fallen the 1. This is it, iced out. It's a full house between Elige and Fallen, and right on cue, Stewie 2K.
I'm going to be insufferable this game. I'm just going to let you know right now.
Oh, okay.
4 odds?
Yeah.
Look at Jabalabanowski.
Yeah, giving them the jib jabs.
Yeah, and his form was brought up, particularly on Dust 2. But he had a really good Dust 2 game yesterday, specifically versus Astralis. That's where it was like, whoa, he's playing well right now. So I think that's actually could be kind of damning. I mean, if Elige comes up, he hasn't even been a focal point of the conversation for Liquid recently. It's been NAFLI and then some of the other players being more consistent, where Elige is always very consistent.
Mr. Consistent.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cerebral.
Nothing for Fallen here.
scrim.
Got any particular thoughts on the veto this time around with Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage? Any strong feelings you need to get off your chest before the series really goes?
Oh, really? It's just, you know, Liquid have a fine veto. They're always very comfortable when they play against Navi in terms of the veto. I think, yeah, I mean, this map maybe could be interesting where they have to play here, but I don't have any real issues with the veto. Okay. I think a lot of the series have just been 2-0s, but very close ones. Yeah, I like it for both teams. I like it.
The thing is in their last two meetings, right? Overpass was that map that Liquid were able to win each time. So now they'll have to do it on Inferno, but we've seen good things from their Inferno, and obviously they've got that in their back pocket. But it's a mow down here on mid. Everybody's dead. Everybody except Team Liquid.
Yeah, all 5 of the lower players. Sorry, I don't. That's a reach. That was a reach.
Well, you did, you know.
I did, yes. I disclaimered. I said
keep it insufferable, Anders.
Yeah.
Keep it consistent.
It'd be insufferable. Oh man, this is a crazy event. You know, because this is one of the big events of the year. You know, and it's right at the end. And there just hasn't been that many overall. So, you know, the deep runs that we're seeing right now are really going to change the conversation for some of these players. Which it kind of felt like, you know, since we're this close, some things, some storylines, some standings should be wrapped up. Yeah. But this is a super hard tournament to win. It's also a really high prize pool, an unreal prize pool, and the big event of the year here for Blast. You know, the culmination of all of the events. We've casted everything. The 2 splits of the year all comes down to this world final. It's the cream of the crop.
Incredibly top-heavy prize pool as well. $500,000 first, $250 for second.
Literally a major worth of money here.
Falling to NAF. Gonna answer back as Perfecto gets the first kill of round 3. There's damage done here as well for Nafly, so he'll have to be a little cautious. But it's Navi to just pump the brakes for a moment. Bit gets his hands back on the AK. And it looks like he's going to come and join Simple and Boomich here. An additional smoke down to really enable for this cross. And all 3 players going to... Oh, no. Excuse me. Bit sticks back by Car.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that Molotov's going to burn down Boomich. Oh, 28 HP is what he's left with. So that has primed the IGL of Navi for the taking. But dud of a Molotov towards Goose, and smoke here for Stu to get eyes over top. Alige fights on ramp, confirms both these players are going to be standing where Liquid are going to have them pinned. It's just a matter of taking them down, but they fight tooth and nail. Boomich delivering. And Simple ices this out. Navi on the scoreboard.
That's sick, man. That was a sweet 2v4, and it started with just such a well-aligned double peek on the ramp there. Just above each other, just behind one another, and look at that. Right into Alige. Didn't stand a chance. Saw that shot that Stewie hit, and I was like, oh, okay. Controlling the Falmus. This is going to be an easy retake. There's nowhere to stand on the ramp. The IGL, the star player, they put it together. You know what they say, every underdog story starts with an eco. I got a few more.
I mean, they're no strangers to the eco round wins. Round 23 of Mirage, Team Liquid, Astralis, USPs all over the place.
Yeah,
they killed Astralis with an eco round.
They had 1-5-7, I think, on Alige. Yeah, they basically invested nothing. They said, we'll let them win the round, and then they took the map from them.
Did him real dirty. Fallen, gonna get spotted out and blasted back by the MAC-10 of Bit. Now we get the double cap play coming in here from Liquid. Or not. The moment they get into the position, it's met by a Molotov. And now the scouts come in with Impact versus Bit. That scout in the hands of Stewie. Nice little spray down here. Easy does it from Electronic. 3 kills in the anti-eco with the A1S.
It'll help them equalize.
Thank you.
The whole point of the Silence Them 4 is that you can't do 3-player spray downs with it.
Unless you're really, really
Unless
good.
you're Electronic. Really, really good.
Pimp's really been pushing back versus the A1S lately.
He said, let's flip the price.
Which seems sound.
I think it's balancing by the economy makes the most sense.
But I like paying so $2,900.
Blue. Yeah, it's always on sale. Every day is Black Friday on the CT side.
Ooh, Simple thought he had them tricked.
Wow. And they were just going to clear that, go lower. I was like, oh, job's finished.
He was waiting for them to maybe go a little bit more haphazardly. They didn't expect for Fallen to be clearing such a boost. And so, Team Liquid back to winning ways. 5v4 at the very least to start round 5.
I think Elige is actually jump spotting Fast Cat. Just to see. Oh, he's up on the railing. Okay. Oh, he's jump spotting just for the crouch peaks. That's good.
Jumping Jabalabanowski.
Smoke comes down in mid. Navi have a lot of time. 4v5 on Dust 2. It's not that scary. I mean, it's never good to be down 4v5, but this is a map where I think it doesn't feel like you're that far behind. You know, early kill like this on overpass or something, like, wrap it up, go next. On Dust 2, I'm sure they still have like a lot of confidence here that they can take a site, and Team Liquid have not pushed into long doors. They haven't freed up any rotations at all.
Boomich on the solo mission.
Nafly outside the site.
Sitting in his own smoke, comes through right into the waiting hands of Naf. Now Stewie activates, back plat, dies empty-handed, but Nafly is just tearing him up. Goes for the final kill, and he's gonna get it. Woo. Big impact from Naf. 4 frags in round 5.
And talk about Naf. What a guy. That was a nice pre-fire, huh? I mean, there's no doubting the timing, but, you know, a lot of times you just react. If you see someone coming out of tunnels here, he just is like, I know they're coming right now. Let's just put the bullets out. Appreciate that. Still had a weird one. Couldn't control his mouse there or something, but he's still been pretty on point, man. Stew balls.
Ooh. Simple counts the cross. Doesn't pull the trigger.
The whole point of the update is that it's supposed to be more fun to cross now. It's still not fun.
It's still not fun.
Wow. That's a good nade.
Excellent from Elige. That was 3 kills from Naf with 1 magazine of the A1S. And unlike Electronic, not versus an eco. So really, tip of the hat in that last one from him. Re-signing with Liquid.
Not resigning.
No, re-signing.
Connor said it with a hyphen. Nafly spelled it without.
Classic troll.
Still a lot of nades. Navi holding on, waiting.
And that waiting game about to pay off.
Oh, he just got comfortable. They're not giving Navi anything. It seems like a good idea because right now Navi are not trying to take any map control quickly. Just trying to see about these CT pushes. Grim, we saw him finding great timings for pushing long versus Astralis. He got caught out, I think, 1 time. Got away with it, maybe 3. So maybe they're expecting to that. But Grim has been very disciplined here in the pit. Terracotta army statue.
Fallen kind of pulled between 2 directions right now. It's crunch time at the 22nd mark. Oh, Fallen! One-man army!
And they keep the ramp player alive because of it.
Turns back, dies. Elige, it's his turn to shine. We've already had a full house between these exact 2 players. 8 seconds, and Simple gets the headshot. Now he's low. He's working with little HP. He comes off of the plant, sees Naf. Nafly spotted, standing in the open, but there's the headshot because Naf keeps it clean. But holy hell, after Fallen shuts down long, it looks like everybody was just going to clamp down on Cat. Naf giving the dead body a couple extra shots. Wow. And we get Liquid with 4.
That's when we talk about the Liquid skill. This is the 2019 skill we're seeing from them. Wow, that's so crazy. I mean, Fallen, like, that's it. I mean, if Fallen goes and dies to the 3rd guy, but if he doesn't get this 2nd one, Elige has to just focus on long, and you know Boomich is just going to shoulder peek him, and just make sure that Elige cannot fight the Cat. And instead, Elige is able to fight Cat, gets 2 frags, Fallen gets 2 frags.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Boomich only susceptible to the USP taps because of Alicia's starting frag grenade next to Xbox. That 50 damage nade. Unless it was the round before. But either way, primed for the pop. And Liquid easily setting up shop here in round 7 as they have a massive economic advantage. And Deagles here for Navi.
Every day, I mean, we see these rounds that it's like, you know, it's hard to say what's actually a swing round because the economy just makes it so there's more buy rounds than ever. But I think mentally that one was huge. Like, here we are, 4-2 now. Liquid, you know, the rhetoric that Stewie used in that interview was a losing mentality rhetoric. I mean, he said this could be our last game of the, you know, we're chilling. And maybe it's a mental thing to take the pressure off, but the way he was talking about the match is as if it was a foregone conclusion. We're not going to win the rematch. That was lucky we won the first time. But, you know, like we already see it. They have the tools. It's real. It's real right now.
Where's it been?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what I hate about this. Trust me. I'm all for a little NA comeback at the end of the year.
It's just like they quite literally just needed some time apart. Like, yeah.
It's like breakup sex. Team Liquid deep in this one, back at the site. They've got some cover and they're good. All too easy here. Round 7, as expected. Only NAFLI to fall. 5-2 as this CT side starts to take off.
What else is it like?
I honestly, I don't know.
I think Connor just got a little too comfortable over here. I saw him put his feet up and he just said that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't walk that one back.
Yeah. Oh, it's still not fun crossing mid. Okay. Wow, Fallen's been doing, he's been high impact these days.
Not too shabby.
What the hell?
Bitch down there on his own. Does have a teammate inbound. A bit seemingly patient. Ooh, they're thinking about that tunnel walk up. They could really pinch these two players if the timing works out, but maybe it's just going to be the Fallen show. Maybe he needs not this pinch. Oh, Perfecto has his attention turned back. Maybe because of the incendiary. Elish drops that. Bit feels like he doesn't have to worry about Fallen, and then Fallen himself falling back dies to Simple. So suddenly this is back in the hands of anybody.
Yeah, this is weird. Actually, I think Perfecto just dumped his whole kit on a Lurk Smoke and a Molly out through the B to, you know, drag them forward a little bit. But the site was quite open there for a moment, and Liquid were very scared of it. Now they'll try to hunt this down, but that's a lot of utility to use for that in a situation where it's still 3v3. So I think that actually kind of gave the edge to Liquid for a moment. They're still leaning towards B, which is what Perfecto is trying to get out of it. But we'll see what happens now. Grim is gambling by playing here, okay? He's hoping they're not coming long, and he's actually right about it. This end towards Cat is what he's hoping for, and he'll have to play the odds when it comes to this engagement. He won't have help for a second, but he's in a spot to win a Cat duel or two.
Ooh, it's labored, but he gets there. Perfecto at the very least, cut down 10 seconds. Electronics hands busy. Simple now turning his attention back. It's a great dink. Both the remaining players from Navi are low, and Simple needs to just get out of here. He dodges back. Ali's trying to shoot at everything, but there's nobody here ahead of him. Incendiary onto the site. Simple scoped in. Can't knock down anybody just yet. Maybe Electronic bails them out of trouble. Alish to the A1S. Oh, almost pre-fire.
Yeah, that was close.
So incredibly close, but also the health there for Navi. It is the third, however, to the T-side's favor.
Yeah, he had the read right there. I don't hate Grim for making the play that he did. He got the dink off on the second guy as well. He had to work really hard for this first one, but I think it's just a nice refrag or denial of a refrag from Electronic. And a second clean tap as well. They've got some clutch in the system. Keep up with Liquid. That was a great opening to the round from Fallen as well. He's been doing work inside of mid.
3v5 round win, though, for Navi.
Yeah, it was good.
Can't emphasize that enough.
It's going to be back and forth, you know. I think Liquid have been good low numbers. Navi will be good low numbers. This is just going to be a really solid
Sign
match.
me up, man.
Yeah. This is going to be a nice one. Yeah, it was just a matter of, you know, are Liquid going to reflect the confidence that Stewie exuded in that interview and in like that kind of like slightly apathetic energy, or are we going to have Liquid that believe in themselves and it feels like we've got the latter? So that's good.
Ooh, doesn't shoot again.
You got to be worried that someone else swings on you as soon as you take the shot.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
the only thing. Otherwise, of course, he'll try it.
Oh, what the?
Wait, whoa.
NAV just runs into double doors, P250, kills Electronic, grabs the AK, and dips.
Wow.
All right. Now, of course, Navi know that there was only one to cross, so it would make a lot of sense to try and sink their teeth into this B site. Boomich gets a liege as he fades away through tunnels. And sure enough, they're just going to come and test Stewie 2K. So Deagle up, Deagle down, 2 kills now. Boomich answers, again trying to bail his team out of this sticky situation made possible by unarmored pistols. But remember, NAV, he's got the AK, and he's the 3rd man in, but the 3rd man down. Boomich with the ace.
And 1 HP as well. I honestly looked at the screen, and I was like, wow, those are some nice kills from Electronic. The way he was controlling that AK, absolutely exquisite. I think Stewie, he sees the clip in his mind's eye, but he didn't need to give up the shot to Boomich there. If he held on K-Sharp, they have to use utility to take him out. He also killed the 2 other players that would cover someone throwing utility, so I think it was in the best interest of the team for him to delay a little bit, but he's playing without pressure.
That was a fun eco.
Yeah, it was really cool.
Nobody wants ecos where they all fall flat. I'm here for fireworks. And speaking of which, we got blasts over here on long. Frag grenade at the feet of Electronic takes him to 60. He's stranded behind Big Blue.
I think they've been really good at supporting Grim here in the pit.
And I think Grim's also been really good at just doing his own thing as well.
Oh, they got a boost going on. Oh, it's tricky.
Oh, it's a little sketchy, huh? Smoke starts to fade. Oh, no surprise Grim gets caught by that. Boomich playing this sunken garbage box. Is there even a call for that thing?
I like that. That's a good one. But you have to say it with a frown on your face like you said it whenever you call it. Oh.
Little hinge smoke.
Yeah. You like that. Just the little details. Throwing the high hinge smoke instead, so you don't give a clue to somebody who's a little bit too far to hear the nade being pulled.
Bit of extra time.
Yeah.
I love how Counter-Strike's gone to that point.
Yeah.
Those are the kinds of, millimeters we're fighting for.
Oh, he hit him in the leg. Oh, man.
Bit lucky to be alive. Stewie hot on the heels. Woo. Sprays away for the second. Now he's going to give chase, and that's where he gets ended. But Elige just emerging through the smoke. This A-site has fallen, of course, and so will he. A 5-5 scoreline as Navi start to rebound 3 round wins in a row. Starting off with getting Grim out of that pit.
Yeah, that was nice. We saw Astralis try to do a similar boost versus Grim, and Grim didn't get caught off guard by it, but he wasn't playing in the same position. He was off by the wall, and you could see a shadow.
Correct.
In this spot, I like that Boomich is trying to play off the box without jumping up, and just seeing, as soon as Grim gets a little bit curious, like wants to try to get some info back, he's not going to sit tucked all the way in pit for the whole... Okay, dude. What was that shot?
Ooh. That is the stew.
He's got more.
Oh
my God.
His Deeg is firing hot this evening.
The confidence, though. He's also sitting in a spot where he could maybe be seen from top mid just slightly, right? His gun might have been sticking out, but he just believed in the timing.
Now, is Elige going to get one? No. Has to fall back as well because Electronic's already pushed up close. Gives chase. Oh, doesn't.
Oh my God.
Get the kill. Fallen just barely skating by on that one.
Well, how many Deagle shots can Navi withstand? They won the last time.
Bro, these ecos have been close.
Crazy.
And this one's not over yet. Oh, little flash to the face. But Electronic just gonna tap away. Oh, Stewie's got a 3rd. No way, man. This is like flashes of Zywoo on that ace just earlier today. And they've got double bodies on this ramp. 35 seconds here for Navi to bail themselves out of another round like this. Fallen's dead, so is Stewie. Now it's gonna fall onto the long players. NAF gets caught on the catwalk. And again, Navi have bailed themselves out. of rocky waters. A 6-5 lead. But holy hell, these Deeg shots.
This is disgusting, man. Right on the boost. you need to zoom. You gotta have 20/20 vision or a zoom. That's nuts. That was some beautiful stuff, man. All these shots are crazy. 3 for 3. But Electronic is having an equivalently insane game. Like, Boomich looks like Electronic right now, and then Electronic is being himself. That's scary.
A little frustration there. Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Stewie and Fallen. But mind you, when you're 3 Deegs deep.
Yeah, so close to winning both those rounds. Well, the aim looks good on everyone today. And I mean everyone.
Yeah. Again, that's what we're here for. Bit quiet from Grim. I'll throw him under the bus.
Oh, come on.
We
Why'd
said
you have to do it
just because.
Jesus.
Just because.
You don't talk for 2 seconds, then.
You emphasized everyone.
I'm not gonna lie. I like scanned the players after I said that. I was like,
uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah. No, he's been an important player here too.
Yeah.
Getting this kill in pit is big, so.
We'll see if he can turn it around. Still early days here in this best of 3. Oh, that landed.
Oh,
nice shot, dude.
Too. Oh, he'll alley-oop himself.
Dunks the nade down and follows up onto Boomich. Yo, what is this? Boomich's AK looking like Electronics. Naf's op looking like Fallen's.
Oh, Alicia is probably going to die to this. You know, this is a situation where the phase smoke. I mean,
ooh, good thing you moved then.
Yeah, yeah.
What's going on here? Perfecto going to emerge through this smoke, and Elige, easy shutdown. Now Simple's up close. Oh, hits him with the no scope, but he is of course on his own in this 1v4, and there's actually nobody ahead of him. He can go to A completely for free. He could have gone to B, but now the cross is being watched.
Oh, yeah. Well, he thinks there's someone on ramp spotting him for sure. And so, okay, he'll take the info now. Oh my God, this opens up the A site, man. Of course, leave it to Simple to find the gap like this. That is so absurd. He's still going to be convinced there's someone on the site somewhere. So we'll see it. Oh, Fallen will find him through the door.
Yes, sir. Long range.
That was almost this, you know, sick play. I mean, if you got into the 1v3, of course, odds aren't very high, but he has a lot of space and the bomb would get planted, and it would have been scary for sure. Nice round from Nafly. Not only does he get the kill off the boost on Cap, but he falls back and reads that they're going to try to chase him. Oh, that was sick. Everything's been sick, man. Everything's been so nuts.
Fun game so far. 6 rounds each. We're just getting started. But unfortunately for Navi here, they will be stunted coming into this. Tech9 CZ between Boomich and Electronic. Does give Boomich an extra chance to buy in utility, so he's got the full belt here for Navi. He'll have to be supportive this round. Fallen, you want to take this chance? That CZ could shred you. But he doesn't look through the doors. He'll just hold this off angle. He's got Grim nearby to support as well, so all should be good.
I like the adjustment, no? If some of the focus is going towards Grims, reinforce it a little bit. They've actually done such good work on Cat. You got to assume Navi are going to think about other ideas. They haven't done too many mid Bs or just full Bs. Oh, whenever you feel like that, you know? Don't over-condition. They come right back to it, you know? Navi love a little Cat, so Fallen will make this rotation over. They've already got the 5v4.
Gives it up, huh? 35-second mark. So time about to play a factor. Fallen gonna stay posted, but they just have the T-side drop towards spawn. A second player here, a follow-up attempt, but Elige deals with both of them. Comes up to the flashbang, and that's where Fallen will shoot down Simple. Perfecto in the 1v5. 20 seconds, no bomb control, but at least the headshot via Elige. And a little more in the tank. Damage versus Naf, but that's where Liquid end them.
The counter utility is really well timed. Okay, so shout out to Grim for that one from the pit. They layer it with Elige, and Elige hits a crazy shot, man. been solid on the ramp. Fallen with a flicky too.
Yeah, Simple just popping out of the smoke like a whack-a-mole.
He even ate one of those flashes. Well, that was a buy, so that's now a Navi with nothing. And those deagle kills, that has amounted in a round like this. Might have been able to buy again.
Fair, fair. See if they can turn it on its head, but they won't have the multiple deagles of Team Liquid's ecos. It's the solo deagle of Simple. Perfecto with the P250.
Rounds like this, very dangerous to op, you know, top mid or take any kind of risks in mid B with the op. Keep in distance. They do have this kind of cone fire between Stewie and Elige, just to support in case anybody does kill him or try to sneak out mid. But Team Liquid are playing this exactly like an anti-eco, and they're reinforcing long once again, where Grim could potentially get swarmed.
Elige will see the knees before he fires off. Should be a strong angle for at least a 1 or 2. Oh, make it 3. All the while, NAF here to catch the one that did get thrown by. So 4 kills in the anti-eco. Elige just way too simple. That takes him to the top of the board, actually.
Yeah.
He was tied with 3 of his teammates, because we got to talk about that. You said everybody's shooting hot. I mean, damn, Liquid. 12 kills on Stewie, NAF, and Fallen, plus Elige at the start of that last round, until this goes down.
I like the pragmatic adjustment from Team Liquid to just reinforce long a little bit while Grim's having troubles, or they're...
Yeah, sure, why not?
You have a good game plan versus that part of the map, because everywhere else is super solid. And, you know, the actual ace side and on the ramp, that's the loosest spot. You play there least often. You play pushed up on cat, or you hold on to long control, or you play from car. As long as you have long control, then you can play on the ramp, on car, and everything like that. So recognizing that, I think, has been very fruitful for Team Liquid. We saw a lot of upper B pushes. Well, well-timed upper B pushes versus Astralis. And they didn't implore anything in the early rounds of this game. And I think Navi played a very slow default to wait for them. But now, it's... There might be something to come of this. Oh, okay. Fallen just baits himself to try to get that shot out.
Sacrifices for the cause. And because NAF's able to follow that up with a second kill and an op swap, but he sticks around a little too long. And that could cost them unless it just activates Navi to sprint into the B site where Stewie was hoping to op them down. Tons of damage still versus Boomich and Bit. And Simple Smoke will cool off Navi so that they can't commit.
I think this is a good round where...
Oh, Reddit!
They boosted incorrectly, though.
Oh. Wow.
Well, they could have boosted behind the box and then moved out.
Peeked in. Yeah, sure.
Now, that being said, like you said, they did read it, so Stewie holding for the smoke. But just a little too imprecise where it could have made a difference.
If he's back plat, then they don't see that. It's the fact that he's playing on the ledge.
Right. So in this spot, I actually thought that Navi were going to work back to out mid and then try to ISO the one player in B, maybe take it that way. But on Dust 2, you can do really anything. Oh, wow, man.
Everybody's an offer. Every single one.
Different guns. That's the end of the half.
Damn, man. We got a game on our hands, folks. A 9-6 half from Liquid. 4 rounds in a row after Navi posted 4 straight. An electric first half of an electric rematch.
It's Ren from Facer. Today I'm playing CSGO Screenshot versus my old teammate Nico, and we'll see how I do. I don't know how my chances are here, but hopefully they're better than his. Nuke.
This is Nuke.
This is coming down as T.
I'll say it's a decon, it's like the right side.
I'm pretty sure it's coming down secret on the right side.
Maybe I'll... No, okay, okay. No, it's when you go down secret to the right.
Yes. Alright.
I figured it out in the end.
This is Dust 2.
This is Dust to the T-spawn.
This is on long. Long Dust 2.
Ah, it's on short. Ah. Okay, I was so confident it's T-base. I don't know why.
No. Okay, yeah, that's why I've seen it so many times. Okay, I think I even have some lineups with this sign. It's like a walk lineup, so.
It's only one. On Inferno, I think we have 2 of those. Mailbox.
I feel like I've seen this, maybe?
I'm trying to think if there's any mailbox on other maps. Not on Dust 2. Not on Mirage.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Inferno.
I'll just say Inferno Banana. I don't know. I cannot think of anything.
But second mid? I have no idea. I actually don't remember where this box is. Okay, it's there, okay. Because there's one, maybe it's a green one in second mid you line up smokes with. That's the only thing I remember.
Okay. I knew it was 2. I thought they were connected. So that's why I wasn't sure if it was Banana. This is a Mirage, but...
Еще флеш, я уже убил. Дал флеш.
Старт. One long corner. Up and cat, so two cat at least.
Так, Б один тогда.
One crossing. Double check.
Убил Валера.
Let's go, gonna go. 2v1. 10 seconds.
I'm gonna come cannon second.
Top side.
Inside. Low HP. Half HP.
Nice!
It'll be long corner.
Up on site.
Good call. Perfect call. You helped me kill Chooks.
All right, well, on an individual level, this game is already so sick.
Yeah.
Then you add in all of the context, the fact that this is the rematch, the fact that Navi lost to Liquid ahead of it, and it's the World Finals for the end of the year, and this dead team is taking it to Navi yet again. Just exactly what you would have wanted here on a Saturday night.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, I mean, honestly, we saw so many huge individual moments from Navi this game that you couldn't say the scoreline should be like this. It was just, mostly an outstanding game from Boomich and Electronic, I want to say. I feel like they had some absolutely standout rounds. Just not the two names usually mentioned together as the only ones. And they had to do it when they were like, down numbers on eco rounds, because the Deagles have been so hot.
Ooh, Perfecto feeling the pressure here. He's got bodies all around him, but he's good. At least for the first.
Uh-oh.
Fallen on a leash, able to answer. NAV. Okay. Oh.
He had to treat that like an M4 and pull down.
Yeah, almost got away from him, but he spams it away. And we'll find that kill versus Electronic.
This is
now
10 rounds, man.
Double digits.
See, we had no worries about the veto.
May I add, elimination on the line here, folks. Just a dead team killing Navi's hopes of winning World Finals, that's all.
And Navi did what we expected. They chewed through the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But now
Until they met their kryptonite.
Yeah. It's a question of will they beat the...
For a second time at the event.
Yeah. We need like a Zipic style tweet saying, we can't beat this mother effing team. That'd be peak comedy right there. But who would tweet it?
I don't know.
I feel like Zipix was pretty unlikely to tweet that. Maybe Perfecto.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Tweet that. That would be comedy.
I didn't know Zipix tweeted.
Yeah. Twitter fingers have been hot at this event. It's made it so much more fun. Okay, all right.
I think that the player...
Don't tell me that was that Fallen going for the hinge smoke again? I feel like he's always getting bodied trying that.
No.
No, okay.
No.
Oh, wow. All right, well... Simple's decided to be ruthless in half two.
So that's gonna happen, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, dude! A third! And he's got that bomb. He's just baiting in these fish. Come on. One more. Oh, Grim. He's gonna crouch beneath it, but then Bit puts the Deeg to his face. And we've got Navi keeping this a close race. 7 off the back of it, assuming they can close versus NAF.
Sometimes there's tactics to talk about. Sometimes there's strategy. Sometimes it's just simple.
Sometimes it's just simple. He makes it look so easy. They're all starting to group up as well. NAV starting to get boxed in here, down to 56 HP. Yeah, they all peek. All right, Simple throwing a spanner into the works with the triple scout headshot pop off through the mid doors. First one's on Fallen, deep in the depths of Suicide.
And he's getting some revenge. He was getting...
His third one, man. What a banger.
He was getting put in Fallen's pocket, as Stewie would like to say, in the first half. So a little bit of revenge from the other side of the doors. Maybe it's just blessed to be on the CT side here.
Now it's Fallen's turn to try and crank the dial.
Just got to walk that one off. Okay, yeah, we're throwing the him smoke from way back now. But yeah, that or the bit version of just the higher one, also good.
Yep.
It's not fun having to learn new nades all the time.
Right? Can't this just be easy? Oof. Flash for Fallen, turns away. Is Bit having the best rookie performance of all time?
No, Zaiwu.
Was Zaiwu? Yeah.
Well, that was number1 of
sure.
the year. Like, yeah. I mean, in terms of accolades, but that factors in less because that's the team aspect a little bit too, right? But, yeah. I mean, it's the second best by far, and, you know, maybe they don't need to be compared because it's just so good, but yeah. At least we've seen that he can slow down. It really didn't seem like it was possible.
It really did. It seemed like it was never going to end.
And I just felt like because of the way that he plays and
that he wasn't susceptible to drop off.
It's just such a ROPS, you know what I mean?
Yep. Well, still has plenty of time to try and recover a little bit this event. And right now, it's Navi recovering versus Liquid here, making quick work of that one scout buy.
But that is probably why the games have been competitive for Navi, because if Bit's not... Bit was actually carrying the team at certain points through some of the big events of the year. I mean, he was a top performer up until the end of quarters, I think, at the major.
Yeah.
Like the best player. I mean, so yeah, he's not just a rookie.
I didn't actually notice how slow of a start he's having here on Dust 2.
Yeah.
He's down there, man. Down in the depths, but when you have bad days like that, you're able to lean on Electronic and Simple.
Yeah.
You're still in a good spot.
All that means is that Grim is just about as good as Bit.
That's a nice thing to say.
Yeah.
We got Glocks all over, and Fallen's only Deagle. Little boost up here towards smoke. I'm gonna throw a Liege over. And the Glock swarm begins. Or maybe not. They walk away. And good thing they did, because that nade was destined for them. They'll turn attention into the mid-fight instead. Bit from the windowsill. Pretty negligible damage here versus NAV, but not everybody's able to get by like Grim was. Poor Grim just fed to the wolves on that one. No, keep going, Grim. We got you.
We're going B.
Everybody turns their attention instead towards the A site where they catch Electronic on Cat. Simple here to try and punish and make sure Bomb can't go down. And a Liege stuck behind boxes. So it's all over in the end. A 9th for Navi and a 1-round difference here as Liquid try and hang on to their lead, buying back in round 20.
Yeah. Oh, players looking a little bit sad. That's not what we've seen at this event.
No, everybody's having fun here.
Yeah, they were having fun even when they were getting mopped up by Gambit on Overpass in that third match of the series last time. So.
Come on. We gave you our ping pong table. You better be having fun.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably made a difference, but... oh, he was a little tilted. Where's the yelling? Where's the yelling?
Yeah, that lead that they had felt good, and losing it probably not so much.
Yeah, lose the eco in that way, I guess. That's never fun.
Fallen, iced out early.
They're not having a good time. Grim's not having a good game. Coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence.
It's like an emotional sponge for Team Liquid. And a bullet sponge as well.
It's been eating them. Well, like I said in the first half, 4v5. you can still pull off a very similar strength mid B or full B attack. Just going to come down to this first kill.
Ooh, well played by Perfecto. He saw them, he waited, called for the assistance. Bit gives it to him. And that furthers the man advantage here for Navi. Then the smoke grenade to deny them any re-entry. Perfectly played in terms of utility and teamwork there between Bit and Electronic. Or Perfecto, excuse me. Here's Electronic.
Here he is.
Hear ye, hear ye.
How do you say his name?
I don't know, actually.
Sharpov? Yeah, I'll have to look after. Oh, well, they made it to the window. They won't get in the window. No entrance to the window.
Say his name and he will be summoned. Comes in with the 2K just to make sure that they can't split the site. That's just a perfect round from Navi. Opening kill, puts Liquid into a bit more of a disparate spot. Teamwork makes the dream work over on that B site. And superb timing from Electronic.
All because Simple kicked it off with that scout round. Those last couple events have shown that it's all a mental thing for Team Liquid.
Ooh, lots of flashes popping all over long. Tech9 challenge from Elige, cut down. That was a one-man fight right into the CT side. Big confidence, little impact.
Yeah, there's now too much money here for Navi. They'll start feeling very good. They'll be able to rebuy off losses, full grenades and everything.
He's going back at it. Simple just trying to perch atop whatever he can, from barrels to boxes. Oof. Fallen tries to chase him around the corner. Looks to catch him by surprise, but now Simple feeling all the confidence he needs to because everybody else is being cut down one by one. Deagle fight! Deagle fight! Oh. Now the rifles are going to come ruin all the fun. But Navi's still having fun as they take the lead. 11-10 over top of Liquid. This is 5 in a row. 5 straight. Not even a bomb plant for Liquid. They won the pistol round on T side.
3K scout from Simple. And never looked back. An indomitable Navi in the second half.
The round that killed Team Liquid.
Someone needs to tell a joke. That would save it.
Between you and me?
No, on Liquid.
Oh, on Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, that's a great shot. Wow. Did he? Oh, he hit Simple as well. Wow.
There you go.
Fallen's had pure impact in some of these rounds.
That's bang for your buck.
Oof.
Elige gets hit as well, though.
Won't be going down there again soon.
Snipes is sharp. Both teams. Ugh, Elige's legs all smeared on the wall and whatnot.
How much would you pay for a jar of Elige's leg juice?
Nothing at all, man. That is... You're a freak. And so's Bit. A freak of nature when it comes to playing Counter-Strike. So good, so sharp. Executes Stu.
Oh, they got all kinds of plans now.
Look at this from Boomage
as well,
dude.
yeah.
I can't believe it. Takes it to the top of middle as they're falling out of tunnels.
Oh.
Now he's not able to escape because Fallen's hot on his heels.
Hey.
Bit dives away as well.
Yeah, that's enormous for the round. I mean, this is still a minute up. Now we're 3v3. Health advantage to Team Liquid. It's not too much damage on the Opera for Navi, so that won't affect things too much for them. But A control is out. I mean, they're looking to plan for a retake or maybe jump on a piece of information like a sound cue. Bit might peek. Oh, but we're running out mid, and Bit's playing close door, and they molly the wrong side while it starts to expand, I guess. That was a weird one. Mollying it, coming out of the door. Maybe just wanted to take one peek. But look at the A site. I mean, they still haven't rotated over here, yeah.
Yep. Entirely theirs for the taking. Simple is just going to drop the molly here. 15 seconds. Quick cat retake, wasting no time.
Oh, okay, Bit's back.
Oh, that is sharp.
Yeah, he's back now. That was weird. They molly the site. They're taking it so slow. They're bumping around a little bit. Got hit in lower. The main good thing about the round was Fallen, really. With these two trades. Boomage was helping that round snowball until Fallen killed him. This duel and that duel and that molly, that's something feels a little bit wrong here.
God, dude, that's like an instant transition.
Yeah. Nice.
The first bullet after he gets the first kill is the one that connects to the second headshot.
He's back. He's back.
Dude, like
headshot machine. Saw that his stats better than higher than Scream, but of course, compare careers, and Scream's played much longer.
But like you were saying last time, we kind of drew this comparison between Bit and Scream. That kind of like tapping, headshot percentage, inducing style was his identity. Yeah. It's not for Bit.
No.
It's just a part of his repertoire.
There was an old interview with Scream a long time ago where, you know, he had that aim and stuff like that, but he wasn't really regarded as like a really top player because he was so crippled by having to hit all these headshots, and instead he's actually tried to adapt his style to do that less. And yeah, Bit does it effortlessly, but he isn't going to commit to it if he doesn't need to.
Sure. Ooh, Boomich blinded. Well, that's an opening at the very least. Grim hands on the A1S.
Yeah, it's not a great A setup either. So they don't have cat control. They're a little bit concerned. So now they start to move over. And Electronic will push his way down. Simple here on the site. Getting peppered. And there's just, I guess, not a lot of utility. So they want to try to move quickly.
He gets hit hard. Simple sitting on 17. But nice reposition here. Far more comfortable spot. Loses his gap in the smoke. Could get boosted up by Perfecto, but don't forget that Alicia's coming in from Catwalk soon once the smoke begins to fade. And he hits the deke, but he gets chased from behind. Bit timing it nicely on the Xbox. Frag deep into the bomb site. No damage off of that one. So Simple's wounded deep in CT spawn. Perfecto pushed up close. Naf hides on car. Perfectly timed. Double kill with the Galil. And now Grim just needs to lock this in on ramp. It's Bit's clutch to take down. And he does get by Naf, so now he's giving himself a 1v1 and a tap into Grim's head. Looking for the second. Naf crosses only to die out to Bit's clutch. 13 for Navi.
I won't lie, I actually hate that Grim takes that duel. That's like the first place that you're going to look. I feel like that was pretty uncalled for. Some weird moves now in the second half from some of the Liquid boys, honestly. I get that it's a confidence play, but I feel like he could have connected better with Nafly, who's a little bit more out in the open. Grim has limited vision. Come in for it. He got punished. And Bit's going to punish sometimes. I mean, they know who it is. But they did not play that tradably. They just did not play that trade. That was a free round. That was a free round. That would have been 11-12.
Most ferocious player in all of Counter-Strike, and that is his battle cry. Put to an end by Elige here in round 24. What's heartbreaking there for Grim as well, as you said, it's a confidence play. And obviously it sets up Bit to clutch versus Naf, but he hit the dink, man. 91 damage done. Just falling short. Yeah, maybe somebody less than Bit isn't as sharp with the kill versus Nav, but that's his whole shtick. He's really, really good. Man advantage here for Liquid in the 24th. Looking to put an end to the streak from Navi. The CT side has been dominant. That is, in fact, the closest round on this T side since the pistol round win. 7 in a row from Navi. The first time in those 7 that the bomb is even planted.
13 grand in the bank account a Bit. Right in checkings, ready to be spent.
Team Liquid running out of runway here.
They can't even afford for this round to be close.
No.
Yeah, they have 4v3, but I mean, how much do they believe at this point? Naf coming out late towards long. No one goose. Only one on the ramp. Not a bad situation here for Liquid on the attack.
Electronic trying to give support from long range.
Nafly's made his way out.
Playing down to the wire.
He's crossing to the bin.
Now, once Electronic gets drawn out of pit, that could be the perfect chance for Naf to attack. If things start going awry on site, then maybe Naf gets pulled into the action before he needs to. But here he is, activating and just waiting long enough. Perfect play from Naf. Shoots down Electronic. Can't get a second, so this one's still a live wire. Elige denied by Boomich. Big plays. 3 kills in the round for him and a 14th on the board for Navi.
God damn, that's a nice second kill from Boomich, dude. And his mechanics have been on point. That is so nuts. He had to turn around for this refrag. Does so instantly. And if he doesn't, NAF is going to play with him like a piece of meat. He's just going to be shouldering, tapping, and stuff like that. It would have been hell for Boomich, but he punishes right away. Damn, man. So, a couple of close rounds now, and Navi still on fire. Just still so much money to work with. At least Liquid get a buy off, but wow. Another opening for Fallen in mid.
He's been sharp.
That's incredibly fast. I mean,
oh, simple. Down in the depths of tunnels.
Oh, and Fallen was picking mid, so he just didn't think anyone would be there, I guess.
He just consumes Grim and Boomich. Well, he set it up nicely. Electronic, the 2K on long. And Elige, all that's left over here, or else Navi secure a 15th round and give themselves 5 map points. An 8-round win streak currently live for Navi. I mean, this game was so competitive in the first half. 9-6 for Liquid, crazy rounds within it all, and then it's just been this dominance on the defense. Elige gonna get burned out of his position, does a bit of tap damage, but Bit right there to trade, so sure enough, 15th guaranteed. 5 to go for Navi.
Too many ugly rounds to stomach here for Team Liquid. I would be really tilted if I had a half like this. The ones who did it to themselves, and yeah, it has been dominant for Navi because they just played their game. They've been good, and they've come through with all the right tactics, just enough aggression, good amount of individual skill here and there, but some winnable spots for a Team Liquid. And that's not even counting like the Scout 3K round. Like that one's not even your fault. That's going to happen sometimes. You've had other chances. What could be the final round of the map, and the buy is still respectable, although there are 2 Galils. Oh, these mid pushes. They've been so dynamic about the way they're peeking it.
Confident. And it's confidence that's well-earned. Bit guns down a second. Wow. Naf's gonna end him. Simple still looking through, trying to pry a kill off mid, and will, of course, as Naf comes back from the cubby.
You know what I love right there from Bit? I feel like 6 months ago, he doesn't make a play like that. But, you know, even as he developed and he played slow and super disciplined, now he knows where to take the liberties. He'll make a move like that. You'd be like, wow, that's just not like him.
Now he lives life off the leash. Oh, Simple. Flicks it over, and Elige puts a bullet to the back of the brain. Needs his bomb. And it'll be given over here. No contest for Navi. They're just sitting on their sights. Emphasizing A at the moment. 30 seconds for Elige to piece together this 1v4. Not a comfortable spot to be in. First challenge here versus Boomich. It's been spotted. That's going to confirm. So Perfecto starts to run over. 2 CTs ready to fight this. And Electronic plays it just a little passive. That's going to enable for Elige to get close, and he's going to walk into a dual peek. 10 seconds, dude. Oh, this cross is just going to be so desperate. And yet they give him all the room to work with. 8 seconds at this point. Tries to fight, but good night to Liquid on Dust 2. An indomitable CT side from Navi, an immovable defense. Other than winning that T-side pistol, it is Navi's name stamped across the face of Team Liquid here on Dust 2. A single map away from eliminating the North Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Betway Whose Faces That round 2 between Axile and Simple. Right now, Axile strong lead, 4 points to 2, but there's still a chance for the comeback. All right, Simple, don't give up. Never give up. Let's just kick it off. Whose face is that? Starting from the top.
Yeah, but it's easy. I know 2 faces, 100%.
Yeah, it's a good-looking guy.
Yeah,
this
the
one,
first
right?
one, I say it's Electronic.
From the top?
Yeah.
Incorrect. Come on, Axile. Snipe it all. They're all great players, too. I'll give you that hint.
Apex. Oh, no.
Apex?
Yeah.
Wrong.
I thought about him as well, but...
It kind of looks like that. It's a very French haircut.
Yeah. Maybe it's shocks.
No, sir. Come on, man. There'd be like gel and carvings and you know what I mean?
Maybe it's some old haircut.
Sure.
He likes to change.
All right, it is a French Vitality player, though.
Misuta?
No, sir.
Zegu?
Correct.
Nice.
There you go, man. You hit it. Hit the green one for us, would you? because you finally got one right, you know? All right, so Zaiwu on the top, follow up, man. Who's in the middle?
Okay, it's me.
There you go.
And then it's Nico.
And then it's Nico. That's 3 points.
Yeah,
okay.
that's easy.
Done. That's one's dusted.
5-4.
Yeah.
So close.
So close. And this is your chance, all right? Final round of whose face is that? Final face as well. Let's load it up.
Okay.
It's a great look. From the top.
Who starts?
Whoever hits the button. Yeah.
It's Jack Z.
Yeah, exactly. Jax, 100%.
Then it's Device.
You said Device for the middle? Incorrect. Okay. Axel, if you get these next two, it is tied. Okay. No pressure, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, no pressure.
Apex.
Correct. Last one. Get this right, and it's a tie. If not, maybe it's stolen away, man. Your entire career has
like
led to this moment.
With beard as well?
Yeah, like under nose, like mustache and down.
Yeah.
My tip for this one is always, you know, the jersey helps sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's easy. If it's Astralis jersey.
If. Okay, what if it's not an Astralis player?
Zhush.
Correct. There it is. Tied game, 6-6, the shush clutch. That is right, folks. All right, man. Well, there it is. A 6-6 tie between Axile and Simple for Betway's Whose Face Is That? See you guys next time.
A ferocious streak from Na'Vi to round out their ground. Give them an inch and they will take an absolute mile. And unfortunately for Liquid, those inches cost them the map. Liquid one solitary round in that second half, and after that, simply the Na'Vi show on an impenetrable CT side.
Yeah, unfortunately, a game of missed opportunities for Team Liquid, it feels like, right? Like they end up winning both pistol rounds. Obviously, as you said, couldn't convert in the second half and just couldn't get anything done really on their T side. But even in the first half, they had, it feels like, more rounds they could have won, where Navi just managed to claw their way back into it.
It was a good game. You know, the first 11, 12 rounds was back and forth, and as said, Liquid had plenty of opportunities of taking even more initiative. You know, getting away with 9 rounds in the first half. I thought to myself, okay, Liquid made this game competitive, and we saw what happened in the second half. It was Navi all over.
Yeah, it really was, and what we expect out of some of these individuals from the side of Navi as well. You know, we had questions looking back on the first time these two teams faced. These individuals definitely shining now.
I mean, last time these two teams played a couple of days ago, not a single Navi player went plus KD-wise. In this game, every single Navi player was plus KD-wise. So in terms of firepower, in terms of relying on everyone, you know, it looked good for Navi. We also discussed Bit a little bit coming into this game. So far, the tournament haven't been good for him, but in this game, he was, to my understanding, one of Navi's best players. So good to see him bounce back as well. And speaking of some of those rounds that just slipped away, as you were saying, for Liquid, should we put some of those under the spotlight?
Yeah, let's do that, because I think those are the really important ones. Against a team like Navi, you're only going to get so many opportunities to have a numbers advantage, and we can see when early on, this is the first gun round, right? A 4v2 situation. Boomich on only 28 HP, but great team play here from Navi, going for the double peek on ramp, being aware of where the rest of the Liquid players are coming from and just closing the round out. And then, you know, we had a couple of these really, Liquid almost winning an eco, right? Some great shots from Stewie early on in this half. He was finding some good kills with the Deagle, but again, Boomich and Simple now in a 2v3. Also isolated is Boomich, but he just does some great job with the shooting here, left on 1 HP, and that was just, you know, a lot of these rounds very difficult for Liquid. It's very frustrating to lose multiple rounds where you have 4v2, 5v3, again a 4v2 here.
I agree, and I think it was tough for Liquid to, as you said, mentally deal with that. And we saw the consequence when we got over to the second half. We saw the consequence that you know, when you play Counter-Strike at this level, you can not allow yourself to lose too many of these rounds. You're aware that if you're a professional player, especially when you're playing against Navi, you can maybe afford to lose 1, maybe 2 of these types of rounds. But when you do it 4 times in one half, it's simply just too much.
And also the last 2 were, you know, they were on an eco, so maybe no armor, right? But it's still winnable. And also because they're on an eco, the economy swing would be massive, right? Because they're already saving money, so you get guns, you get 5,000–6,000 in the bank. That makes it way more difficult for Navi to play against. You have all the utility, you can buy multiple rounds in a row. So, you know, even with all of that, 9-6 half was great for Liquid.
Yeah, and then you touched upon the second half. Unfortunately, not looking too great for Liquid. They get the pistol, and then nothing after that.
Nothing else. We have a round history graph that showcases that for you guys at home, that, you know, it was looking good for Liquid. 9-6 half, they win the pistol, you think to yourself, okay, there's a chance for Liquid to steal away Dust 2 and maybe do the dirty stuff to Navi, but nope. One guy said no, and we have the clip to showcase that as well. Simple didn't have the best of the best game, but he's having so much impact in a round like this. With a scout, he's absolutely demolishing Team Liquid, and honestly speaking, it's hard to pinpoint what Liquid could have done differently. Of course, not taking the fights against the scout would have been nice, but when he's hitting shots like that, what are you supposed to do?
You know, it's so weird because at the start of the round, Fallen jumped suicide with the scout, and he saw Simple. I think the crosshair was on him. I think Fallen just thought he shot and he didn't, right? It felt like, you know, I was like, what happened? No, he didn't shoot. I thought he could have killed him if he shot there, but yeah, a bit unfortunate for Team Liquid. And from that point on, you know, it's not just that they couldn't win a round, like they weren't even getting the bomb down, so there was no pressure on the economy of Navi. Yeah, there was a 1v2 in the middle of that half that bit one, but it really did feel like they just, even that wouldn't change things all too much.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We move on over into that second half, and some of the individuals for Liquid are unfortunately just disappearing.
Yeah, they disappeared, especially Stewie in the first half was fantastic with the Deagle. He made a lot of those rounds super, super close. You see it right here. CT side, plenty of impact. Moving over to the T side where, yeah, safe to say Stewie didn't have the best time. 0 kills, 11 deaths, and an average ADR of 9.5. That is probably the lowest I've seen all tournament, to be fair. So a little bit of a shame for Stewie 2K, but it also illustrates how tough it was for Team Liquid to get anything going on the T side.
You can see how suffocating that CT side was. There was mid aggression, lower aggression. When Liquid did that long rush, you know, they couldn't really penetrate the defense in that situation. Some B pops didn't work. Just the holds from the individuals on Navi were great, and that's going to be a problem. You know, Liquid did beat Navi on Inferno fairly convincingly, but that was a decider, and Liquid got to start on the CT side. Now they're going to have to start on the T side without winning a single gun round. You know, this could be just another shutout for Navi.
Yeah, an incredibly confident end to map number 1 of this series. We do have Blade with a few thoughts after it.
I've got Blade with me in between the maps, and Dust 2, okay, the scoreline, a little bit worse, but I would say a more impressive team performance coming out from you guys, especially after Simple pulled out the scout round. Liquid just, they look lost, they look broken.
Yeah, everything changed after that force buy. With kill from Scout, from Simple, and before that I think it was a little bit shaky situation on T side. Again, too many mistakes, and we even felt in TeamSpeak a little bit not so, how to say, free, not okay. Freedom in the head, you know, like too much tension and so on and so on. Like this.
You're starting to feel the pressure a little bit, right? Because lower bracket, kind of how the game's going. Now we're going to Inferno, though, right? This is their pick coming in again. They had a very solid Inferno last time around, but would you say the guys are further ahead now, more together, more focused?
Yeah, yeah. We lost 2 Infernos, and when you're losing, you're making conclusions, analyzing mistakes. So I think we will play much better now.
I'm sure you will, Blade. Thank you very much.
And Blade highlighted it there, the fact that they've come into the World Finals, haven't managed to pick up a single Inferno that they've played here thus far. And last time, we looked at Liquid doing it very, very confidently against Navi.
It looked very good, especially Nav had a great game. Stewie had a great game. We talked about that defense on the small bomb side. It looked good for Team Liquid, and I do expect Liquid to be able to put up a fight here on Inferno, but I think YnK is spot on the money right here when saying it could be very, very tough for Liquid, because the T side on Inferno is relatively, you know, weak compared to the CT side, and now, as you said, the change of dynamic is the fact that Liquid will have to start on that T side. They have to create the game. They have to knock on the door at Navi's place and say, we have to brute force our way in, and I'm not sure Navi is going to withstand that.
Well, the problem is also Navi has only lost 3 pistols so far in this tournament, and
Crazy.
2 out of the 3 times they won the second round. So they're just having these incredible starts. Last time around, Liquid lost 5 out of the 6 pistols, right? The one they won was the last one of the series, the most important one, arguably, for them on T side of Inferno. So we'll see if they can continue the trend. They won both in this game. They're going to need it. If they can't get that done, you could see how they can struggle to find footing if they don't have any advantage early on.
And I like that Jacob touched upon the CT side defense for the side of Liquid, but as mentioned, you know, they're going to be starting on that T side. So anything you're particularly looking out for on the side of Liquid if they have any hopes of pushing this to a third?
Well, it is going to be Liquid, but more so for Navi. They've been struggling with that banana control on the CT side, right? And Stewie is a very important player there. Jacob pointed out, like we just said, how he had a horrendous T side on Dust 2. He needs to do better on Inferno. He's usually really good there at understanding what the opponents do. And I'm just looking to see if Navi switch things up a little bit, if they added something, because in all their Inferno games, that was a problem.
I look towards NAV. NAV is fantastically well playing in this tournament, especially on Inferno. Last time they played Inferno, a couple of days ago, NAV put up a 2.2 rating on the CT side against Navi. He was shutting them down completely. So the man on your screen right here, NAV is the man who can make the difference for Liquid. The problem is they have to survive the T side, get away with 4, 5, 6 rounds, give themselves a bit of a cushion to fall back on so they can allow themselves to lose a couple of rounds and get NAV going. Liquid can make this competitive, but the more I see Navi play, the more I get a sense for they realized how serious this is. They've lost one game at this tournament. Their plan is not to lose two.
Yeah, do you see them having the fortitude to have what it takes to, push this one to a third against one of the greatest teams that we've seen thus far this year, the greatest team in the world at the moment?
I think they have what it takes. I just don't think Navi is going to allow it to happen, really. I just see them running away with this one, especially starting on the CT side. They're super confident after how Dust 2 went, and Liquid's not going to be able to break that wall.
Well, potentially the last time, not only that we'll see Liquid this year, but for this iteration of the lineup ever. It's coming onto Inferno, their pick coming into this series, and they had success last time against the Giants of Navi. Let's see if they can repeat it as we head into map number 2. So next up in our World Team of the Year, we have the Lurker category. We're going to be starting off with Hobbit.
Yeah, I'd love to. I think Hobbit's great. Legitimately, I think the Hobbit, the first thing you got to say about him is in this era, in this year where Gambit kind of comes off online, becoming the #1 team in the world, winning all these events and going to LAN and kind of struggling to find some of their footing, obviously the inexperience being a factor, Hobbit has been the consistent rock for this team. Hobbit has always been there performing as the most experienced player, as the veteran of a team of young players.
Yeah, he was an awesome player to watch in 2017 when they won the major, and it kind of felt sad that he just disappeared right? And it's great that he found a way to invigorate his career, had an awesome year, and yeah, just I think deservedly on this list.
Bring up NAF from Team Liquid next, which is, I feel like, is a little bit of a difficult subject to broach because of what we've seen from Liquid. Unfortunately, we know that in the latter half of the year, they know they're going their separate ways, but I think that is a testament even more so to NAF because we saw him really stepping up at the full finals as well in terms of that individual level.
He, obviously, when you have guys like Elige and Fallen and Stewie surrounding you, you're not going to get a whole lot of conversation focused on you for extended periods of time, but I think NAF is very underrated in terms of how important he is to the Liquid team, especially when I was there. He was awesome.
Rops up next.
He's Jason's #1 with like being last place in like half of the tournaments.
I'm feeling personally attacked.
Half of the tournaments this year. Again, listen, I think Rops is an amazing player.
Yeah.
I think he was again hindered by the fact that the team couldn't just do too much. He didn't have the pieces around him to really go deep and beat some of these better teams. And ultimately, that's what you have to do if you're going to be considered the best at something. It's having to perform on the biggest stage.
And I think NAF's going to fall into that same boat as well.
BlameF up next. Definitely an interesting one to be on the list considering what we've seen of him on his time with Complexity. Nobody can dispute he was an incredibly hard worker. And then moving on to Astralis, which was, for me at least, seeing him at the full finals and the way he was performing, I was really, really impressed with what he was showing.
Yeah, he's great at what he does in kind of the old Complexity. I don't know if he's had the entire body of work throughout the year to be in the top 2.
Well, YnK, you will be happy because we have got some Kovacs representatives in this category. Hunter coming in, which I think is another really, really strong pick looking at this year.
Yeah, I think so as well. Again, had a pretty good year himself. I think also you look at, in terms of the role, he does have some of those like long lurks that he likes to go to.
He is to Nico what Electronic is to Simple, and I mean, that's a very important quality to have, and I think he's had a great year.
Well, unfortunately, you do have to kick one of these lovely gentlemen out, because we only have 2. Who are we kicking?
I would take BlameF. I'll do Hobbit and Hunter as the top 2.
Hunter and Hobbit, I think, for this one.
Fair enough. Hunter and Hobbit are taking our top spots, so make sure you tune into the broadcast to see who will take that championship place.
An awesome first map that ultimately ends with a super lopsided CT half from Navi, man. It's Liquid facing elimination, it's Scrawny and Launders, and the Betway odds still in the favor of Navi, understandably with a map win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really think that Liquid could still win this map, and they showed on Dust 2. I really, like, even though they didn't win the 6 rounds they needed to, or come close in the 6 rounds they needed to win the match. They had such good odds in some of the swing rounds that that scoreline could have been completely reversed, I feel like. But Navi played well. They played calm. They played composed. They made up for their T side. You know, they won the conversion after the second pistol, so they earned it every single step of the way. And I can't help but feel like Liquid are showing us a little bit of that, like, that Liquid from a few months ago. It looked a little bit tilted in that second half. I feel like the energy wasn't there. It definitely wasn't a great map from Grim, even from just a decision-making perspective. Stewie had no kills in the second half at all. Yeah, I honestly, like, Fallen was the guy, I feel like, in both halves who just consistently was getting opening op kills, but that assist wasn't even enough for the rest of the team to build behind it. So I think they just emotionally need to show a new face on Inferno because they're still very much in this match. Again, this is a matchup that they like playing. Whether or not they win it very often, it's something that comes close. You can't expect to win all the time when you're playing against Navi, but they've already shown a sick result here. But yeah, I guess a big thing was Bit had a slower start to the tournament.
Yes.
And he had a slow start to that game as well, but in the second half went all the way up to 17 kills, even though he started way down there with Grim at like 5 or 4. So, yeah, Navi more full strength than ever. Boomich having a hell of a map, and he'll be key on those B holds on Inferno.
Yeah.
Like YnK brought up, NAF had over a 2.0 rating on the CT side, I think, of Inferno last time they played. And was a shutdown machine. The tools are there, that's not a question. Just which Liquid will we get tonight?
Once Liquid get there, of course, that B site, the Stewie NAF hold. This is a quick one. Lickety split into this A hit. Simple. Dual Berettas up on the balcony. Gets NAFly's head instantly. And they also have Bit within the bomb site. So this is clean from the CTs. The dual Berettas, 3 headshots. No reloads needed.
Oh my God.
4 frags for Simple. A hold is hot.
Dab it up, dab it up. How come we aren't seeing more dualies being bought, Scrawn?
Dude, there was like this, when they got that little bit of a buff, right? When they were reduced to 300, there were so many dualies.
Yeah.
They were everywhere, all over the place, all the time. It does feel like we're starting to move back from that.
Yeah, what the hell?
What happened to the dual?
Well, that was a dual Beretta commercial.
What happened to all the dualies, cowboys?
How are you going to bring up the odds one round in? It's up to 7.
Jason Moses O'Toole loves dual Berettas. Loves them.
2 guns are better than 1.
That's, honestly, I don't believe in numbers, but that one I have to. Simple's going to be playing on the close smoke. He's got a lot of players ahead of him, so we'll see if he can hang on. Of course he can. Best player in the world. Electronic shuts off NAF. Stewie 2K next to fall. Easy anti eco rinse repeat. 2-0 the lead. Navi CT side is starting strong.
Yeah, yeah. The T side is it's obviously quite difficult. And the one thing that helps out on T side is just you don't need to buy the op. You don't need to purchase it up at all. I think it's really smart to try to take the op from the other team and then use it when you have that. And then all the rest of the time, just invest in AKs and nades behind that, because it's just not. It's not necessary to win. You know, you get a round where you kill the B opper, you take that off the quad, you win that post plant, you carry that forward, and you had to invest nothing. I think that's where it's good. But as much as the T side economy is quite nice, because the CT's just got a couple of small buffs that help lean maps towards them, I think it's really important to have as many buys as possible. Even when you win rounds, just got to keep that economy low. CT side is not the same, even if they can full buy. They can afford every, piece of utility and the op on top of it. Know you mean?
Nah, I'm saying. I got you. I hear you. Navi, they don't see anything yet. Leaning back here in round 3. The 2 MP9s on B site. Is that a liability? Or is it a forte?
Oh, if the sight hold doesn't go great, not going to be a retake in play for sure. Wow. Oh, well, the trade through the wall. That's something. That's one side player down. Rotators are stuck a little bit. They're still not sure about B because they're not pushed down Banana at all.
Yeah.
And Liquid don't know that A side is an opportunity right now, but they're starting to encroach upon it.
So in the dark. There's a little gap here, though. Electronic trying to use it to his advantage. It's a Liege on the other end.
They're just waiting out his one way.
Definitely saw NAF.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and he shaves falling off of the attempts. Then they just walk right into Bit. NAF, I mean, he's screwed. This crossfire too strong. Grim will get an additional kill on Arch side. 8 seconds left. A desperate 1v3. Runs in, and as he should, die. Yes, Electronic gets back at it. So only success here for Liquid towards Arch, and nothing on that run-up. Dude, what a killer crossfire between Electronic and Bit.
Yeah, they could have split there. You know, I mean, you kill the Arch rotator like that, you can establish, put the CT smokes down, and this is Simple dying in this position. And they could have wrapped, but they were waiting out a smoke, and I thought it was this pit smoke from Electronic, but it didn't seem like it after NAF crossed. They weren't totally aware of the angles that he had available to him. So not exactly sure what happened there, as we were really focused in on all the lane presence. But, well, the round goes forward, and so will Liquid. Well, just getting pushed. Yeah, that's a nice opening kill.
All right.
That'll throw the CT side rotations into disarray.
Grim's fired up off of the back of Dust 2.
Doesn't grab the gun. But look at the CTs pulling guard here, leaving just one over on the rotation. This is a great call from Team Liquid, of course.
It's perfect.
Yeah, no one in pit whatsoever. Liquid will, I mean, I'm actually surprised NAVI do this completely. Either they push to take banana control, which they probably should, or they just rotate back blindly. But Bit is just out in the open. These footsteps will be heard. Sight gets taken over. He's about to take a bullet in the side or in the front, actually. Well, that's just a round over. That's a weird... I don't know. Yeah, they just... That's why Grim is every bit as good as Bit. Right there. That's it, that Grim kill, top of banana, scared the life out of NAVI.
Yeah, that Boomich Tech 9 chase.
I'm actually shocked that they rotated so hard. I was thinking they keep one in the site, one in CT, you know, and then one library, one pit, something like that. But they straight up pulled everyone, and usually your pit guy has got to be the, like, you know, you see a bomb and you move type of rotation. Only when you absolutely need it.
Well, they'll end Grim, but that's it. All right, welcome to the scoreboard, Team Liquid. You're not supposed to win rounds like this. But yeah, Boomich dies early, and then NAF gets this Deeg versus Bit. Oh. Holy moly. That's what they say in Sweden.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
They say that in Skövde.
And in, oh yeah, Skövde. Oh my god, that's true. You know about that place. I've spent a long winter there.
Going down the ski slopes. The service from me. The yell for joy. Oh, okay.
Quick trade. It's a fast one. Perfecto's got a body or two lined up, but Stewie's got himself a second kill this round. Oh, and he gets around the smoke.
Whoa, he's going fast, actually.
Oh, and the flash makes Bit kind of uncomfortable, but Bit, now he's between the two T's. Stewie will spray back at him. Well, Stewie, 3 kills on the round. Moving forward versus Simple. He'll lose his head, and the 2v2 is where we're left.
Yeah, but they're still split up, and this attack just made it feel like it was going to be B really, really soon. Look at Simple. He actually leaves the site entirely. Another kind of gambly situation. Maybe Electronic heard. I think that might be an Electronic comm, actually. Sitting here in Cubby. I don't know if he heard something, but... yeah, now there's definitely support on the site. Nafly thinks
he doesn't
open
expect
for
it.
sure. Oh, he might get this plant. Yeah, Simple's not going to...
Oh, he just made it down.
Wait a second.
Yo, Nafly could win this.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Yeah, Simple just took the long way around.
Never mind.
Went super wide.
Whoa, Simple shooting dead bodies, Launders.
Yeah. Let him know.
Oh my god.
I feel like it's the way into Simple's mind, the way into Liquid's mind. Hey, they're not even defusing the ball. Oh, come on, guys.
Okay, I will.
Oh, they're coming back for more.
I will say.
They're off it again.
I will say. Team Liquid,
one more time.
Nafly did this exact same thing to Navi on Dust 2.
Yeah.
One time when he retook on the A site. The thing is we jumped out a game and we didn't go back in, so nobody got to see it. All right? This was earned, and Naf knows it. So with a smirk, he moves it along.
Oh, nice shot.
Oh my god. Naf's got his hands up. Stop! Stop!
To be honest, I was thinking, I was like, at first it may be tilting, afterwards,
Yeah.
Maybe kind of funny, you know?
Well, you know, that look on Nav's face.
Don't make Liquid laugh right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, man. You don't want them in a good mood. That face from Nav, that smile wasn't because of what Simple was doing. That smile is because Nav's thinking about what he's about to do when he seeks revenge. All right, you don't want to piss off Nav line.
Can you do an impersonation of Nav's billionaire laugh?
No, I can't. That's my squid. I've been working on my Squidward.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
So you do at home?
I would be lying if I said no.
Ah, the hop from Fallen. Father Fallen, the librarian.
Opens it up. That's an arch side kill here, and an immediate movement from Liquid to emphasize the B site. Gonna get bodies in position here, but there's gonna be no contest whatsoever, bro. Boomich, he's all the way back in CT spawn. Perfecto chilling in the depths of construction.
I think they actually sense an opportunity. They want to try to come in without making any noise. And Grim will lead the charge. Smoke comes out, but it's kind of a retake situation here for Navi. I'll throw some nades down to try to defend against the plant, but there's still a good amount of utility left over for Team Liquid. They'll get a Coffin's plant off. Wow, Navi, another weird situation where they're actually just going to leave. And they still had odds in the round. That's kind of crazy. That's 2 rounds where Liquid win, where I think there's still 4 alive for Navi. Go ahead and explain that. I just did the play-by-play, so you have to do the analysis now.
Yeah, so you see, well, what they did was kill the guy with the AWP, and then they went the other direction. And then when they went the other direction, Navi weren't ready for that.
Oh.
Because Navi were leaning towards where that first kill happened.
Right.
So that's why Liquid won.
Don't make my job look too easy, okay?
Well, don't do it to me. All right? We draw a line in the sand. You stay on that side. Ooh, smooth transition.
Is that 1920 by 1080?
I look like it.
That looked very crispy.
I don't know. I don't know anything else.
Is that full HD? Have you ever played on a stretch res or no?
No, bro.
Okay.
No, native resolution only. Nowadays in 1440. You switched yet?
I don't have the
1440p monitor. I'm telling you guys, it is the future. It is the truth.
I'm gonna need a list of tournaments that you've won before I switch.
Wow, that hurts. Have you seen? Here's the thing. I don't play video games to win.
That's cap.
My skins have never looked so good.
No one tries harder than Scrawny.
I'm not allowed in your 10-mans anymore.
This guy's sweating in pistol. It's because you just lurk halls every. No, I don't. Why? What do you mean not allowed in the 10-mans?
I'm not allowed.
No, you can play. I just don't queue. I haven't queued in a minute.
Yeah.
I do want to get back. Mr. Electronic 6-0. Great Dust 2. Great tournament from Electronic.
Yes, sir. Still 0 deaths. Only guy ahead of him is Simple, of course. Ooh, nice grenade damage out of the gate here.
Wow.
But it goes both ways, folks.
And dude, Navi don't look like all that right now. Some of their rounds have been a little bit weird.
Yeah.
These weird blind rotations that they make. I mean, when you call the gamble correctly, you look at genius, of course. And, oh my God!
Wow.
I mean, that's kind of not his fault. All right,
Simple chance.
Yeah, he's in the site. Oh, he's waiting. Oh, they're not. Oh, come on. Oh.
That's 2. Easy. Bomb not planted as well. Simple goes back. And his teammates are trying to run over here. He's outnumbered, but Simple delivers a headshot against Elige, and suddenly we are in even territory. 2v2, low health on 1 player for each team. And Navi were able to get close enough as bomb goes down because Simple buys time.
This man almost 1v5'd, and it's still actually kind of a hard retake, but there's lots of time left over.
Full belt.
A good smoke here from Nafly.
Yeah. Luckily, because of that smoke, he's able to get out of his position without being spotted. Frag grenade thrown towards pit. They're going to concede, Launders. They call the save. Well, a 3rd one for Liquid, but holy hell, Simple. He almost robbed the whole round away.
That was a beautiful play. That pick kill was a bit too much for my little North American heart, but a beautiful shot, man. Some nice utility usage here for Team Liquid to get that first kill. Man, opening kills has been a a pretty generous stat in their favor, I feel like, with Dust2 and Inferno. They're at least on par, you know, despite losing the last map 16-10 and being down in this round. I feel like they got the 5v4 very often. That's quite unlucky for Electronic, I will say, you know, with Elige full blind. That's a pretty bad mistake not clearing cold in that spot.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
There's 2 times, though, that Simple has found a way to rotate into A, and they had no idea at all.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah.
You see Stewie's shocked by it, but then obviously can't say shit because he's the guy who didn't clear the corner. So it's just, oh, you gotta bite your tongue.
And there's no one close enough to blame.
What the hell, man? Who didn't clear? Oh, yeah, that was me. Little Navi timeout off the back of that. Team Liquid's T side coming. What you doing down there?
Squint.
What you doing, Adren? Stand up.
Looking with one eye, squinting sometimes. Is coach communicating?
Freaking birds.
You like them, right?
No.
Oh, you don't like chickens?
Despise them. Filthy creatures. With their dinosaur feet. Ooh, Stewie finds Boomich through the wallbang. We've had back-to-back rounds with crazy banana damage in terms of grenades.
Absolutely.
But this time, it's Liquid unscathed. Last round, they lost like 2 half bars each.
That's like a stretch in the morning to get a kill that easily. You can just relax now.
Every time there's somebody on that rooftop in Alicia's in apartments, I get nervous for the CT side.
Yeah. Because you know he's got a ruler out, 1 million demos watched about everyone's positions, and he's lining up the timing and the spam.
Triangulating. Grim, if he comes out middle, is going to be stuck between a hell of a crossfire. But actually, of course, Bit only has the deagle. Oh, I say only. Oh, I said only. How dare I? Bit double headshot, and Simple still roosted up atop the monkey bars.
Man, they're not clearing this, are they? Oh, they might. Oh, they have no idea. No. Oh, they're so confused. They get Simple out. 2 on 3. Smoke spam. Nade damage coming through. Elige, he's just got a few points of HP left over. Oh, and he can't get the kill either. Bit, how dare you, man?
Double deagle off the mid play. Simple's position, because he's able to just stay on top of porch and then jump to the bars.
This spot is so strong. That shot is hard, though. That shot is hard. The second one's hard, too.
This is always good for one.
He's just a hard individual.
I mean, if you're not clearing cold, you're not clearing up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the very powerful spot. Hunter plays there sometimes. Rops plays there. That's very, very strong on pistols with tight crossfire at mid.
Navi going to be happy that they walked away in the last round. You know, concede the 2v2, only to win the follow-up because you had a single deagle on Bit. And now look at the reward, Team Liquid. Oh.
What was Electronic even doing up there?
Don't know.
Oh, I think he was lining up the nade for the back of window.
Doing all sorts of freaky stuff. Elige walks out. That's his end.
My favorite is when Electronic just like scratches his face in the middle of a round. Because he knows how much time he has.
Calculated.
Yeah.
It's like one of those, like, it's like a fighter tick, you know?
Yeah.
Guys that'll, like, touch their chin or hit their chest. Oh, yeah. Violence. Molotov goes down behind them. Naf's going to activate here. Oh! More, please. Nafly peeks around, and Boomich just doing the dance. Runs away as far as he can. 3 CTs to line up on spawn, and that's the end of Naf. 6-3 lead for Navi. Solid hold from Boomich. Gets a frag grenade kill on the fadeaway, shoots through coffins for an impact. Really just not giving them anything in terms to work with for Liquid, while stripping them away one by one.
Yeah, nice little Iverson grenade. Said, oh, you guys got utility damage, so do I. So do I. I'm tired of dying on B. It's your turn. I've been countering him pretty well. See if they can do it again. Yeah, Bit takes a bit.
Ooh,
wow.
In the hot seat.
Yeah, it's Boomich down once again.
Comes out with 9 health.
They really want to fight for this as hard as they can. You know it's bad when, you know, we're watching this game and you don't feel super good about the fact that Navi get an opening kill like that, even like this early. But they are picking the site up correctly again. It's Perfecto all alone here at quad, his favorite position.
They know he's back here. His flash is good though. Well-earned kill. Ooh, can't finish the second. But we've got 2 bodies for Team Liquid sitting on 9 HP. And I feel like this is one of those moments where Navi have to know how low they are, but they're also so far.
Yeah, they're so far.
They're in a whole other hemisphere.
They need a vehicle to get over there. That's way too far.
Like that Tesla we got picked up in today.
If you had a private jet, would you fly private?
No.
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 It's an environmental thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a principle,
so
man.
egregious.
It's way too pretentious.
Yeah. But also, it's just like the big planes because they don't shake as much.
Yeah.
Also don't want to be like one of 5 people on a plane. I feel like just, I don't know why. Scarier. We also hear about all those celebrity incidents. Knock on wood. Not that we're celebrities.
It's too quiet in here.
Yes. It's to build attention.
They made me very aware of my own existence, and I didn't like that. But we are all just spinning around on a giant rock right now, so think about that for a second. And now stop and focus on Counter-Strike, because it's a gun round. 11 rounds deep in this first 15.
The persistence from Navi to keep taking this banana fight is commendable. It has cost them a lot of deaths, though. The way that Liquid have won rounds this game, they've killed 1 or 2 people and then won the round. That's pretty much how it's gone. So that says a couple of things. It says that, like, the calling's been pretty good in the sense that they pick in the right sites, but I don't know how much merit you can give to it because it's also Navi, like, rotating off of sites really easily, making some blind gambles out. But these are rounds that Liquid will have taken. And once again, it's the 5v4s have been really huge for Liquid. And they win Banana once again, where it seems like Navi are the most uncomfortable. Doesn't feel like they want to spend a lot of time in mid. I'm kind of surprised how little Navi are taking over Arch Control, peeking into mid.
Yeah, fair. I'm also kind of surprised with I don't know, a bit of a, I want to say like a lack of B play too. We've had some rounds where they go for the nades, but like we haven't had Boomich up on his sandbags. The fights have really been inside of this B bomb site for Navi. But there's Boomich, speak of the devil. Gets fallen down for the count. Perfecto stuck behind the skinny pillar. Oh, but he waits just enough time. Simple bails him out with a flashbang. It's a one and done from Perfecto. 9 health for 2 of the CTs combined.
Oh, they get off the plant.
Yeah, he's scared, comes off.
They're still in mid. Oh, he's out of B and Simple.
Is there time for this?
Yeah, there is. Oh, wait a second.
There's no time for this.
That is really, yeah, that's, wow, okay.
Miscalculated.
That's, yeah, wow.
Error.
They were pretty damn far away.
What are those, dude?
Nice spam from Simple. He was actually planning the bomb.
Yeah.
He was so lined up, though. And then it felt like Simple was going to continue spamming, but he didn't. So the bomb could have got planted. Of course, Felice knew that he'd be cheating. So right here, he's like, all right, I'm done.
But he only shoots like 1 more bullet.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Elige gets pushed off of it.
2 are very low. Strange round.
Yeah, it's been a couple.
Navi will take it.
It's been a couple.
But they have been trying B plays.
Yes. Simple. Oh, I like this. I like it a lot. Oh, the chicken.
Oh, Elite is fast into the halls.
Remember, the chicken it tells you someone's there, dude. Just saying. Stupid birds. Smoke towards the arch side. This did draw the rotate over, of course. And Boomich This time, not having to sit uncomfortably inside sight, gets a little bit of vision, gets the warning sign that Team Liquid are starting to feel back this other side of the map. But nobody moves from this three-man A setup.
Such a different flow to the round this time. Early round aggression towards Halls. Liquid forego taking banana control early, but they come back late. NAVI remain adamant about putting their stamp down on that side of the map as well. And there's no one there. They pulled guard a tiny bit on the B site, but pressure's coming towards A this time. Molly down for the Opper. Electronic gets spotted. And now he's susceptible. He doesn't have a smoke for himself to escape in this position.
He's locked in. Does good damage. Primes bit for the possibility of a multi-kill. 25 seconds.
Oh, look at Grim's leading. I think he heard Boomich.
Could be.
Oh, maybe he didn't, but I think Grim needs to lead now to make this possible.
15. Very little time on the clock. Boomich. Now he can't run. They are getting inside of the bomb site. There's going to be enough time just for this one plant attempt. Boomich going to run in. Oh, he almost gets there. Stewie was so low. The nade lands, clears him off the board. Wild spray from Bit goes down, and it's Perfecto to try and clutch this. He's got a player locked into the back of the site, and Elige coming in from Banana, already having stepped forward. Perfecto, 17 shots, and he's caught as Grim gets him jumping on Coffin. It's Liquid with a 5th round win, a 3-piece from Big Grim. That's his 8th of this map.
Already better than Dust, too.
And damn, that comes down to the wire. I mean, Boomich, he gets blinded up. This spray could have connected. Stewie had sub 10 HP.
Yeah. No, it was close. He just needed a single bullet. But it's Stewie with the perfect plant, right? Just as deep right on the second coffins, even though they realize they have to do it quickly because the retake utility from the A site's going to come in, and they get it down. So they beat that timing. Another open site that they found. I mean, we look at the kills from Team Liquid, and it doesn't feel like the game is close for them, but it is because they've just picked all of the weakest sites consistently. Their top fragger is, Stewie and Grim with 8 kills each. And now they've got NAVI on a save round as well. Been a rare occurrence because of the amount of guns that NAVI have saved. All of their lost rounds. A new look here on Arch, prepping for some kind of walk-up, or they can transition into a boost over the Arch smoke if they'd like to. Of course, it's something that people are doing a lot now, so it gets watched.
Stack up. Oh, okay. Bit's able to trade it, but Elige will alleviate the pressure. There is still, though, one player down in pit.
Watch for Naf's jump here.
Perfecto. Can he offer us anything? 35 seconds. Here it comes. Naf falls. Ooh. Shots distract him. Easy pickups. Really did rely on that Arch stack up to do more than just the one frag. So, sure enough, Team Liquid win a round they absolutely should, and maybe Simple can even get away with the A1S.
Simple's quietly had a 17 and 6. Did you notice?
A little bit.
Yeah. Crazy. He's just been up there. So much action early on towards the B side. I guess in some of those early rounds, he had the crazy A side holds. Some of his rotations have been good, despite his team not always being at the right place. I can't help but feel like either team aren't super on form at the moment, and some of these rounds have been quite strange. NAVI in that second half of Dust 2, that was a really good face for them, but I feel like this is one of the situations the game ends. Even if NAVI win this, Blade's going to be like, I'm pretty disappointed in the way we played.
Terrorists win. Yeah.
Liquid even getting 6 rounds of this half seems strange. It does. It really does. But they've called a decent game. The fragging isn't always there, but that's also because NAVI are just not taking the fight sometimes.
Ultimately, I feel like as this half concludes, for NAVI's, or excuse me, for Liquid's sake, it's like it's not about the journey, it's just the destination.
Yeah.
It's getting sloppy, but hey, just get this T side over. You're doing a good job posting 6 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the second half could be a totally different story.
Yeah.
Absolutely, for both of these squads.
That it could be. But what is to be? The question we're still left asking here. A couple of rounds left in the first half. More utility battles going down on Banana. A real classic. Stewie 2K looking for the entry.
Boomich in his sanctuary on the sandbags.
He's got a nade in his hand, though. Got to be careful.
Yeah, the smoke actually came up late on Arch, and Simple peeked right before it. But there are T's taking it simultaneously. This might prove to be a fruitful look for Team Liquid as they keep the round moving forward, despite that little bit of information allowing Boomich to smoke Banana at the right timing.
Ooh, Naf, his back's open. Easy execute. Good trade by Stu. We're at that 40-second mark.
Oh, man, they get those rotations, man. And I think it looked like Navi were second-guessing themselves, and it looks like Boomich will start to leave Perfecto again. They're playing quite insecure CS, man. I guess this round they don't have all the guns in the world, so that makes more sense.
Here comes the utility. That's going to be Boomich's call to just come running back. Flash down towards Pit. Perfecto swings out, gets one kill, knows there's another one close. 15 seconds, comes at it, and it's sure enough, Elige removed. Fallen and Stu each able to offer a frag. 8 seconds left over. Simple, he's just going to run down Fallen the moment he goes for the plant, and sure enough, Navi win another.
Oh, it's all about supporting flashes there. Perfecto is just a body. He has a UMP. You can't even expect him to 2K, but the two roof flashes that come on into the site as he just delays, and he sits in this position that can get spammed and he tucks, but he prioritizes staying alive, playing off the time, and that's all he needs to do. You can see Stu, he puts a couple of bullets through the middle of Oranges and finally trades him, but they got to be mad about the fact they couldn't kill him faster. He was the only one there, and Liquid had another good start to the round and a weapons advantage, which they don't have here. Stewie just on the Tech 9, despite them all having their full kits utility. The most impressive part for Liquid so far has been winning Banana, taking over control of it, taking out Boomich a number of times. The early games have been strong, and some of the late rounds where Navi have misrotated have been as well. But it's hard to, you know, put full merit on Liquid for some of those moves. I think they came ready, expecting a bigger fight, and just Navi haven't been there sometimes. But, all right, anything leaning towards Halls, you know, we look at Pit and we see that right now Navi are playing out of the site. However, Graveyard is a solid position to hold versus Halls. It's just a default that will quiet down here for Team Liquid. Got map control on both sides. Looks like they're just going to fake the B site. Or maybe they are split, actually. Typically, the bomb would want to go Banana in this situation, but...
Oy. Standing in the doorway, players get by. Bomb included.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to make their all the way through. Yeah, the bomb's been unspotted. They could still wrap Library if they want to. 20 seconds. Boomich doesn't know what's happening, but the kills come down. A trade back and forth. Boomich gets caught rotating. This is a tricky one.
15 seconds. It's going to come down to the last second yet again. Elige is buying time by cutting off more rotates, but Perfecto, he just needs to... Oh, just deny the plant. He's good. He's good. He's got it. There's no time to find the other frag. Perfecto, he's finished this. A 9th round win for Navi. Again, they play against the clock. And if we learned anything on Dust 2, it's anything can happen at the end of these halves. But what is this CS?
Man, back in the days, I couldn't even play this tournament.
I'm a little bit biased, right?
It was like the early days of kind of Counter-Strike, and it wasn't as good and as hype.
So Astralis 27th with Kirby, I would say it's D.
Astralis with Kirby. Astralis 17, that would be on C. C.
Astralis 2017 with Kirby, I would put it on A, I think. And it's because I feel like that's the first time Astralis won the major. Yeah, I believe he won the MVP as well of that major, so...
Astralis 17 with Kirby, let's say C. I think I'm going to put Astralis 2017 and Gambit 2017 on the B tier list. Those are good teams as well. Gambit surprised everyone winning it. but they didn't really stay together to do more afterwards. So
Gambit 2017, I have bad memories about that one, but I believe it was also a decent one. They've changed the meta, so I gave it to them an A.
Gambit B.
Then I'll put Gambit on F.
Gambit 2017. I kind of want to put it on B, but A at the same time. But I think I'll put it on B. Maybe I'll put it on A as well, just because it was Zeus that won with Gambit in 2016, the major.
On A tier, I will put Gambit. Like, I remember the story that Zeus even bought tickets because he didn't believe that they will pass group stage. Cloud9, C or D?
Okay, so let's go now to the B tier list. Let's go with Cloud9 2018. The Magic in American soil. Cloud9 versus FaZe, my boy CSGO.
C.
Cloud9 2018, definitely S. It was one of the best majors.
Then I would say on B I would put Cloud9 2018. I remember one day before final.
Left side mid close. Oh,
Курилка дал. Убил двоих.
Поживите. Chill lane, guys. Chill lane, guys.
I'm gonna try to smoke lane.
Okay.
Try to smoke, I try to smoke.
Да.
Походу да. Походу да. I smoke lane.
Есть молотом курил?
Да. Я давал. Курилка, чё?
Курилка. Курилка убили. Под стеном.
Сено! За стеном 2!
Попали.
Я ушел, да. А в опен... Тихо. Опланьте.
И лач. Найс! Валера, найшот.
Бро, я ждал.
It's a wacky, wild roller coaster of Counter-Strike here on Inferno, but maybe that's just the pressure of the situation sinking in. The realization that this half will separate Liquid from elimination here at the Blast World Final 2021. This is where they fell exactly 1 year ago, getting NAVI down into the lower bracket, only to lose to them there as they attempted to make that run all the way back. Can NAVI end this? It's a 9-6 lead and a heavily favored Betway situation for them. Mohan, do you still believe?
Yeah, I think kind of, just because Navi don't look perfect, but it would feel better if Liquid themselves looked a bit better. So we'll have to see, I think, a better version of both teams, I think, to get excited about this game. But no matter what happens, as you mentioned, the pressure might be so high that elimination is looming, and this is the hotly anticipated rematch. Oh, wow. That's blazing fast, and that's Stewie holding an angle in CT spawn as the only player on B. So there was a little bit of a stack towards the halls. They lose a player on both sides of the map. They needed to get a kill to make this happen. And Grim is carrying a kit. He has a smoke as well, so they can separate some of the fights, but they are going to need the best round of their life to make this retake happen.
That's how it feels.
Anafly is still holding Arch right now, waiting for any kind of lurk.
Perfecto. Just lays down another CT smoke. Gonna be even harder to get this one going, so I feel like it's the end of this pistol. Grim's gonna try his damnedest as he attempts to wrap around the coffins. Vit's looking to challenge through CT smoke. Naf a little distracted, bomb 3/4 of the way gone, and this one entirely Navi's.
Well, he almost got the defuse. That was a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Put his hands on it. Yeah. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Yeah. Got one digit in. Well, all right, let's see if, well, maybe Fallen can buy the scout and then do what Liquid Simple did to him on Dust 2 in the second round.
Stewie as well, like playing in the open, thinking maybe no one's crosshair placement would be that good. Yeah. Electronic just blows him away.
Yeah, he was on roller skates. Got a Glock, run with it. Always run with it.
Hold it sideways too.
Yeah. Aim for the sternum. Get a headshot eventually.
Electronic pounding rounds downtown.
We saw some absurd deagle shots on Dust 2. Some crazy attempts on these force buys from Team Liquid. They didn't amount to rounds most often, but I'm sure eventually they will. Copium.
Simple's hunting. He's like, come on, I dare you. Jump back up. Gives him some warning shots, and then finds Fallen off the side of Coffin. There's still another player here. Stewie trying to drop nades. Ooh, that's a turn of events. Bit loses his head inside of the apartments. Elige runs over to grab the gun and then even gets the evacuation route. Electronic's gonna silently follow him. All they really want is for Elige to survive with this.
Oh, imagine knowing somebody is just stalking you. But
it creates a 3v3 on B.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. And we'll see how frisky Stewie gets. Okay, he'll get spotted now. Boomich was just sitting up there. Oh, perfect positioning from Boomich, and I guess they had the rights to try to delay. It kind of felt like they're still working to the site, but Boomich was more than comfortable already. Yeah. And that'll be the last two CTs with not much odds of the retake and a little bit too much to lose. They got head armor, they got a Galil and the Deagle as well, so...
Oh, it's a Galil. It's not even an AK.
Ah, yeah. That's why. I guess that's why Boomich, or Bit was just there on the hunt.
Let it go. Yeah, I really like that setup from Navi. You know, getting Boomich up on top of those boxes. You saw Stewie just walk in so unsuspecting. Just a good pause call, calm down, slow down, and move forward with these round wins. So 11-6 the lead here for Navi, 4 alive as well.
I can't believe Liquid win this match. It's so nuts.
Sorry, come again?
You know that thing where you think out loud?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think too much.
22-8 for Simple.
Ain't that crazy?
Maybe they could sign him. Go down that route again. I could picture Simple wearing a Team Liquid fitted cap. I can picture it.
Oh, once upon a time, man. Eons ago.
They almost won a major with him. I mean, they technically almost. Like, they had finals on a silver platter. And then Cold Zera and all that stuff.
Frickin' Cold Zera.
Yeah.
But you know what? It led us to the Stockholm major being Simple's first. And with this team...
That was beautiful. That was very beautiful.
Exactly. It's the sacrifice that NA were willing to make.
We're such good guys.
That's what I'm saying.
We're major winners and good guys.
Deep smoke here, trying to set up that saved Galil from Elige. Sure enough, it gets impact, but as he falls back, Simple's going to have his back turned. That's an easy pickup here from Simple, and now he's going to use that space creation to wrap around Arch. It is his playground this round, as he's now going to go CT spawn to B. Napfly incredibly low, close, jumping Mac 10 from Perfecto. Nobody has jumping accuracy like Perfecto, I tell ya. Oh, no! Yes! It's Grim, though, no! Oh, there was a Twitter back and forth today between Stewie and Simple, and he's saying, come on, man, let's have some fun. Let's get the knives out. And Stewie just said, but don't knife me.
Okay.
Why's it gotta be Grim?
Not Grimothy.
Not Grim,
How could you do it to him, man?
Oh, no. He's so wholesome. Oh, Grim.
Just gotta walk that one off. All right, 12-6. We have an op here for Fallen. Full strength. They've got the kits. They've got the mollies. What's the opening play? Don't die to Mac 10.
Yeah. Boomich just giving it to him, but there they go.
Trades back. Look fantastic.
3 for Liquid.
A little bit of life out of Liquid.
Let's go. I mean, impartial cheer.
There was no sense in hiding. I remember once we casted the Blast Istanbul finals.
Yeah.
And it was Liquid versus Astralis. And I remember coming in, trying my absolute hardest to not be biased.
Yeah.
So I ended up talking so much about Astralis that somebody tweeted me and they said, I can't believe how biased you were towards Astralis. It's disgusting. Try to hide it sometimes. And from that day on, I said I'm never going to try to hide my bias again.
Just be real.
Because nothing felt worse than that. They didn't even know who I was truly biased towards.
Right? Giving Launders an identity crisis.
But genuinely do love all the teams here. Like the CS is so good. And we were just talking about Gambit and how they've been a welcome addition into the Tier 1. And now that they're in grand finals and they actually look like maybe the best team in terms of form right now, that this could set up a huge storyline for them and really give them that LAN win that they've been vying for all year to try to mirror some of their first half of the year results. And that's very exciting. And it just, you know, there was a certain point in CS where there was, you know, 2 really good teams, and you'd hope to see them eventually. But right now, it feels like there are 4 or 5 really good teams that can all almost win events every single time. And that just shows you how good NAVI are to be able to stay just a little bit ahead of everyone else. But at this event, this is kind of the weakest we've seen so far from them in the winter.
Yeah, showing a little mortality here at the final hurdle of 2021. Those are those wall bangs I'm talking about, Elige. And he keeps you sharp. Nowhere is safe. And Grim is just reminded of this. He does damage versus Bit, but falls 4 health short.
But he is on that rifle.
Oh,
so.
Stewie's going hunting.
Yeah, and he's doing it no flash. So I honestly prefer that, to find the timing as opposed to use a flash. And they'll be looking for it, but at the same time, you know, I feel like Stewie has a big advantage right here. Bits, whoa, okay, Stewie's fast enough. I really thought, okay, maybe Bit scores one, but Electronic will take Stewie out from the side. Bomb will get collected in the spawn, but they pulled the goalie on the B site. There is no one here, no one home.
No, so Navi.
Fallen is good at taking map control back. He'll always pick Arch, and he does do that quickly. You won't see anyone, but it's already too late. Got some nice pace here from Navi.
A free goal in round 20. Navi about to put the puck in the back of the net.
Yeah, and Liquid, I think, are pretty aware of what's happening at this point, so they'll just, you know, lose the round in dignity. 3 alive, op maintained. They'll move on. It's not a fun situation. You kind of tilt your head to the side and grimace a bit. You got to go up against 7-13. Navi's T side looks super good. I mean, unlike their CT side, where I felt like there was a lot of questions about the way they were playing and some of the close rounds and stuff, I think they're looking very confident. They're working the map really well. Oh my god. You can't really feel bad for that chicken. He just got
2 of them in 1 round.
Yeah.
Something in the water.
That's just natural selection. You run into a fire, I mean,
yeah.
Probably weren't doing much for the chicken race.
My curiosity is just, who is it in production that sat out there watching for the chickens to run into fire? Because we caught 2 of them in 1 round.
Well, I think there's probably like 8 guys, actually. You guys think Blast Production is so sick and everything like that? They're just like us.
Just like us.
They're just regular dudes.
Yeet. Oh, and then the bomb. 3 casualties.
And they get mesmerized by chickens.
Bunch of clowns.
Just like we do. Yep.
All right.
That's truly why you love the Blast Production, because they just show you what you want to see. It's you who loves the chickens.
Whether you know, I don't, but you speak for everybody else.
Well, you can keep saying things.
That's kind of my job. It's kind of really all I know.
A first timeout called.
Yes.
Well.
Simple check. 25-9 at the moment. So putting his team on his back and carrying them.
That's the
forward.
other thing. It's been absolutely extraordinary to have Simple, Zywoo, Nico all in absolute peak form coming into this event. And, you know, we're calling, you know, we had like that match yesterday where Pimp was like, Nico was the best player in the server, and he was. And then the next map you go and Simple somehow has a better map than him in a world where he's putting up ratings that no one else can except for Simple. And then Zywoo's come through and had an absolutely immaculate performance across these last few days.
Lucky to be alive, Electronic. Takes the off shot from Fallen. Perfecto gets beneath Stewie. And then fills him full of lead. 5v4 here for Navi as they gun for that 14th round. Again, dude, a turning of the sides just means a blowout. It happened on Dust 2 for the CT side of Navi, and now it's happening here in terms of the offense. Navi can get through another couple rounds unscathed, and this is just back-to-back blowouts within second halves. Nav from Coffins, kills Simple, big scalp to take, and a leash swings wide. Grim gets a kill down mid in the meantime, and we've got a 2v4 here for Navi. Now, all Electronic. A little bit of life from Liquid, it seems.
Yeah, I said that just a couple of rounds ago, and like another drop. We have I was with you there for a second. It looked like it was going to be a blowout of a round. Such a good start. Perfecto with that uppercut spray into Stewie on the top of the half wall. Just politely calling the strap for the next round.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. That's what's going down.
T timeout will be called instantaneously following. It's a pretty stressful game. No yelling back and forth anymore.
Maybe that's why Liquid's losing.
Yeah, it could be. Stewie's been a total star of this event, by the way.
Yes.
The banter has been amazing. The clip versus config was so funny.
Yeah.
And then to win the game as well. The thing is, they've been backing up the talk. It's not just been like the clown in the back of the class or whatever. They've actually been like a very scary team here. So that has made things so good. I mean, it sucks that we don't have crowds, but it is very nice to have a situation where the players are kind of facing each other and being able to, the player tunnel and all the banter and everything like that. Sometimes people are yelling so loud, we can hear them from the other side of the building. That's what sports is all about.
Yeah, I mean, different setups have different strengths and weaknesses. There's nothing like a Counter-Strike crowd, but this, it's a decent silver medal. I'll take all of it I can get. Soak it up while you can, folks. 2 more days of Counter-Strike in 2021, and then all of you will have nothing to watch until we all come back.
And you're all instantly banned off Twitch.
Yep. Ooh, he hit it! Oh, I can't escape!
Through the floor, but Elish finds a trade. The rifle has come in, and just like the 5v4s, did it mean a whole lot for Liquid? In some of these situations, it's been kind of the same story here for Navi. It's not exactly everything. Good refrag, even if it's on a different player. And bid is low off of that damage. So smoke comes down inside of middle, and Elish, oh, well.
Nice.
I mean, it's a lightning fast shot into mid. Grim pops off.
Good pit play. NAV finds Bit inside of apartments, finishes him. But we've had a godlike performance from Simple. And now it's going to need the 1v3. Gets the trajectory from the flashbang of NAF, so he knows that somebody's in that direction. And obviously, Grim's spot also known. His question will be, does Stewie come in on an active flank? Oh, but Simple, he gets the Moto player first. 19 health in the 1v2. Grim, don't you give it up. Oh, well timed on that peak, just as Simple's taking towards the balk.
Hey.
Yeah. A little smile from Grim. Knife me, you rat.
Yeah, a couple of nice rounds here from Team Liquid, and it's still a 4-round game. And this is a full rifle v rifle here. I don't know how Elish found himself that up, but he put it to work. That 1 kill was huge. Plus, he got some information for his team, so they played very carefully from there on out. And Grim knows if he just sits there, eventually he's going to get hard cleared, so tries to be a bit proactive with it.
Here we go. I was trying to paint that like real doomsday picture of Liquid blowouts in the second halves, but now they're good.
Oh.
Or are they about to upturn it? No. The AK's been lost, and NAF doubles down Banana with the headshot into Perfecto, spamming through the smoke. There's no way for Navi to easily get that one gun back, and Fallen's going to land the shot against Electronics, so soften them up before they commit. NAF very comfortable here, goes back for a 3rd kill, sprays away, gets dinked in the process. USP is out. Little flashbang for you. Bit's blind. Oh, but he still comes back in with a little bit of success.
The only thing that could mess Liquid up now is just some scared rotations, but they still have the player advantage. They got the op in play.
And the health.
Yeah, the health is a big one. Nice try from Electronic, a real good clear.
1v3. Fallen's already scoped up. Bada boom, bada bing.
Hey, that's double digits for Team Liquid. 3-round game, earn themselves an eco to win.
Yep. CT side coming alive. Good for Fallen as well to have a little impact here, because he's been about as quiet as Grim was on Dust 2. But honestly, by no fault of his own, well, a little fault of his own. I feel like, getting that floor bang inside of the apartments and not being able to escape, that one was just a little cheeky. But here we, oh, no, not a full gun round. No, Perfecto still a limitation.
But it is a full spend.
Yes.
So, yeah, all investment here.
It's all they can get.
Team Liquid CT side. That's where the money's at. Navi still look very fierce here on T, so Don't hold your breath, but at least they give us a good game.
They give up the banana fight. Fall away ever so slightly. YnK still flirting around in the CT spawn. Get a boost on new box. All right, this could be the off angle that helps.
CT still holding plenty of utility. Tease will walk it back off banana.
YnK rotates. It's fallen on short side instead. We get the walkout. Oh, he didn't catch that. Electronics already by. Oh, now he sees it, but he misses his chance to deny that and get the 5v4. Comes back at it. And YnK actually gets the dink through the smoke on Electronic as he kills Fallen.
Yeah, he's getting shot from behind as well. That is very not good.
5v2 for NAVI inside this A site. 25 seconds to spare. And we get Grim inside of Pit, killing Boomich. He's going to have a crossfire with YnK for when that bomb's inbound. And Grim, no, he gives up the cross in order to play the little pit instead. Perfecto didn't notice that YnK's gun just came out through the wall. And then we get the jump down into the pit. YnK is able to at least get one. Simple cuts off the rotate. YnK still fighting tooth and nail. 8 seconds. And Simple clears the bomb site with the fire. And I don't think this time, the Molotov against Electronic for Liquid's 11.
No way, he runs through that. It touches him on the Achilles. And he hits the ground with the bomb. Damn, what a way to go out. All right, I came into the second half and I was like, all right, well, no matter what happens, it's elimination, even if it's not, you know, the best CS that we're witnessing. We're getting some very exciting rounds now.
Oh, that U-turn from Electronic.
That's crazy.
He spins out.
Just that little extra spread.
Wow.
And NAVI do the half investment. Simple will buy up on an AK.
Wow, the ramifications that could have.
Absolutely.
Also, I mean...
Whoa. Getting hot in the kitchen for NAFLI.
Also, tip of the hat to YnK. You know,
yes,
huge pressured moment.
Absolutely. You knew his arch was wide open. And, you know, you get goosebumps when you realize that you got to fight forward, but your timing window is shrinking and shrinking. It's very hard to stay concentrated at moments like that, but he did just enough. Well, he disrupted a lane setup here, and Fallen is very far from the arch, so might be a timing to get into the B site if NAVI are keen. Simple leading with this spear of an AK, ready to impale anybody who comes into his view, and he is making great progress now. Oh, that's Stewie out. That's the one player here.
Oh, no. Or oh, yes. Depending on which camp you're in. Perfecto. He gets his hands onto that A1S.
Wow.
Boomich is going to plant the bomb. Is that the save?
Oh my god, that is actually...
That one kill?
Just a walk-in. That's 31 frags for Simple
with
off
the
that kill.
one gun.
That's
the one gun they have.
Yeah, I could see the line that he was taking here. And Stewie, you could tell he was getting a bit nervous about it. The fact that he hadn't seen anybody just yet, took a couple millimeter step out, got damage off on Simple, but the AK is all they needed. And Simple was the only one to spend all his money. Everybody else half bought.
31 kills.
Wow. A monster performance.
Ay.
Guess it's like a Wednesday or something.
$14-11. Simple going hard carry here for NAVI. He wants to end this series early.
Oh, B is going to do that sometimes. You have the ability. There's always going to be a timing. All those nades are ephemeral, and they cost a lot of money. CTs don't want to use them constantly, don't always take banana control, and sometimes you do have someone just sitting up at coffins. You're overstacking the A site. It's also this round that you're not sure how many guns they have come in with. Might be hard to read the money in that spot. Now, Stewie's the only one who doesn't have anything to work with, but they did save with 4. Tons of utility presence here on A. It's Fallen
to take this position next to Sandbags. He has an op.
Yeah, they have NAVI in the coffin splash position waiting for it. Oh, Fallen will take his timing. That's a beautiful shot.
Listen, high pressure situation. He delivers.
Yeah, it's not a great map for Fallen for sure, but that'll make a difference.
Stewie's at bat. Ooh. Simple gets his number yet again. Elige doesn't activate. Grim throws his smoke towards that pit, but I believe Bit may have seen the nade. He's going to go down, clear it hard anyways, and sure enough, now A cracked wide open, and Team Liquid, or what's left of them, is nowhere to be found.
Damn, everyone on lane got absolutely dumpstered, and that is NAVI to win the round, take it to 15. One great opening from Fallen right there, but no one else could deliver, and Stewie gets caught in transition, and again, he's the only person to die last round, comes in with the deagle. And I think they saw an opportunity when Fallen gets the kill. Even though he gets that frag, that is the one op on the round that is normally at Arch. So they come in clear in that angle.
And they hit that weak link, right?
Yeah,
Stewie on the deagle.
Exactly. You know, they don't know exactly who will be there. I think it's weird to expect there to just be the one pistoling guy there, but even if it's only one rifle, it's still better than an op.
Yep.
So it makes perfect sense here for NAVI. Liquid's tournament life on the line.
Oh. Poor map and match points. Not only do they find the only deagle, but they find him standing in the open. Boomich clean via Liege. And Grim was just waiting for that run up lane.
You could say he was half convinced by the smoke that landed, but with that smoke inside of the pit, he just said, okay, maybe he's there, but if he's there, he's not clearing me right now. Let me just go ahead and clear many.
Yep. So here it is, all that Liquid have left to offer in an attempt to make a 4-round spree. They've done it already in this half, but now they got to do it off the back of the lesser gun. Stewie, double 5-7. Simple's right there to answer. 3 rounds in a row, Simple gets the better of Stewie 2K, but at least this time Stu drops 2 before he goes down. Man advantage for Team Liquid. A heroic moment for Stewie 2K, but is it enough? You've got the heaviest hitter dropped to 39 HP in Simple, but he's got his 2 men by his side. Electronic and Bit, Fallen, desperate spot, MP9, a solo kill. And so that trade frag sets them up for an A-site post plant. Elysian Naf gonna work through spawn, but as that bomb gets planted, Simple decides to go on his own mission, and this mission cut short by Elige. It needs to be Electronic or 12 for Team Liquid. 2 years back-to-back, Team Liquid have sent NAVI down to the lower bracket at Blast World Finals, and a lot has changed in the last year, but this was the hurdle that Liquid fell on last time, and it looks like they're gonna fall on it yet again. Electronic with the clutch on the A site. Farewell, Team Liquid. A valiant effort, an awesome first match. But this is where their story ends, not just at World Final, but as a team.
A great performance. Nonetheless, here at the Blast World Final, they created some very exciting moments. They're the reason that NAVI are here to face them in the lower bracket. They had some big wins to go off of, but yeah, the very last appearance, for all we know, of this roster as we know it. And for NAVI, I mean, I don't think we saw a strong enough NAVI to be inspired for tomorrow. We still have questions about that, and there are still great teams left waiting for them that have been practicing day in and out, thinking about beating NAVI in a final, in a lower final. So their troubles have not ended here.
No, sir. They are certainly walking wounded, but still walking with their heads tall. No failures since that first match versus Liquid, but with 33 kills and 13 deaths, Simple took over the server, and now he's going to take over the show. We hand this down to James on the desk.
I've got Simple with me after a good rematch here against Liquid, a 2-0 through and through. I want to touch on some things on Inferno though. Yeah. You do this anyway in other games, but a few rounds you get dropped a rifle while everyone else is on eco. Is this when you're like really feeling it, you just say you want it, or is this part of the plan?
I mean, first of all, the Undertaker sent the dead team packing, the dead team Kryptonite home, so it feels great. Thank you everyone who's watching. Brazil, not your day today. And secondly, I think we just had a really good game plan when they don't do some close nades to the wall. So I asked Perfecto first of all for AK to get some entry and try to catch them off guard, and it didn't work. I think we didn't plant bomb, and after I gave him AK back, but I had spawn again, so I keep it. So yeah, something like that.
So there's a reason for using it, and we've got to talk about it. When you have these kind of performances, right, you pop off, you have so many kills, is there something where you just feel like, okay, it's clicked, I'm hitting all my shots, and you just get this confidence boost?
It's when you usually have so many kills, it's either come to you or YnK comes to you, especially at the beginning. So no, not really. Like I feel like maybe enemy don't want to go there if I have so many kills, but it's not like you feeling it when you do some good clutches or some good entries. That's how you feel it. But like the first 5 rounds with pistol 4K and anti-eco and some kills on buy rounds, I won't say it's a big boost of confidence.
Okay. And in terms of the team performance this time around, you guys have been talking to me about not having the communication you wanted, you know, not being able to execute things the way you normally would. How are we feeling after this game? Are you starting to get back into it, back to the right level?
Yeah, today it was much better. We worked a lot with our mistakes yesterday and today, especially on last map on Inferno. So yeah, I felt like we played much better as a team.
And is it enough to take Vitality down tomorrow?
I think so, yeah, of course. But as Blade said, we respect every opponent, and no matter what happens in team, we're not gonna underestimate them or relax. We're just gonna prepare like we usually do. We're gonna fix our mistakes that was today, and yeah, and hopefully tomorrow is a hard day if you win the first game. So hopefully we got 2 in a row.
Full focus, full confidence. Sasha, thank you very much.
Thank you.
NAVI do it in 2. They managed to claim sweet revenge over the very team that pushed them down into this lower bracket in the carbon copy of what we saw at the BLAST World Finals 2020. A valiant effort, however, from Liquid, but it will be NAVI going on to face Vitality tomorrow.
Fully deserved. NAVI was the better team tonight. It felt like Liquid came out a little bit flat. You saw on Dust 2, the game had potential to be super, super close, but whenever they had to win some of those rounds where they were in advantage, whenever they had to have that, you know, cynical, clinical aspect to the game, Liquid lacked a little bit, and then we gotta give it up to Simple once again. I mean, right now he's trying to prove a point to everyone. We've had Nico go absolutely nuclear in this tournament. We had Saivu pull up some of the best performances ever. Simple, he wants in on that party as well, and it's just a fantastic sight to see right now. We have so many good players playing Counter-Strike at a high level, and yeah, I fear for everyone facing Simple.
Yeah, I think Liquid definitely had their chances on this map, you know, but unfortunately they couldn't win either of the pistols. And in the first half, they still made it respectable. They were winning some of those fights on Banana, finding advantages, got a good half. But then in the second half, they even win the first gun round, and then the reset round, they can't quite close it out. Then they force NAVI on an eco, but Simple gets dropped 1 AK. He finds 2 alone in B, right? Liquid just has to say, like, they just couldn't. If they could just win 1 extra round, force NAVI on an eco, get some, you know, money, get some economy behind them, and get some confidence going. I think they could have made it more interesting, but you know, that's why Simple is the player he is. He just denied them basically a way back into the game with some great rounds.
Yeah, and it was incredible to see just the impact that Simple was having, as you were mentioning, YnK, in some of those rounds as well. That's what we come to expect of the player that I think we're all imagining is going to be crowned the top player of 2021.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. Looking over the entire year, Simple has without a doubt been the best player in 21. And, you know, last year there was a big discussion. We get to see them hug it out here. That's nice to see Styrian and Simple, who had a bit of banter coming into the game.
Oh, no, no, he's broken his mouse. What's he going to do?
Oh, no.
I'm sure he has, like, a spare, or at least you hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so. But just talking about Liquid as well, the fact that we've got to give the context coming into this. We knew they were going to be going their separate ways as a team heading into 2022, and I don't think anybody expected them to have this deep of a run in the final tournament of the year. They placed top 4. I think they've got to be incredibly proud of that as a team.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think they went out with a bang, and if anything, you know, it will be a lesson for all the members on that team about how maybe if you leave a little bit of your future lineup, whatever it is, your future teams, just leave the personalities a little bit outside, right? And just make sure that you come in with a good mindset to work, basically, right? And respect each other and not worry too much about like some of the details, some of the small things. you know, you can make it work and you can actually play some really good Counter-Strike. So yeah, hopefully a lesson learned for Liquid's players.
Fully agree. I think it's been fantastic to follow Liquid the last couple of months. We knew after the major that the likelihood of this lineup staying together was very, very low. We heard in some of the interviews that there was some internal struggles. From day one, ever since Fallen joined this lineup, they talked about not being on the same page, but I fully agree with YnK's sentiment right here. There's a lot to be learned from a period like this. The players may think to themselves, sad way to go out, you know, it's been a rough couple of months, they haven't been practicing, so they may sit back with a feeling that they wasted the time, but I'm sure there's a learning experience in being in a state of mind that Liquid have been in lately.
And it's just a little bit sad. I don't know where to put these players anymore. Like outside of NAV, I don't know. You know, you see Flash is Fallen. Does he still have it to compete at the highest level? You know, Elish hasn't been, you know, the player he was in the past, really a dominant force. Grim, good moments here and there, a young player, and Stewie as well, right? I think you can see the vocal aspect and what he can bring to the team, playing some of the harder roles, but yeah, it's been just a tough year for all of them, really, and hopefully they can bounce back in 2022.
And I think that's maybe the question that I have going into the next year is just, as you were saying, you know, the placement of these players, particularly looking at Grim now that he has some of this LAN experience, however, because that was one of the players when we were looking on the side of this Liquid lineup, I know Nav said in an interview, he wanted to win this tournament for Grim's sake, right? He's never had that moment of lifting a trophy, that moment of glory with a team. So I don't know, I'm excited to see where he goes in his future, but also a little bit anticipating it as well, because I'm not really sure where to place him.
Nah, allow me to be a bit cynical. I think it was a bit too early for Grim. He had a rough start to Team Liquid. He came into a disjointed team, a team that wasn't working properly. So I feel sorry for Grim, to be completely honest. I think he'll have to take a step down, you know, play in Tier 2, Tier 3 in North America, and then show once again that he has that incredible individual skill we saw when he was moved into Team Liquid. Grim is not a bad player by no means, but I think he was a little hard done by joining Liquid in the period he did. Whereas for a guy like Stewie2K, I agree he has a bright future. If he's willing to move to Europe, I could mention 10 teams that would be, you know, good fit for Stewie2K.
Well, speaking of the man himself, we do have a few words for Team Liquid's departure back to NA from Copenhagen.
The journey ends here for Liquid and for you, Stewie, but I want to say, right, it was still one fight you put up against a NAVI, which you know can be ridiculously hard to overcome. But what did you put this game down to? Because I think definitely on Dust 2 you had some chances in it, and then on coming on to Inferno there was a moment where it was close, but then the simple effect starts to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I felt like this game was super easy. It could have been a 2-0 for us. With the round where I ran up mid, I think we had a little discussion, me and Fallen on the ramp. You know, it felt like he didn't know what he was doing, and I gave some words back. And, you know, that's like the name of the game for Liquid. You know, you say one little thing that's wrong, and all of a sudden it just somehow snowballs, and people, like, it goes downhill for everybody. So for us, it wasn't our A game. It wasn't the best game we could have played, but individually, you can tell we're definitely coming out confident. And for us, we just kept that going and, you know, had some confidence in what we had. I think we would have won it. I mean, the game was definitely winnable. We felt the same on Inferno, but we were just flat. So it could have went both ways. It could have went both ways. I'm going to say that.
We could have seen some more from it as well. But, okay, this tournament's done, right? But if we look back at your legacy under Liquid, right, the Grand Slam, all the tournament victories and everything you had under there, overall, we're going to be looking at a lot of positive memories, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think we went through a lot of success, and with that, it comes with failure, too. And for us, we couldn't, you know, get through that as a team, and we couldn't find a way to just get past it. But for us, there's a lot of good memories here. 2019 is the best year of CS for me, and I will always remember it with Twist, NAF, Elige, and Nitro. There's something I'll never forget. We're champions at the end of the day, and honestly, it's going to be fun playing against them again. We'll see how it goes. I know that they're going to be a tough team. I know John's insane. I know Keith's insane. So it's going to be, I'm going to be on the other end. I'm going to be reminded how it feels. So I'll be looking forward to it.
And you're still as motivated, as hungry as ever, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole different role change. I think I'm going to have a lot more responsibility coming in, and I'm looking forward to it. You know, everyone's excited for change, and I'm sure everyone's going to have a happier beginning. And for us, go our separate ways, and we'll see what happens.
Well, no matter what colours you end up in front of me next time, Stu, I wish you the best of luck, man. And one thing I'm happy with, you're sticking with CSGO.
We're very happy about that too, James. I love the honesty that we've been hearing out of Stewie in the latter part of the year in some of these interviews as well. I want to go back to the first point he made about some of the communications within Team Liquid camp.
Not being on the same page, right? Stewie gave a great example. Him and Fallen have been having a tough time to figuring out, you know, the style of calling and what direction to take this team in. Then Fallen was calling, then it was Stewie, then Fallen again, Stewie, yada, yada, yada. So it's never really worked out for Team Liquid. There's a bit of a copium going on within Stewie right now.
And you know, people mustn't forget, Stewie is the only NA player who has won both a major and a Grand Slam, right? That speaks a lot. I think, you know, he brings a winning attitude to any team he joins. I think he can help the culture of a team. I think he's matured a lot in the last couple of years as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see where he ends up.
Yeah, very excited to see the future of all the players on the side of Team Liquid. But we do need to jump into our CS Money Player of the Day for the penultimate day here at the World Finals. 3 plays on the docket for you guys to vote from. What have we got coming up first, Ben?
Well, of course, the man Saivu, who's been playing out of his mind lately, having a good major, having a good IM winter, now showing up again at this tournament with the Deagle, not only getting 1, 2, 3, but 5 kills in total. And my God, is this player good.
And that wasn't the only highlight play we had on Dust today. We had simple, basically the round the Stewie just referenced with the scout in the second round, the all-important after winning pistol, after losing the pistol, the force buy. He just gets 3 headshots here, completely shuts down Team Liquid, and yeah, brings a lot of momentum for NAVI.
Finishing it off with the man Perfecto. Not often we credit him for the highlight plays, but this man, he got a little extra skill. And this 2v4, he's just shutting down Team Liquid, and Perfecto is big part of the reason. Yeah, that's the thing. Big part of the reason why NAVI right now is so dangerous to play.
Stewie knows now how FaZe felt that one round.
Yeah.
Lost the major, yeah.
Well, we do need to take a look at the bracket as well to see exactly how everything is lying after our penultimate day of action here at the World Finals. I say that with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're actually going into the final day of Counter-Strike in 2021 tomorrow, Pip.
Neither can I, and it's gonna end with a bang no matter what. Just imagine that game. Vitality, the last time that lineup is ever gonna play together, going up against NAVI. We get Saivu versus Simple one last time in 21. The 2 best players to touch Counter-Strike the past 3 years go head-to-head. And as I said, Simple has been playing out of his mind ever since the Liquid game, the first day at the tournament. Saivu, the same thing. He's right now averaging 4 tournaments in a row with a 1.3 plus rating, including the major. Saivu is here to make a statement, so is Simple. That game I'm looking very much forward to. And not even the final.
Yeah, and I think also probably 3 out of the best teams we've had this year. G2, you could probably squeeze them in there as well. But I mean, Vitality won the last tournament we had before the World Finals. Gambit, best team in the world in the first half of the year, and NAVI stepped it up when LAN came in. A lot of great storylines for tomorrow.
Yeah, so many incredible narratives, and we're going to be wrapping them up as we go into the final day of competition in 2021 for Counter-Strike. I cannot wait to get into all the action. We'll be back at the slightly earlier time of 2 p.m. if you're in European time, so make sure you join us for more action then.